Alright, welcome back. It's been a hot minute since that insane matchup to close out the weekend, Argentina versus Germany. I'm still in disbelief. My voice is suffering, but I'm still here for some reason to bring you the round of 16 showcase alongside Teasel and our favorite Swedish meatball, Rafalj. Hello.
Hello. I was watching that match just now, and I can confirm that even as a viewer, the tension was palpable.
It was so palpable. I'm still clutching my pen that I have on my desk that I just write some stuff with sometimes, but also as a stim toy sometimes very, very closely. I'll loosen up at some point during this showcase, but yeah. I'm curious
I
to
was
see what
pretty
you guys have
chilled.
been
I took
cooking
my
up.
B-roll during the TB. What a great
Fair
moment
enough.
to share with everyone.
Anyways,
But yeah,
congratulations to all the teams.
they made it. They did
I'm
it.
sure you
None
want
of
to
them
see
got
what's
eliminated.
next.
That's so good.
Yeah.
So what do you say?
Yeah.
Should we begin?
We have a showcase. Round of 16.
Round of
We're going to
16.
start with No Mod 1, hopefully, probably.
Let's do it.
Ooh. What a nice surprise. Starting off with a custom right away. No Mod 1, Pitar, Aquavite, mapped by Simply. Let me get the credits right. Replayed by Zay. And also some really solid graphic design by both Pineapple and Sakura. What are you thinking of this one? This seems quite a bit harder than the round of 32. No Mod 1, let's be real.
Yeah, the first
it's-
that jumps.
It's definitely a different direction. What were you gonna say, Diesel?
I was gonna say the first thing that kind of jumped out at me was the abundance of finishers in this one. Very, very simply kind of map style.
Very simply indeed. This is a lot more stable in the timing, but it's not single BPM. As you can see, it speeds up to 264 there. And of course, I mean, the finishers speak for themselves, really.
Yeah. As soon as I saw one of the KIs, the finishers in the mid of like 1-4 no patterns, I was like, oh yeah, this is a Simply map, and yeah, it's a trademark at this point. Let's be real. I'm seeing a lot of players in the chat already freaking out about this one. Don't worry, it's only going to get harder. I assume this is not the worst yet.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how Simply maps are actually really complex. And speaking of complex, that's what we have for No Mod 2.
Oh boy.
Segue of the year, let's go.
Oh yeah.
We started with Yone for No Mod 2, we continue with Rize. I'm seeing a pattern. Seems like a certain nationality is really good at tech maps.
That is true. That is true. Anyways, this is Aleph Impulse. Overly similar to last week's No Mod 2 in terms of star rating, but you'll see pretty shortly that this is a lot more conventional in tech.
After the spinners, that is.
I'm expecting it to be a bit more full in terms of mapping, if you get what I mean.
I mean, yes, but you'll have to be the judge of that.
Okay.
I mean, it looks pretty tame so far, but I know Rize as a mapper well enough to know that at some point it just has to pick up. You got some midstreams 1-6, a couple of you got some 7-note 1-6, but I'm still waiting for it. Yeah, that's more like it.
Yeah, you could say this map is linear, but also like very stably progressing into harder and harder tech as it goes on.
We've already seen
yeah.
a longer mono 1-6 there as well. There's another one that's really going to be tripping up the bongo players, I think. But in general, tech kind of plays more in their favor, so it works well for balancing aspects.
Yeah.
I also like how we started out with like isolated 1-8 patterns, and as we were getting closer towards the end of the Ki there, we had some 1-8 mid patterns as well. Yeah, this is certainly more the type of tech that I'm envisioning for TWC.
Yeah, some of these 1-8s get extremely tricky, as you can probably understand just by watching.
Yes, this doesn't look very easy to hack. I initially looked at the OD and thought, well, it looks a wee bit low, but it makes sense for what we're seeing here.
Yeah, we did buff it a little bit from 6, but we figured 7 was a bit much for what it is.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. This one's a pretty average length as well, 2.5 minutes. It's kind of the sweet spot for how long you want a tournament map to be.
Exactly. You don't want it to be too long, especially not for No Mod 3, the speed map.
You'll get too tired.
Oh
Oh,
my
this
god,
one's
that is
a
an
classic.
ancient map! Wow!
Ancient map, Endwolf coming back, Ender playing it. I can't think of anything more to do with the letter N.
Oh, I remember playing this in, I think it was, what was it? OTMT? We had this in the 3.5k range, which was like the old map nostalgia. tournament, and it was like as a normal 2. Obviously not with 1.15 speed on top. Because I think this is base BPM 260 if I'm not mistaken. 260 or 250.
Actually, 240. It's a lot slower than you think.
I was fooled.
I didn't realize that this was a rate-up version. It's really uncommon to see rate-ups in Taiko. It's a lot more of a mania thing.
Yeah, we tried to find something nice in the 270 range, but lo and behold, there isn't really anything, especially nothing that hasn't been used before, so...
Who knew that
just
the
hit
best
up
270 map was just rating up a 240?
Exactly. Let Enwolf map something normal and then speed it up.
But yeah, I remember this being a very straightforward inner Oni, so continuing the trend of normal 3 just being straight speed, how well can you play basic patterns at this type of speed. And with this being inner Oni, I'm hoping that also some of the lower seeded teams will still find this being approachable before the difficulty really ramps up.
Yeah,
looking at 2013, my god.
The overall patterning of this map looks fairly simplistic overall. The speed really is the main factor of this level. There's nothing crazy going on. And yeah, that's kind of how it should be. I'm noticing, yeah, the length is kind of decent as well. 2 minute 20.
I mean, there's bound to be someone in the player base calling 276 not fast enough. I mean, that's whatever. You all have your personal speed caps, but one thing you can't do is say that No Mod 4 is not a gimmick, because it most definitely is.
Oh, it's a Mew map.
And a breaching and Choco as well.
Oh no, we're back to these.
We're back to these!
Right. We're getting some proper gimmicks this time around.
Proper gimmicks, but still keeping it simple. We've only got bar lines and this slow stuff.
I mean, you've also got some
And
flashes going on.
Yeah.
True. Just close your eyes when those happen. And then they're not there.
Okay, that's a bit of memorization, but that's just a 3-note pattern. That should be very easy to pin down.
Yeah. And then this is basically the theme of the map. A washout.
I already know that people are gonna have some very strong feelings regarding this song. I know that Breach and Choco are very notorious for having very gimmick mappable songs. Kake is only the most known example, but there's plenty more out there you see. Oh, these are mesmerizing to look at.
You know, that's a huge compliment. You did great here, you. Especially picking the song.
Oh, why does the circle do that? Why does it like flash so brightly? That's so weird.
It's the very, very high BPM key eyes.
Oh, okay. I actually didn't know the technicalities behind that. That's interesting. At the point of these yellow figures they've been putting out in chat, it's just distraction. That's all.
Pretty much.
We're not at the point yet where we are coding these finishers, these sliders with like, oh, what? Huh?
And then it just ends.
What was the point of that one?
Excuse me? What's
we
that?
never get to meet it.
Just keeping you on your toes. Stay focused.
That's so funny. I like that.
A perfect max score there as well.
Alright, No Mod 5. This one is it's played by Zay. Lion. This is Lion. I'm gonna assume this is probably gonna be like a more streaming map as well, based on what No Mod 5 was last week. But I guess I'll let the 5 give the details.
Yeah, this is a much more conventional stream map. You'd be having a very easy time finding something just like this in the ranked section. This will probably be there eventually, but for now it's in the tournament pool. And it's a nice map.
Now, would you say that this being a conventional stream map makes it easier than last week's, or rather this week's round of 32 normal fight? Because I know a lot of people had trouble with the patterning, with like lots of offbeats. How would you defend yourself?
The thing with this pool is, a lot of the maps in the previous pool had people going, oh, this is a lot easier than the rest, or this is much harder than the rest. So, rather than making everything harder, some maps are closer to side grades than direct upgrades.
I see.
Seeing that first Ki there, it looks very reminiscent of many of the maps that many players in this game would consider farm at the moment. And I feel like the star rating of 6.99 kinda confirms that as well. It's probably the patterns in the streams are probably ones that the players are very familiar with.
That's a very accurate assessment, yeah. But the difficulty here mainly comes from it being 3.5 minutes long, and OD7, so it's more of a focus map. But of course, a bit of stamina.
Yeah, I mean, it's 200 BPM, it's not super slow. Same BPM as last week.
You couldn't have just flipped the color of one node and make it 7 stars.
No, if anything, it'd probably make it 5.
Yep, that's the way the system works.
Fair point, honestly.
You have to have the right ratio of triples, quads, and that for it to work.
Someone's probably already onto that, training an AI to create a stream map that perfectly fits to a certain star rating. Also 3.5 minutes, yeah, that as you said, really plays into the stamina aspect of it all.
No way, the third guy looks the same as the other two.
That's how it is!
That's so funny. Look, no one in this tournament has an excuse to not be able to play this. We said, I at least said countless times how this week's round 32 No Mod 5 was definitely not very farmable. Now you all should be able to slay on this one. No issues whatsoever, regardless of the seed. There's no.
See, the great thing is, like, since the Ki's are either very similar or actually the same, that means if you FC the first one, then like you can sit back and relax. You've got the other ones easy. You call this a focus map? You'll need to focus for the first third. Nothing can go wrong with that logic whatsoever.
Well, I've had a couple segues, but you gave me a perfect one just there. This is a focus map, and as shown with last week, so is Hidden 1.
Oh, what is this?
We got a Deku map, that's cute.
This is Paved Paradise by Taylor, mapped by Deku. With a little
4.72 stars. You're hitting me with the 4-star rating in TWC, in Hidden. I'm getting skeptical. What is this?
Surely it's 4 stars.
Oh, not low SV and SV.
Yeah? What about it?
Raph said you need to focus up. So if Raph says you need to focus up, then you need to focus up.
I hope the players are ready to practice this one, because they're gonna need it.
Honestly, this is probably easier to a lot of people than last week.
Like, this section looks just fine.
Yeah, this doesn't have all the crazy rhythm stuff from last week, but instead it has a bunch of SV.
Yeah, and the SV isn't too crazy. Like, once you kind of like play it a couple times, you'll get used to it. I mean, Sparks here, who is a very good hidden player, that did get a perfect score. So it's definitely doable. If you dedicate yourself to hidden for a while, you'll get it.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where every single play you should be doing better and better.
just to comment on something that I've been seeing in chat. How is this set 4.7 stars? It's because it is. It is a 4.7 star map. It is very comfortable to play. I could probably get a decent score on that myself, and I haven't played in a long time. It's just not 4.7 stars with Hidden. Oh, that's especially not with that. That is rude.
That's cool though. It's just 1-2 notes.
It's
it looks
cool,
crazy.
But it's rude.
It looks crazy, but when you play it, you just hit it, and then you go, "How the heck did I hit that?"
This is the map that you need to learn, like take an hour to learn, and then show your friends that don't play the game, and they'll think you're so cool.
Yeah.
Actually, though.
Yeah, this is a TikTok map.
At 2 minutes 24, you might not keep the viewer retention to the end, but you can try.
Right, so you got the Mario diff, you got the slow Hidden. Who's gonna join Mario in Hidden 2?
I really hope it's
Luigi.
Waluigi. Oh,
No
it's
way.
not.
One wrong thing, then Raph is turning into a meatball, an actual meatball, faster than you could think.
I hope you have a segue for meatballs into Hard Rock 1.
Meatballs. Well, we have been cooking. HR1 was very easy last week, so this week should be a bit harder. Let's check it out.
So what did you think of that, huh? Pretty cool, right?
You like jazz? I like jazz.
Do you? I'm
I
a
played
big
the map.
fan of jazz. So that
Jazz connoisseur.
was Usava Kagero by Tejimo Yomigi. Yeah, well, we'll go with
I'm
that.
glad you took it upon
Yomigi.
yourself.
Yomigi, something like that. So this is 2.5 minutes long, 182 BPM. The mapped by Izzy, the replay done by Raph. Have the illustrator of the background is Novarise, something like that. I can type it in the chat. We also have the graphics done by Sakura006, and the video also done by Sakura006.
Thank you as usual. So yeah, that's Hard Rock 1, yet another original. Let's move on from that and check out HR2. HR2 is gonna be metal.
Hell yeah! Gotta get some undercorporation in this. And as per usual, Hard Rock 2 will be the highest V challenge. It's still only 9.8?
Yeah, bumping the BPM up to 210 though from 200 last week.
Yeah, it's 210, and it's still got a bit of the SV challenge.
Yeah, players did very well on Hard Rock 2 last week, I feel, so I think this one's appropriate for a decent upgrade in difficulty.
It's also a substantial upgrade in length at 3.5 minutes once again.
Oh wow.
This is definitely more focused on, you know, the consistency side of Hard Rock.
Dark are gonna go crazy on this now.
Yeah, this is also a ranked set, but we've made an edit of it, so that'll be uploaded as a standalone map sometime after the showcase.
What was the edit that you made from the ranked set?
The ranked set has a lot of 1/6 and a lot of sudden speed-ups that we figured
I see,
would really be good here.
Makes a lot of sense.
So this is basically even more of like a more traditional inner Oni than the actual inner Oni of the ranked set.
Pretty much, yeah.
I would say like 1/6 is like where you're already getting on like the higher end of inner Onis and treading into territory. It goes way beyond that. Whatever you can cook up, basically.
Alright, bit of an SV increase with the KI. I'm struggling to read this.
I could like,
you know,
I could like made out the patterns, but like the second that I registered what patterns the second I noticed which patterns they are, I would have been like half a second too late to hit them, basically.
Doesn't help that I'm currently seeing about 5 notes for every actual note. But in game,
depending on your setup.
for our players, it should be very clear.
For most.
For most, yeah. We can't make things too easy. It's the World Cup after all. We want to see the best of the best.
What
Precisely.
do you mean you don't have like a 480 Hz refresh rate monitor?
I'm saying
It's gonna be massive, so-
We will in fact not be escaping the Toho songs.
I'm all in for it. I find it funny that every time Toho gets mentioned, you have people like Ono coming back from the dead and like announcing his approval for Toho and TWC. They love to see it.
We love to see Ono seeing it.
Yeah.
So we have double time 1 next. Wouldn't that just be absolutely perfect for Comma?
Oh, stop it!
Not only do we have Toho in every pool, we also have specifically that song in every pool.
This looks like a really solid map, though. Looks really comfortable to play. Enough of a challenge that it fits really nicely into this pool. but not too
Well,
difficult
nice.
that I think the players are going to be having a hard time with it. Seems pretty perfect to me.
Yeah, this is another one of those side grade maps. Is DT1 going to be the same?
Oh, it's not comma.
It's not comma, sadly not.
Don't give rap ideas. You have the head cooler in the VC.
That's why I'm saying these things. While you're at it, look at my profile. I'm really cool and I've made maps before.
If the pools go downhill from this point forward, you have Teasel to blame for that.
Yeah, I'll accept the blame. For this double time one though, this one looks quite a bit more intensive than last week's one. This intro, well not intro, kind of first part of the song, very heavy on the doublers. And those are pretty tricky to get with the higher OD of double time. Only 9.5.
Yeah, it's quite fun. The last week's Nomad 1, not Nomad 1, DT1, had a lot of fast SV, but this one has a lot of lower SV. And instead of all the 1.6, this has more 1.8s.
Oh,
That's
I
an
see that.
interesting. It's an interesting way to scale the difficulty for DT1 as well, because you know how higher ranking players prefer when nodes go by fast, but when you hit them with like super dense maps, or well, this is not super dense yet, but this is pretty dense what we're looking at right now. You can find even some of the best struggling to maintain accuracy.
Yeah, just
We're
like
gonna continue
Nunico
on
here.
If we're going to continue on with this progression, are we going to be getting 112 and DT1 next week?
I mean, maybe. I wouldn't deny anything.
Oh.
Hear me out. 2L DT1 semifinals with like
Oh, no.
1/5, 1/7 snapping.
Well, we got to get to quarterfinals first.
Yeah,
Yeah. But
one
like,
new snap
but like
every
that's
week.
yeah. That's like I'm genuinely talking semifinals onwards with that.
Fair.
Oh, this is easy. I could hit that.
What about now?
I could no
is.
longer hit that. I love it when DT does that.
Yeah, it's a nice little offhand mono burst to bring you back into the action.
Yeah. Also, lots of choke potential here at the end.
I mean, once again, it's OD6 with DT, bringing it to 9.5. It's just stressful all the time.
Yeah, you're going to look up at your accuracy, and the horrible chance that you decide to look at your accuracy for some reason is going to be like 97. You're going to be like, why? I'm doing great. But no, you're not. You're not. OD 9.5 is unforgiving.
Yeah. Sadly, you're gonna keep seeing that in DT2.
This is the worst day of my
Anyway, it's quite funny. There's not a whole lot of non-custom maps in the pool, but this is one of them, as well as the previous DT.
This one looks pretty cool. We have 252 BPM, up in the speed from last time as well. Not quite at the same level as Nomad 2, but when you have the added OD difficulty, it makes sense to keep the BPM a bit more.
Yeah, it's also just a bit longer at a full 3 minutes.
So stamina's gonna be a big factor here as well.
It also has a bit of the 1-4 finishers, like at the end of patterns, which at OD 9.5 can lead to a couple of unexpected 100s.
I'm enjoying the song. It's quite funky. It's an enjoyable listen with double
I
time
love
as
the
well.
guitar.
Yeah.
And for those who don't like it,
Oh.
double time makes it end quicker.
I'm not a big fan of that KDK back to back. It's an evil pattern.
That's the magic of DT. Lets you use more uncomfortable things and get away with it.
Yeah.
But
That's
it's
one
not
thing
supposed
to
to be
it doesn't
easy,
it doesn't
Teasel.
look it doesn't look quite as comfortable as No Mod 2, but that is part of the package, of course. I just know I'm not hitting that pattern anytime soon. It's one of my mind blocks.
Like, overall, looking at this, processing this all, I feel like DT2 might still be one of the easier maps we've looked at so far.
It very well
Does look pretty
might
comfortable.
be, yeah.
Might be.
It's just a normal map.
You with your hypotheticals, yeah, it might be, it might not be. Maybe there will be something easier, maybe there will be something harder.
1.4 times PI speed at the very end.
With the round of 16, the matches from round of 32 that weren't so close are going to be much closer now.
Ooh, love to see it.
Yeah, because the seats are going to be closer, so yeah, in both winners and losers as well. So a lot less sweeps next week.
Just so happens that the easiest map might end up being the hardest map because of this.
True. Yeah, accuracy battle.
Gonna be so
Great
funny
stuff.
if that right there decides the map. Anyways, that's DT2.
It's gonna happen.
DT2 and the end of the DT pool going into Free Mod 1.
All right,
Bit
you
of a
can pronounce
colon-free
this one.
background. No, I can't.
We get some cold freeze in chat, please.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna call it now. Colloquially, this is colon 3.
Colon for
Like,
cool.
I'll give it a shot because Teasel already put himself forward for the artist's name for the second custom song. It's Biuna Boyo Boyo Supoyo Nyako. That's what that is.
You did it.
Poyo,
Thank you.
Tsupoko,
There's-
Nyago.
There's something
Great
about
stuff.
cats and there's something about soup in there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this is a little super map.
Oh yeah.
Oh, super map.
This is fairly similar to round of 32's Free Mod 1 in terms of 1-4s, but it throws in a lot of 1-6 as well. Especially some more unconventional 1-6.
Yeah, I think it looks like we're kind of sticking on the theme of this map being more accessible to mods, especially like a double with the hidden hard rock.
Yeah, it's more accessible, but it will kick in near the end. Perhaps after
Good
this
boy.
slow section.
Oh god, the finishers. A sign of what's to come, maybe? A 1-6? Oh. Oh, I see.
A big
Oh,
GI
I
with
see.
1-6 and 1-3. Whoa, whoa, slow down a bit.
Oh my goodness.
Alright, we had to ramp up
Watch
the
out,
difficulty
hard rock
somehow.
players.
Watch out, everyone who is not good at 1-6. But I mean, that's the high point, the hardest part of the map.
Yeah. Still looks pretty acceptable for the players in this tournament. Because we need to remember, we didn't actually knock anyone out this weekend. So all the low-seeded teams are still here. We need to take them into consideration too.
That's pretty much the thought process, yeah.
Next
harder.
weekend though, get ready.
Pretty much. Those who make
If
it
you
through-
survive, you're gonna wish you hadn't.
Yeah. Alright, that's the accessible free mod. What's the inaccessible free mod?
Wow,
What the
the
heck?
replayer's only getting 1 million?
Who's
You get
that
one-
mapper?
1.12.
Yeah, who is this
Oh,
guy?
this is starting off pretty slow.
draft map in the TWC pool? Unheard of.
What?
This
Anyways,
looks like it should be played with hard rock.
yeah, this is Inventor. Took a lot of references from Round of 32's Free Mod 2 in how I placed SVs, but as you can see, this is a lot denser.
Oh yeah.
The key point here is, you know, the offbeats, the weird rhythms, the complete cutout of any sound in the weird rhythms.
They're gonna make it difficult for hidden players to follow, I think.
Oh yeah. I'm just enjoying the map, I'll be honest. Like, let's be fair, I've been casting for 2 hours now and I'm exhausted. I should be asleep, but I'm also just like, I like this. This looks cool.
Sweet. I hope it is. I think it's pretty sweet myself.
I said the right words to appease our overlord.
Yeah, you did well. You're gonna get a reward next week.
Another slow section for those awful hidden players. Disgusting mod. Play something real.
Yeah, it's another slow section, but it's extremely similar to the first. So if you, like you said in a couple maps ago, if you make it through the first part, you can make it through the second.
Alright, nice build up. Nice speed. When will it end?
Right about now.
Alright, here's another higher SV section for the hard rock players.
I was just thinking how funny would it be to have a song that just never like stops speeding up, but that's the point of songs like Delta Max. Like it's
Yeah.
been done before.
That's a good idea, actually, Delta Max. I'll think about that.
I'm sorry in advance.
Mew, get on it, Mew, please.
Delta
sorry.
Max. Anyways, free mod is finished. Which means there's only one map left. Let's not waste
No
any
way.
time and check it out.
It's Free Mod 3.
No.
Yeah, how's that for a TB? Welcome, Cancel, to the featured artist roster of O's, and what an interesting tiebreaker song. To be fair, I have so many questions. First of all, how many references did you all find in the background? Second of all, Raph, tell us a little bit about how this came to be. This is incredible. I like this a lot.
Well, long story short is that Nurend, one of the mappers of the TV, is a huge Cancel fan. So, while thinking of who to contact for TWC, Nurend said, "We need to get Cancel," and so we did. That's pretty
It's
much
just
it.
that easy.
That's how it went. Amazing. Yeah,
The thing is,
that's easy.
The thing is, you can do a lot by just asking. So, this is proof of that. Welcome, Cancel, to the featured artists.
We're very
Love to
happy
see
to
it.
have you. You have absolutely amazing songs, and this is such a great addition to the World Cup for this year. It very much reminds me of some past tiebreakers that we've had in the World Cup, such as playing with Ruby in 2021, and there's also Goodbye, Mr. Jack. I can't quite remember what year that was. 2018?
Alright, now guess
Something
what we
like that.
sent to Cancel as references.
No.
Exactly
Nah.
those two.
Well, you absolutely delivered on that then. The fact that those are the two songs that come to mind when I hear this one. What can I say? It's absolutely perfect.
I mean, we asked back in HR1, you like jazz? We like jazz, so we hope you do too.
I am very much liking how creative these TVs are getting. That we're getting like not like the Tech TV number 421. Instead, we're getting something super creative, super original, fitting for O's original, let's be real, and having another featured artist to join the roster, well, it's just a cherry on top. That concludes round 16 showcase. You all got to see what you all will be able to play next week, like it or not. You will have to prepare because those will also feature first couple elimination matches. We will say goodbye to some countries next week. That's very sad to think about.
I'll send
only
them on
hope-
the train.
Can only hope they go out on this, on the train of thought, like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Onwards
Obviously,
to new
with-
horizons.
Obviously, with a lot closer matchups, we hope to see more tiebreakers, more close matches like we see in like a handful of times this weekend. Next week, we're gonna ramp everything up just a little bit more, get the hype train going, and yeah, we hope to see you all there. That's been the Round of 16 showcase showed to you, provided to you. Oh, of course, credits. Oh my god, we haven't actually gone through the turns. Yeah, I mean, you've seen it in the storyboard, but like, credit where credit is due, you know? Cancel as the composer of that song. Design storyboard video by Pantulu, Rises as Sakura, and mapped by Nurend and Yuone. Big props to all of you on this great collaboration altogether. Very well done. And looking forward to lots more to come. And I think now we have all the boxes checked for tournament.
Yeah, keep a lookout on the main OSU page for the upcut on the news post for Cancel and the other licensed tracks that we'll be gaining for OSU. They have absolutely amazing songs, so I really hope you're looking forward to checking them out. Around 7 songs, I believe, so lots to work with, and I really look forward to the exciting maps that people make out of them across all 4 game modes.
Yeah. With that, we're gonna say goodbye, all 3 of us. It's been Jukes, Raph, and Teasel bringing you the Round of 16 showcase. We will see you all on Saturday next week. Stay tuned for more taiko drumming goodness.
twice and did the opposite, just being young and stupid. Oh, I haven't been all that you could have hoped for, but if you'd held on a little longer, you'd have had more reasons to be proud. Oh, so many questions, but I'm talking to myself. I know that you can't hear me anymore, not anymore. So much to tell you, and most of all goodbye, but I know that you can't hear me anymore. It's so loud inside my head, with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words no longer I said here. The louder the silence, I know that you're gone, but sometimes I swear that I hear your voice where the wind blows. So I talk to the shadows, hoping you might be listening, 'cause I want you to know it's so loud inside my head, with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Taiko World Cup 2024 round of 16 match of Brazil versus Finland. Two very, very good teams, especially in the early stages of a tournament. Brazil has the upper hand at seed 5, but Finland is not a country to be underestimated in these circumstances. I am Teasel, joined by Janitor. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, both teams, I think, swept their previous matches, but now they're facing an opponent on relatively equal field.
Yeah, like, I have a feeling people will probably lean more towards Brazil, just due to the higher seeding, as well as their previous tournament performances generally resulting in higher positionings than Finland. But we have to remember, this isn't quarterfinals or semi-finals where Finland begins to struggle a bit. This is still only round of 16, where Finland absolutely dominates. So, what will happen? I'm not too sure, but I think this will be one of the closer matches this weekend.
Yeah, both teams are actually pretty similar. They're both like accuracy and consistency teams that really excel when they can just SS every map. And that's definitely a scary matchup to be in when you're in the round of 16 level.
Yeah, like, I was going to say, I'm not even sure what teams are going to ban in that, but here we go, they're just going to tell us. Brazil banning No Mod 5 and Finland banning Hidden 1. These seem like pretty acceptable bans. Brazil has some incredibly good slow hidden players, which I feel Finland doesn't really have many players to specifically fill that slot, especially compared to Brazil. And Brazil deciding to get rid of the purest consistency pick possible in this pool. You know, when it's a consistency battle versus consistency battle, I feel like I'm more willing to put my money on Finland on this one. So Brazil have decided to just get rid of that possibility.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Brazil, I think, had overall better accuracy in round of 32, but they did end up finding a few weird misses here and there.
Yeah, No Mod 5 is one of those maps where it's like, oh, this is just farm map. insert here. It's really easy, but you know, you still have to. You still need to maintain that concentration and really keep going with it.
It's
very
always
just
easy
to
until you
lapse
miss.
in yeah, exactly. A single lapse in your just attention span and it's gone. And it's a long map as well. But we're gonna kick this match off with No Mod 4. Our gimmick map of the pool. I'm gonna assume Finland have been practicing it religiously just before the match, and they're wanting to get it done and out of the way while it's still fresh in their minds.
Both teams are actually quite good at gimmick maps, so this
Yeah,
is
that's the thing.
yeah. But I will say this is not technically the full title of the song, from what I remember.
Yes, there is the full version of the title. I don't have it to hand. It's out there though.
It's not quite pronounceable.
You can sure try. Oh no, I'm having to scroll up so much chat and I can't find it.
Let's see.
But unofficially, it's just called WoW, which is, you know, I guess it kind of describes how you might feel when you play the map. Like, wow, what's going on?
Well, for me, gimmick maps are always they're always for a treat.
Absolutely. This one is, it's definitely one of the more kind of tame new gimmick maps out there. It introduces a lot of the concepts that he generally uses, but it keeps them simple enough as we are in round 16. But plenty more future rounds to throw into absolutely crazy things that everyone's going to be struggling with.
Early round gimmicks, I think, are still in the practicable stage. Late round gimmicks are where it really starts to get into ban every single round stage.
Yeah. Yeah, it generally does come down to just who is willing to dedicate more time to it. But with this kind of level, it's not quite that level. I don't know. It can still be like it's generally a pick that's referred to being slightly more favored towards the lower seeded team because the map itself is less mechanically demanding. It's kind of more about your reading, memorization, and practice. But when you have two teams like this, I feel like you can't really take that into consideration. It is just going to be who practices it more, who gets the higher accuracy,
Yeah,
who doesn't
so
make a single mistake.
yeah, Brazil is just infamously a really good sort of gimmick team. But yeah, you can see like the bar lines. The thin bar lines always correspond to like a dog, and the thicker white bar lines correspond to a cat.
Yeah, we have some slider flashes, which which make things a lot harder to read. It looks like Hero actually missed on one of those sections there. So Finland have a very slight score lead, but a miss from Missouli is going to trade that back over. Yeah, we have the faster bar lines here.
It's the barest of leads.
Yeah, it's only about 1,000. I've seen a lot of players kind of struggling to maintain accuracy in this section.
I like the score. Wait, actually, is that real? No,
Yeah,
that's a real lead. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if combo actually has anything to do with drum rolls, but that would have made a difference there for quite a lot of it, as Missouli was below 400.
Yeah, I think Hiroke was also actually tapping throughout it. I don't know if that makes a difference with the score though.
I haven't tested that. Alright, they just gotta maintain it through this final PI section.
They might actually win because of that slider section.
This is the outro, it's similar stuff to the beginning. Just gotta not get too distracted by the flashes in the SV.
Wow. Okay, that was an interesting way to retake that lead. You're okay with
Yeah.
wow, 201 miss. Brazil's accuracy is crazy.
Yeah, Foxaru, one of the champions of gimmicks in this game. 2100 FC. crazy stuff. Anti doing really well as well. 8-100 FC. I have Missouli with 9-100, 1 miss. Like, when the worst score on the board is like a 9-100, 1 miss, or like a 12-100 play, like, what can you say? That's kind of what you expect from these kind of teams, especially on this style of map. Even though the score difference was 15,000, like, they're very clearly evenly matched when it comes to this sort of stuff. I'm curious to see what the official pickings say. That is not what I expected. 96% of votes to Brazil, 3.8 being to Finland, only 2 votes for them. And we see something similar on the Twitch, 95% to Brazil, 5% to Finland. I personally put Brazil winning, but I put a tiebreaker. Like, I could just be misunderstanding the sort of skill with both of these teams, but
I think it's hard because both teams are just so similar in their skill sets that it feels like Brazil is favored on almost every map they're picking. It's just that it's like a 60-40 kind of thing.
maybe the more interesting approach to take would be, instead of kind of picking maps that your team is really strong at, because the other team are going to be really strong at them, dedicate that practice to the maps that your general and skill sets you're generally not so confident with, because maybe you'll be able to catch out the other team with that. But it's a bit too late to be thinking up new strategies like that now.
Well, there's always time to be practicing in between maps. That's what the
True.
2-minute timer call-out is for.
Although ideally, they would be practicing the whole pool, not just the maps they plan to pick.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, we have confirmation. The slider section is automatic score, so spamming doesn't provide anything extra. But Finland
does
drops a lot of
give-
accuracy around that section, so that's why it kind of looked like something was going on there.
It is quite satisfying though to just play notes during that, but Brazil is going full mod.
Yeah, Finland not too far behind, playing it slightly safer with the 5 mod. On the anti-mod, free mod in that as well.
Brazil doesn't care if something is anti-mod, they'll just mod it anyways.
Yeah, some of the higher SV sections do get pretty difficult for Hard Rock, so that's going to be a test for 5 pro players here. Gamer's Decision alone is going to be kind of needing to pay more attention to those lower SV parts. I don't believe there's anything crazy with like overlaps or anything. I did play the map yesterday, forgot how it goes.
I think you're right about that.
Yeah, but they're looking pretty confident. They held on incredibly well in the intro, which is honestly one of the hardest parts for him, I would say. So, Vonanen being the first player to pick up big misses though. Gamer's Decision and Andy following it up though. 3-way wipe for Finland. Brazil on the other hand, 3-way FC.
And 2 mid to high 99% with hidden hard rock on the anti-mod free mod.
Yeah, it looks like Brazil kind of really understood the assignment with this one. Like, I'm sure they know themselves as being players out in the team pretty much every year. That Finland is a scary opponent. They've probably been practicing really, really hard this past week.
Oh yeah, their scores are.
Their
scores are really good.
Knowing that if they make even a single mistake or two, Finland are ready just to take that lead right back away from them. But on this map, 160,000 score lead, this is very much in favor of Brazil.
Brazil with 3 hidden hard rock full combos. Brazil is really the platonic ideal of a team for TWC teams.
Absolutely. They've podiumed once before, and with a seed like 5th, they have like all their best players back this year again. They had most of their roster in previous years, but it wasn't quite perfect. But this year they've got it. Seed 5, they're definitely a contending team, at least to make it to finals, and they have a pretty good shot in the higher pools as well.
Oh, Foxford did break during that high SV section, but yeah, it's how do you even be the team split like that?
We're going to need a full disconnect from one of the players at this stage for Finland to be able to take the break point back. But that's not very realistic. And with the score submitted, Brazil taking the second point.
Look at that. 6-100 full combo from Hero King.
God.
Hidden Hard Rock on the anti-mod.
I often forget just how good Hirok is in tournament surf situations. I'm like, yeah, they're a good player, obviously, but I don't know, when I think of them, I just think more of their mapping. But
Yeah. Also,
clearly reminding me that absolutely incredible player as well.
also does a lot of fooling too, so it feels like sometimes they don't really get an opportunity to play, but when they do, they make sure to remind people why they're so good.
For sure. And Finland as well, with a very, very good team score overall. Sure, all their players had misses, but those were only a handful.
Yeah, against almost any other team, they probably could have won, or at least have it be a much closer score.
Absolutely. And Finland are opting to go with no mod 3 now. Finland have some really, really good speed players, and we're going to be seeing them come in for this map. We already have BFKB113 PPK coming in. The number one player in Finland, top 50 global. Plays a lot of speed, maybe not a whole lot else, but they're really good at that speed.
If you're top 50 global, you're probably a speed monster. That is just how it goes.
Absolutely, yeah. It's what the card meta favors, so... If anything, this is probably too slow for some of those players, but I'm gonna have to tone it down. The accuracy's still important.
Alright, it seems like Brazil is not optimistic about this map. Is this a rate-up version of the ranked one? Or is this a different
Yes. I think it is a rate-up of the ranked version, or just a rate-up but remapped. I'm not sure.
one? Yeah,
'Cause
that
I
map is
don't
cool.
recall N-Wolf mapping the original.
Honest, I just assume that if a map is before, 2018, N-Wolf probably mapped it.
Alright, let's take a look quickly. Should have figured this out before. I swear Freedman's from 2013.
It's really
no,
ancient.
oh, it is from 2013. No, the original Freedman's is mapped by Coot 8123.
Oh my god, that is the name I haven't heard in a while. But yeah, it was from the era where standard maps still had to include one taiko difficulty, I think.
Yeah, this one has a Muzu and an Oni.
Yeah, okay, entirely custom.
So it's a
What's
pretty
that?
cool idea doing.
Is that a real miss? From
Interesting
England?
start. Hopefully it gets the nerves out of the way for the rest of the map, but just how the
Tactical
map it
miss.
is. As long as Finland keep that accuracy up, keep the combos whole, then they just win this already. That's kind of what I mean by the mistakes coming in from Brazil and Finland being ready right behind them to take the lead from them.
Yeah, Kumo's accuracy is noticeably lower, and he's still with a double S, which is a fair bit ahead of Skull Kid, 1 or 2 hundreds.
Yeah, it's hopefully none of them have the scores open on the sides of the screen to see that they're in the lead. But the only people that do that are crazy people and streamers, so...
Yeah, it's very nerve-wracking.
I feel like with what the score difference is anyway, you probably wouldn't really be able to tell at just a glance anyway, so... But everyone holding on just as expected, really. Kyomo building up the accuracy as well to over 99%. But Finland are maintaining their around 14,000 score lead.
Yeah, Skull Kid is doing well, but on Finland they're basically 2 Skull Kids in terms of score. Well, one and then a second one minus 100.
Yeah, if anything, the score lead is slowly growing. Extra 100 just generally coming in on the side of Brazil. Kyomo dipping just below 99 again, Skull Kid picking up more 100s. But it looks like Anti dropped a bunch of accuracy. That score difference is now only 3,000.
I think he missed.
Oh, he did! I didn't even see that. I was too busy looking at the accuracies on Brazil. Brazil taking the lead. This is right at the end of the map.
Oh my god. 2,000 point lead?
So just as Finland is ready to snatch up any mistakes that Brazil makes, Brazil's also ready to snatch up any mistakes that Finland makes.
Their accuracy was actually good enough that if Andy missed a little bit later, they probably would have still won, but
Yeah.
yeah, Miwa's tactical miss actually paying off dividends because you lost comparatively less score from that.
Yeah, that's really, really unfortunate for Finland there. Because it's Brazil's pick now, and if they win their own pick, which normally you'd expect that puts them at match point already. And I wasn't expecting the match to go this way personally.
Yeah, it's like Brazil seems like they're just a higher accuracy version of Finland. With maybe slightly worse consistency in some respects, but I mean, for this level of map, Brazil is clearly doing well enough for themselves.
Where do they go though? It's gonna be hard up too. It seems like a reasonable pick, but Finland's also really good at hard rock. At least two of their players, Antti and Vodnanen, they're actually going to be playing this hard rock and they're going to do really well on it. I'm genuinely not sure who Finland's third player for hard rock is though. Not that I'm saying they don't have one, I don't know. Maybe I'll have a look at...
I think it's Vodnanen. Yeah, it's Vodnanen.
Yeah, Vodnanen and
Vodnanen.
Gamer's decision. I wasn't aware of their hard rock capabilities. Let's have a look. Did they play hard rock last week?
Yes, they did.
They did.
They full comboed it. They actually got a full team combo.
Yeah, it was Antti Vodnanen and Gamer's decision with a really, really strong 4th place overall out of 22 teams that played it.
Yeah, really good at hard rock. Question is, are they good enough?
Yeah, Brazil getting 9th place on it overall. The total score difference between 4th and 9th place there though is 14,000 score. So it is a lead, but not a huge one.
Alright, 210 BPM I think is still in the comfortable range for at least players nowadays. It's like, I think it's a really streamy sort of map though, so a lot of potential breakpoints.
Yeah, we could be seeing something similar to the Poland Turkey match in round of 32, where, you know, it looks like, oh, Brazil are just going to take the kind of sweep on this. Then Finland can come right back. That's absolutely the type of match it is. Brazil going to be taking the early lead on this one though, but it's a long map, 3.5 minutes. Plenty of higher SV sections and streams to make mistakes on.
Fair amount of people breaking accuracy on those finishes, which is not good, because it's a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah, this map has a lot of fairly calm sections with not too much going on. Then you have these KIs which are quite a bit more dense and the SV is higher as well. Everyone doing really well. Still holding on to the accuracies. Brazil still maintaining the lead of 9,000 points. Growing it up to about 12k.
It seems like Vodnanen is not as comfortable with accuracy on this map.
Yeah, he's the only player to be below 99 accuracy.
Yeah, getting some unfortunate hundreds. I think maybe not very comfortable on like the speed of the streams, and then picking up a lot of hundreds afterwards.
Yeah, we see Lauren Zetto dropping quite a few 100s now as well. Not quite down at Vodnanen's accuracy, but still not kind of staying up high with the rest of the players in the lobby. Most of Brazil's lead is really coming from Hirok and Fox, or both with only a handful of 100s each.
Fox are on, I think that's 1/100.
Yeah, sounds about right. Hirok maybe only about 3 or 4.
Still, everyone full comboing.
Yeah, if Brazil pick up on this now, there's definitely enough time for Finland to be able to come back from it. But it will have to be sooner rather than later to make a 20,000 score.
Yeah, especially for a longer map where score differentials are typically going to be lower, and you don't get as much ground from a miss.
Oh, there it is!
He missed on the finisher!
It's not a big miss, but that combo advantage is on Finland.
Oh no,
Gamer's
Gamer's
decision
decision!
matches it. The score lead was changing so slowly anyway, I don't think it would have been enough.
Oh my god, why is everyone missing on the finishes?
We need to get some bongo players in the lobby.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but Brazil really did have the stronger accuracy there overall. 5 100s, 5 100s. What even?
Wow. But yeah, both players that missed, only one of them each. And the worst 100 count in the entire lobby being at 40, leading to a 98.75 full combo. Yeah, even though Finland lost that is that is easily a team score that can wipe out more than half the competition, without question.
Yeah, against any other opponent, Finland probably would have won in this round, but they're basically playing a team that has exactly the same strengths as them.
But yeah, with that, Brazil are at match point. They only need one more map to take the match and continue on through the winners bracket. Finland now need to win the next 4 in a row to force a tiebreaker.
I think Finland maybe would like to consider one of the double times. I think they did comparatively better on the speed, but I don't know if the higher OD would be better or worse for them. I assume worse.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they should go.
Hard Rock 1 is also a possibility, but I think Brazil is very comfortable with that sort of techie Hard Rock. Oh, no mod 2, which is I think the techno mod.
Yes, this is the tech map. And it's not shy of the tech either, it's got quite a lot going on.
Yeah, if it's in the
Very
left
easy
song,
very easy to choke.
I don't
Yeah,
think
not
we've...
only is it a left song, it's also a rise map.
Yeah. There also hasn't really been a lot of tech maps played this match, so not a lot of information to work with.
Yeah. So maybe Finland are kind of attempting the approach of, maybe they pick something they're not quite as comfortable on, but also knowing that Brazil's not super comfortable on it either.
Yeah, you have to try something new.
Yeah, if your best first strategy isn't working, honestly, just throw something random out there and hope it sticks, really. Yeah, I think Finland does have good potential in this one. But yeah,
Sure.
it's...
Always really close to winning, aside from Fremont 2. It's just Brazil's accuracy is very hard to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe where they can't beat Brazil in accuracy, they can beat it in just keeping the combos where Brazil drops them. And a tech map is where you're most likely to see that. I'm a bit of a slow start to this one, but it'll pretty quickly ramp up.
Wow, a tied score.
No way! Everyone double S-ing, this is crazy, never seen before.
Oh my god, it's still tied.
Alright, does seem like Finland has the early lead. Still far too early to call anything.
I think that was some actually dropped on the 1-6, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Extra 100 drops from Brazil.
Oh,
Give
miss from
them-
Lazuli.
Lazuli missing.
Yeah, and
Missing as
Angie,
well.
their double S score.
That was a very rough miss though, all the way down at 98 accuracy. Mazuli's is very clean, staying up at 99. For Brazil are going to be carrying it into the second half of the map with a score lead of 65,000.
Yeah, Anti unfortunately missing right after that long mono pattern. Maybe lost count of it a little bit and might have overplayed it afterwards.
Yeah, and with that break section in there, Brazil can see that they're also full comboing. There's only one left on the side of it.
Here, okay, with I think that's like 2 100s, 3 100s.
Oh, you had to go inside, didn't you?
Yeah, by far the best accuracy in the lobby, just doing wonders for Brazil.
Yeah, and just coming up to the end of the map, a miss from Milu is going to be the first opening that Finland needs. But they're going to need multiple others pretty much instantly. And he getting another miss. I think this is over.
Wow, I think that might actually be 2 100s.
Oh my goodness. me.
Yep, 2 100s on the tech map, which is, I mean, Anti had 5 100s. So it's pretty close, if you ignore the third row. But that's going to be a win for Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil actually sweeping this match, which, while pretty much everyone predicted Brazil to win, I don't think many people would have predicted a full-on sweep.
Yeah, Brazil played that very well. Finland did have an opportunity to win a few of the points, but Brazil is just looking really strong this year. All their players are back and much stronger than before. It's going to be scary for anyone they end up facing.
Yeah, and with that, Brazil are going to be advancing on through the winners bracket into the quarterfinals. Really, really great position to be in, and they will be going against the winner of the United States and Turkey, which will be happening later on this weekend. And for all you Finland fans out there, it's not over for them, as they'll be dropping down into the losers bracket, where I predict they'll have a very good run down in there. And their first match will be the winner next weekend, will be the winner of Italy versus Germany once again later this weekend.
In past years, that would have been a very terrifying combination to face. This year, a bit less, but still very interesting teams.
Absolutely. But as you can see with our schedule right here, we have so many more matches this weekend, both today and tomorrow. So keep hanging around as there's plenty going on, and our next match will be in half an hour, 30 minutes from now, of Hong Kong versus Thailand. So I think that's pretty much it from us, unless you have anything else to add.
Buy a banner.
Oh yes, yeah. You can buy a banner for any of the teams that qualified this year. Even if they're already out, you can still show their support. I believe it's $2.50 USD.
That is correct. And you can buy as many banners as you want.
Yep, you want to support every team? You can do that. And all the money goes just towards supporting the World Cups and everything that's done within them. So yeah, it's a worthwhile cause to keep them the highest quality and bringing in like the newer and better things as much as possible. So yeah, hope we see you on the future matches this weekend, and enjoy.
All right, and welcome back, everyone, to the Osu Taiko World Cup round of 16. We're going to be having our last match of the day. It's going to be Chile versus Canada in the winners bracket. I'm Ethan, and I'm joined by Driod.
Hello.
Hello. And yeah, we have quite a match on our hands. I feel like a lot of people are expecting this match to be somewhat close, and some people are expecting one side to just completely destroy the other. I don't know. I feel like this match is quite decisive on Pick'ems. It's like one of the more decisive matches of the week.
I haven't seen the pick'ems, but just by what I've seen in various chats, I've definitely seen that partially just the hope that we actually have a non-sweep match today. But also I've seen a lot of people saying that it will be yet another sweep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it won't be a sweep, but that's just maybe potentially hopeful thinking. We've had some pretty bad luck today with sweeps, but, you know, one more match, and it's a pretty close match in seeding. You know, 8th versus 9th seed, so
Yeah.
there's a chance this match is definitely close. Looks like Chile will be banning up Hidden 2 right away. Usually we see Hidden 1.
Yeah,
Interesting.
but it seems they're more of a player one type people, with Luigi getting banned out.
No mod 1 ban. Ooh. You don't see that typically in like closer seeding matches. That's interesting. Although, with Canada in particular, I'm actually not that surprised. I was looking at like their previous results and stuff, and I did kind of notice a bit of a weakness towards like more of the consistency no mod type of maps.
So, for a bit of context as to why it's being a sweep, I'm being told that it's because if you look at the qualifier results, the rank sum for Canada was 73, while Chile was 49. So,
Yeah.
a very large difference, even though they're right next to each other in the seating.
It's a surprising difference. I did not realize till I like looked at it. I was shocked whenever I saw that. Like, wow, I didn't even know you could have that big of a difference with just one like seating differential.
Yeah, honestly, me neither. But looks like we'll be heading into Free Mod 1 for our first chart.
Yeah, it'll be Canada picking that. In the last week's free mod, they went triple hidden hard rocks. I kind of wonder if they'll do it again. This one's a lot harder though, so I don't think so.
There's a lot of funny SV, to say the least. Lots
Yeah,
of variation. It makes it both hard for both mods. Which almost begs the question whether it'd be easier with both, but with the way hard rock works, probably not.
yeah, it's tough. I've definitely heard of some people though where they find hidden hard rock easier than just one singular mod
Yeah.
with very certain maps. Just due to
I've
SV.
definitely had that happen once or twice, but emphasis on once or twice.
It has to be a very specific map for that kind of thing to happen. Ooh.
And
Oh,
we,
the trip. Oh,
okay,
Oh.
we have everyone on a hidden hard rock.
Free mod 1, also known as the hidden hard rock pick in Taiko World Cup. My
The-
beloved.
this is the way we like our tournaments here.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I love to see this. All right. Now let's see. Did one of the teams maybe overmod this potentially, or are both teams pretty confident here with hidden hard rock? Guess we'll have to find out. So far, Chile with slight early accuracy lead, but only just by a few 100s. Oh, Yuchi picking up the first miss of this match.
We'll give a slight lead over to the side of Canada for now, but still quite close overall.
Yeah, we're quite early on into the map. 100 there from Chiba Masu, though. He's going to allow Canada to get a little bit more of a lead here into this. Oh, that is from Kombucha, though. That's unfortunate. That should flip it over to Chile's side unless they drop accuracy here or miss. Oh, actually, let's see. It's so close. It's about to flicker on
Yeah.
over.
It's a 1 or 2 100 difference right now.
Yeah, with the combo difference,
flipped.
it should be flipping over. And now it's in the favor of Chile, but only by a few 100s here. It is anyone's game right now. It is.
Dizzy picking up another 100. We'll have about a 6,000 point lead over to the side of Chile for now.
Chibumasu picking up some 100s. Dropping it down to around a 3,000 to 2,000 point lead. It's so close right now. It's some more 100s from Yuchi as well. Oh, it's starting to flip on over to Canada side off of accuracy. It wants to flip on over.
Oh, we're only halfway through the chart though.
I know, there's so much more chart left. It is a bit of a long map. It just keeps on flickering on over to either side. It is so hard to tell who has an advantage here. UlQ, I don't want to caster curse them, but they are holding on to an SS right now, and that's scary.
Ooh,
Oh my goodness!
Look what you've
Okay.
done. But Dizzy does trade the miss back.
Oh.
Chile's still in the lead for now. This is
Yeah,
one of the harder parts of the chart. Kombucha also found a miss.
Yeah, despite the miss from UlQ, it looks like Canada dropped just a little bit harder there. And now Chile have somewhat of a substantial lead. It's not by a lot still, but it's the most we've seen so far, 20,000 points. Still though, any massive drop here could definitely flip things on over to the other side.
Yeah. It's gonna come down to the very end for this.
Yeah, there's not too much map left here. Canada want to take this and avoid a break point early on. They're gonna have the hope for a pretty massive drop. Chibumasu dropping quite a few 100s here. They're still holding on to their combo though. Yuchi as well dropping a few 100s. I don't think it'll be enough. It's gonna come down to just this, and yeah, that's the end of the map. Chile are gonna be taking the first point of this match. with
A
an early
break point.
Wow. All
14 100s coming in from Escrow for the FC, but Alkui with 3 100s and a 1 singular miss.
Yeah, just one miss right there. I can't believe the second we talk about the second I mention Ulq's name, an instant miss happens. Oh no. The caster curse is too OP.
Yeah, look what you've done.
They still won the pick, so it's okay.
They did still win, but
Yeah.
it was scary. And Hard Rock 1 being our next pick.
Alright. I was maybe expecting like a DT2 first pick, not gonna lie, from Chile, but Hard Rock is definitely a pretty good map for them as well, I wanna say. Let me check the seeding. Actually, Canada placed a little bit higher than them in qualifiers, interestingly enough, for Hard Rock in qualifiers.
We do have dots coming in for the side of Canada. And I believe Escanien being traded in for the side of Chile as we head into Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, this is a somewhat of a smooth sailing map. There isn't too much like craziness going on. There's some like tricky stuff towards the end, but it's mainly just an accuracy battle for this map. I feel like with the seeding, both these teams should be able to play this map pretty decently combo-wise. I think it'll just come down to accuracy for the most part.
Yeah. I believe coming in at 9.1, I think, on the 9.1 or 9.4 on the OD with Hard Rock.
I believe it's 9.5. Oh, some early misses there from Esconian. Yeah, that'll give Canada an early lead here off of combo and... Oh, wow, I think actually accuracy as well. I'm not quite sure. Yet, I think they have a slight accuracy lead as well.
A little close
Actually,
with Dots picking up a few 100s there.
Yeah, Dots is starting to pick up a few 100s, and I think now Chile actually have the accuracy lead off of that. But still, it's fairly close and competitive so far. Ooh, a lot of 100s there. This
It's
slowdown.
it's starting to flicker again.
Oh, it's flickering over to Chile's side from this slowdown. Yeah, Dots is just really struggling here. They actually end up picking up a miss alongside the accuracy drop. And that'll give Chile a pretty decent lead here. 18,000 points, and it should be climbing off of the combo.
Halfway through the chart now.
Yeah, missing right in the dead center of the chart. That is devastating for Canada. Still though, there is a chance for them.
Only 30,000 points. It's definitely achievable with a random miss from a Chilean player.
Still though, although nobody on the side of Chile really picking up any misses right now. Looks like they've stabilized pretty well here. Another kind of slow section could trip up some players. Still though, not much is really changing. The accuracy lead is actually just slowly climbing more and more in Chile's favor as this map goes on. Oh. And try to take a second to chill out. Q is holding on to that SS, but I don't want to say anything because last time I commented on it. I think Chile have this in the back though. There's not that much map left. Oh wow. Oh no, Q!
That's
no!
so unfortunate.
No! I was waiting for the last 4 notes. I'm like, I don't want to call it, but like, oh
Two
no.
100s in the very last 4 notes.
Wow, okay. I mean, they still got the point though, and some very solid accuracy there
Yeah.
from everyone on the side of Chile. And Escrewed and Dizzy also had some pretty good accuracy as well. I think just Dot's accuracy kind of lagging behind everyone else ended up sadly costing Canada the point there. I
Yeah,
think
as well
there's
as
a
well as the
chance.
miss in the very middle.
Yeah, that as well. Especially on like a map like that where there isn't a ton of notes. But Canada has their second pick of this match. Ooh,
And-
Nomad 4. Okay.
Dreaded run from it. Nomad 4 arrives all the same.
I love me some gimmick. I feel like this gimmick map kind of has a little bit of like everything. Like it's like there isn't one gimmick that's like really overpowering. It's just kind of like a mix
Yeah, I
of
would-
just a bunch of little gimmicks.
Yeah, that's fair. I've seen a lot of varying performances on it. The hardest part of FC this honestly is just some of the random ways that sliders interact with V2.
Alright, just gonna get right into it. The players are already ready. I definitely think Canada could definitely take a point here. And it would be kind of a devastating breakpoint here, because that'd be the second breakpoint. And that would start to give Chile a lot of momentum in this match. First miss is going to be from Escrute, though, on the side of Canada.
Scunion trades it back though.
Oh, more misses from Esconian.
Hey, at least there's no SS for you to curse this time. At least from the side of Olqui.
I was gonna say Chiba Mesu does have one, but it's very early on the map. I don't want to say anything yet. Still a very solid accuracy from them. Esconian though, like their accuracy is lagging behind everyone else a little bit, and also those misses from earlier are very unfortunate. It's gonna give Canada a bit of a decent lead here for now, but they have to hold on to their combos and accuracy in order to keep it. Some accuracy drops on the side of Canada. It's gonna make things a little bit closer, but still 14,000 point lead to the side of Canada. Chiba Masu dropped the SS. Still very high accuracy from them though. Closer to the end of the map here. Still 14,000 point differential right now. Not too much is changing, although that miss from Esconian might have sealed it for Canada. If they can hold all their combos, they should have it, but there's still a bit more map left. There's plenty of opportunities for them to miss, and for Chile to come back into this. It is not over just yet, but it's slowly getting closer to the end of the map. Now it's above 30,000 points, and that's
we
the end
have
of
it.
the map.
It's not a sweep. We
Oh my
have our
goodness.
first non-sweep of the day and of round of 16 as a whole.
think I would have been so sad if we had like all sweeps for an entire day in round of 16. But yeah, thank goodness. And honestly, Canada are looking pretty like competitive in this match overall. Like the maps that they did lose, like they didn't lose it by like such a huge amount that it's like, oh, there is no chance for them to win it. Like 14,000 point difference in Free Mod 1 for first map, and then 58,000 for Hard Rock 1. So, I mean, it's been pretty close on all the maps so far.
It has. And we have our speed Nomad next, coming at 276 BPM.
Yeah, and it's also OD7, so maybe that'll make it a bit harder to act, but I think, I feel like for this seeding, it might not be too bad for either team.
Yeah. And I do just want to say, I don't think we mentioned it earlier, but this is a winner's bracket match, so whichever team loses is not out of the tournament just yet. Though, of
Yeah,
course, you always want to stay in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, it's always nice to have that security of staying in the winner's bracket for as long as you can. Although, whoever wins this match gets to play against Japan, I believe. Yeah, they play against Japan, so that is going to be quite a tough match. Oh, an early miss there from Dizzy. They did recover quite quickly. They're already back up to above 99%, but yeah, that will be giving Chile the early lead.
Yeah, this is one of those charts that, in all honesty, the patterns aren't too bad as long as you have the raw speed for it, but Kombucha finding a miss is gonna hurt Canada's chances here right now. Still only a quarter of the way through the map.
Ooh,
Hopefully
cute.
finding a miss.
Yeah, that will make things a bit more competitive, but Olkyu didn't drop any 100s with that. Everyone's above 99% right now. There's actually 2 SSs in the lobby currently, one for each team. Oh, the accuracy drops from Kombucha. They're still above 99%, but still, every 100, it feels like it's just gonna hurt. With how close things are right now, it might just come down to a few 100s, or just a miss.
Kombucha dropping below 99 for a moment.
Yeah, the 100s being dropped from them right now. It's really hurting Canada's score right now. I think Canada are going to have to win this via just a huge miss. Just like a lot of misses from Chile.
With a fast map like this, one miss can certainly lead to a lot more in a short period of time.
Screw drops the SS,
Ooh.
and oh no. Another miss from Kombucha. And now Chile's lead is going to start growing even more. And another miss. That might just be it for Canada on this map.
Yes, it's not looking good.
Yuji does drop the SS, but yeah, that's gonna go over to Chile's side. Now it's 3-1. Oh my goodness, that team accuracy from Chile. That is an absurd overall score. That might be like one of the best scores I think we've seen on this map so far. But that was Chile's pick, and now Canada will have their next pick here. I kind of wonder what they'll go for, and I don't have to wonder for too long. In fact, they just immediately picked. It's going to be Nomad 5, okay.
Yeah, good. I don't think I've seen this Nomad just yet.
I feel like a lot of teams have been kind of just not really picking Nomad 5. Like, they don't ban it, but they don't really pick it. It kind of feels like if you can play, like, if you can
Oh.
play like the streams and stuff, it feels very it feels like a very just like consistency kind of map, almost a mini tiebreaker, I say.
Yeah, I mean, coming in at 334 certainly is a long one.
Yeah, with Chile's accuracy, this map is kind of scary to go into, but I guess Canada are just kind of hoping for the consistency. We're seeing Taiko playing for Chile. I don't think we've seen them in this match.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that they've been here, coming for the 5th map.
Yep, we have not seen them in this match yet.
Just about to head in to our quite long adventure that will be Nomad 5.
I'm kind of wondering if we'll see any like pretty massive note locks here, just because the map is quite streamy, or if players will be able to recover quite quickly from their misses if they do miss. Because I feel like that's kind of an underrated thing to look at whenever teams play like a very streamy map like this.
Luckily, we have OD7 at the very least, so slightly less issues with note locking, maybe.
Yeah, that does help things a little bit, but it can still be a bit tricky if you're not ready for it. So far, Canada has the early act lead off of Taiko picking up a few 100s in the beginning, but we're already about to get into the first Ki in the first stream section here. Let's see if anyone ends up getting an early drop. Everyone just hitting the 400 combo cap. So far, it's smooth sailing for both teams.
And everyone making it through the stream section. I mean, I can't look at all 6 streams at once, but I don't even know if I saw 100, but is screwed finding a miss just outside of the Ki.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Canada, because that should give Chile the lead. Oh my goodness, it's only by like a few hundred points. It is slowly climbing up
Yeah,
to a
it's
few
pretty
thousand.
pretty much only just the combo difference right now.
Yeah, it's just coming down to that one small miss there, but thankfully it wasn't during a stream, so they didn't have like a series of chain misses, because that could have been really bad for Canada. But just because it was one miss, oh, another one miss. Oh my goodness,
Just
they didn't
one.
note lock though. It's just one, and they recovered instantly. Oh no,
Oh,
but that,
no, oh,
that
no.
series of misses, oh no, the note lock is kicking in. Oh no. And now
We're only
Chile,
halfway through.
Chile find themselves at the nearly 50,000 score lead. It might bump up to 50,000 depending on accuracy.
Yuchi picking up a few 100s, but Kombucha finding a miss as well.
Oh no.
Almost 60,000 points now for Chile.
Yeah, now the nerves are on. Now all the players can see which team is in the lead. Chile are in the lead by quite a bit here, but with a map like this, honestly, like, if you miss in the wrong spot and can't recover properly, you can lose just like 30,000 score just like that.
For sure.
Just like just immediately. So all the players, they gotta be ready for this next stream section here.
Here we go.
It's a little bit faster than the other streams, I believe, but I could be wrong on that. Nobody's really dropping on these streams so far. Everyone performing really well on those streams right there, and there's not really too much map left. Izzy and LQ are both on SS territory, but there's still a little bit more map left. There isn't really anything too tricky, I believe, but still gotta be a little bit careful.
And that is 2 SSs we're seeing in this map, but Chile having the better accuracy overall.
Actually, I want to say Canada had the better accuracy overall, roughly, but the miscount ended up piling up just a little bit
Yeah.
too much.
That the note lock really hitting a scroot hard in that second section.
Yeah, I think the note lock is what ended up costing Canada that pick there. That's gonna be another break point.
Match point now for the side of Chile. Well, one more, and they're out of here with a victory.
And looks like their next pick going right into Hard Rock 2. Both these teams seem to have a strategy going into this.
Another really long chart, by the way. I almost said that the last one would be the longest, but I didn't know this existed.
Oh wait, is this map actually longer? I didn't know that.
At least for what the overlay says at 336. The last one was 334.
I didn't know that actually.
It's also OD7 base, so 9.8. Essentially OD10 with Hard Rock. The only difference being the 100 window is 1 millisecond larger on 9.8. But the 100 window is not really what's important. OD10 just has that scare factor, you know? You see that double digit number, you're like, oh no.
it strikes fear.
Also stream jump scare.
Oh yeah.
It is 210 after all. Moderately fast for Hard Rock.
Oh, scoreboard. Come on. Go back to the center. Come on, scoreboard. Come on. 2 back to the
There
center.
it goes.
Alright, good job. Good job. Alright, well, on to Hard Rock 2. It's gonna be a pretty... I feel like... It's hard to tell which team is sort of favored, because Hard Rock 1 was actually pretty close. Chile did win that, but
Yeah.
it is a bit tough to tell. I feel like Canada could take a break point here if they can play their cards right and hit some of these. I believe there's some streams in this map. If they can play this pretty well and keep up their combos and accuracy, they could maybe take a break point here. It's pretty tough to tell.
No more SSs remaining. Dizzy getting a quick 100, but Eltigan, I believe, the first time we're seeing them as match, gets the first miss of the song.
Yeah, it's gonna give Chile a bit of a nice lead, but still a lot more map to go.
Yeah. It's only being worth, I think that's either 500 or 616 points or so.
His accuracy right now is pretty crazy, 99.92. And this is like nearly OD10, basically OD10. Oh no, as they start commenting on, they do drop the 100s. Still though, very solid accuracy from them. I think the accuracy overall from Dizzy and Escrude are definitely keeping Canada in this, despite the misses. Miss, I believe, is just one miss from Eltigan earlier.
Lots of people getting some 100s in that 1-6, but making it through it at the very least.
No combo drops. Oh no, but Eltigan picking up a few more misses. That's going to extend Chile's score lead even further here into the second half.
Just a bit over a third left with 30,000 points in the lead for Chile. Chile wins this. They take the 5-1 victory. Canada needs this point to stay alive.
Yeah, if they want to keep their winner's bracket dream alive, they need to win this map, and every single map after this point in this match. The pressure is on for them right now. Squid and Dizzy are actually tied on accuracy. quite interesting. But yeah, just those misses from Eltigan are unfortunately going to be giving Chile a bit of a lead here. There's not too much map left here. I don't remember if there's like a bit of a diff spike towards the end. Oh, Shiny Froakie picked up one miss, and Miyuchi as well!
Uh-oh.
Oh! Is there enough map though? It was only one miss from each player, but still, a full combo drop from 2 players on your team is gonna hurt your overall team score.
Yeah,
It's going towards the center.
Against that above 400 as well.
Canada could capitalize
a lot
this.
of misses.
Shiny Froakie also picking up a lot of misses, but it's not enough.
I don't know if there's gonna be enough map left.
There's just not really enough map left. Eltigan missed a lot more there. And yeah, that's the end of the map. Chile are going to be taking it and winning the match 5-1 here and advancing on through the winners bracket.
11 100s coming in from Dizzy and 14 from Askrut.
And yeah, GG, well played to all these players in this match here. There were some very close calls here, even though it was
Yeah.
a 5-1. Honestly, there were a lot of maps where if Canada just played just a little bit better, got a little bit better of a score, it could have been like easily a way closer match in like actual score. But yeah, it looks like Canada will be dropping down into the losers bracket. Let me check who they play against next week. They will be playing against Russia, which is the 14th seed. So that could be a potentially interesting match.
Indeed. And I closed my scheduled tab, so I can't say what's next until it's put up on stream. We have Korea versus the Netherlands in 12 hours.
Yeah, so quite a while till our next match. Get some rest and come back at 12 UTC for some more Taiko World Cup action. I believe that's been pretty much all for me and Drion. Do you have any last things to say? That'll be it for us for quite a bit.
Yeah, we'll see you all. And I almost said a few hours, but we're talking half a day here. So see you all in approximately half a day.
Yep, see y'all.
Cheers.
All right, and welcome back everyone to the Osu Taiko World Cup round of 16. We're going to be seeing a losers bracket match with Czechia and Russia. I'm Ethan, and I'm joined by the lovely Judes.
Hello, it's good to be back. Yeah, which we've had a rough weekend here at TWC. Lots of sweeps. Maybe Czechia will break the curse. They are at a big disadvantage just looking at these seedings. Czechia only has 4 players, Russia has 6. It's gonna take a bit of a miracle for Czechia to get themselves a couple of points, but I'm a believer. I'd like to think that Czechia can pull off something that I'm not seeing yet. On the other hand, Russia, a very strong team in their own regard. We've already talked about it before the stream. You can still put your channel points up for the predictions, and that's still one of the closer predictions we've seen this weekend. I just said that, and someone put 150,000, 200,000 coins on Russia. You guys are mad.
Oh no! Oh my God. Is that the max you can put on?
I have no idea. But I was talking about that, and then I see it shoot up to 280,000 for Russia. Never mind. What a timing!
Oh no! I don't think it's one of the closer predictions now. Oh no!
Nah. Oh well.
Look, if Czechia win, that person's channel points is in shambles. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah. How do you even get like so many channel points on those slides? You must be mad.
You have to. I think the only realistic way is just like going all in on like a crazy prediction that works out.
Huh.
Such as predicting Czechia winning this match and then putting like 100k channel points into it. Stonks.
You are absolutely right. That's one way that could work out.
But
Okay.
yeah. Alright, get the bans coming in. Hidden 1 being banned by Russia, and then followed shortly by Hard Rock 2 from Czechia.
And just previously, you saw Hidden 1 being played. I think the only time this weekend we've seen Hidden 1. Such a banger of a song. Unfortunately, it's got the Hidden 1 curse attached to it. So, yeah, I doubt we're going to be seeing it many more times this weekend. But that's how it is. Czechia is up for the first pick. Maybe a good sign to come, seeing as they won the role. Because we all know whoever wins the role also wins the match, right?
Yes, the role determines everything.
The
But yeah, I
role
kinda
is
wonder-
the culmination of all tournaments.
I kind of wonder what Czechia is going to go with first. Russia seem to be a team that are pretty good at like Hard Rock and DT. Looking at Czechia's just results and like their last match, they looked to have a pretty decent showing on DT2 last week, but Russia's also pretty strong at DT, so it's a bit of a tough thing to pick into. As Russia, I think they got 7th in the qualifier. Oh wait, no, 7th on Hard Rock 1. They got 11th though on DT, so it's a bit of a tough matchup.
And also, another thing that just came to mind, Nomad 1, which tends to be another favorite for like lower seeded teams to catch like a higher seeded team off guard. Also not looking very likely, seeing as Russia got number 2 overall in the statistics last week with their performance as a country. Just behind the UK, managed to snag the first place on that. Yeah, I don't know if they're really gonna go like big brain strategy, whatever, instead. I think that's a free mod, if I recall correctly. Free mod 1.
We're starting off with 3 mod 1. A bit of an interesting first pick. I have a feeling Russia's gonna probably go with a lot of more mods here, and Czechia is just gonna hope for a pretty massive drop, is what I'm guessing is kind of the play here. I was not expecting this at all. I was kind of expecting like maybe like a no mod 3 or like no mod 1 type of thing to open up with, but no mod 1 can be a little bit scary to open up with.
Yeah. To be fair, there's never a good time to pick no mod 1. At the start, it's usually like you're not really warmed up yet, and at the end, it's always like a mini tiebreaker before the actual tiebreaker. No mod 1
Yeah.
is just kind of cursed like that. So, 3 mod 1 as like a mod friendly alternative, just hoping that Russia We'll find an odd break here and there. Maybe they'll overmod, but we've also seen teams go 6 mods versus 0 mods this last weekend, I think it was. So let's see how hard Russia will go on this free mod.
Yeah, I'm quite interested to see the mods, because you can really just go like all or nothing with the free mod rule set, so yeah, I'm kind of wondering if Russia might try to overmod it a little bit.
Probably could.
Yeah, I think it's a team. I think Russia's a team that could definitely run like 2 hidden hard rocks or something, maybe even like 3, but probably like 2 hidden hard rocks and then just 1 single mod if I had to guess exact mods. Maybe I'm totally wrong.
We'll see in a couple of seconds. The first pick in this match from Czechia. The underdog.
Bit of an interesting first pick, but honestly, like, I think they're just gonna have to kind of hope for maps that they're more comfortable with. Their pick strategy is probably more like, okay, we're comfortable with this, so let's just roll with this. Because they are only a 4-man roster, so they only have one other person they could really switch for backups. So I think just a lot of it's gonna come down to, okay, we all happen to be comfy with this map, so this will be our pick.
Whichever map we have the least misses on, we're going to play that one.
Could be the method.
Okay. Off to the races, and actually, we're going to see a decent amount of mods from Czechia. 1 hidden hard rock, 1 hard rock, 1 hidden. And waiting for the client to refresh real quick. Oh. Gonna be actually tight for mods.
Wow.
Alright.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. This is interesting. I mean, yeah, they did first pick it, so I guess they would be at least somewhat confident with having 1 hidden hard rock, but yeah, I was kind of expecting all single mods from Czechia. But yeah, tied mods here, that's going to make things a lot more interesting for sure, because now it's not like a case of Czechia having to pray for misses.
Well, Czechia is not off to the best start. Spinnison has found quite an accuracy tank here at the start. Still trying to get into the group, but hitting a little bit early. I was gonna say, all eyes on the Spinnison because they do not have the higher accuracy requirement, which means their accuracy matters quite a bit more than everyone else's in this lobby. And that's kind of keeping Czechia from, kind of staying in the game here.
Yeah, I will say, it's Maro with 99.67 accuracy on hidden hard rock is definitely helping definitely helping Czechia with like just staying in this map despite the accuracy difference overall due to Spinnison dropping a lot of 100s. But they still have a combo for now. Oh, but they missed from Maro and Grill Roasted. Oh no. Now there's only 1 full combo and it's on Spinnison with 96% accuracy. This is looking a little bit of a rough start here. Another miss from Maro.
Usually the misses from the hidden harder player don't matter too much. Dropping down to 98%. But overall, not looking too good for Czechia on their opening pick. Meanwhile, Taiko Shala and Full Out Shala with 99s each. And Crocodile with 97. Pretty respectable accuracy with hidden hard rock.
Yeah, they're still keeping 3 full combos up on the board. If Czechia are going to take this, they're going to have to hope for a huge tank from Russia soon. But that miss from Maro is going to make things even more tricky, as now we're over 100,000 score difference. And it just keeps on climbing as Maro's not able to stabilize here with their combo. They are keeping their accuracy somewhat stable though, which is good news. But still, if you're not able to have a stable combo, it can really make things tricky.
Another miss from Maro, looking very dire, and I think that's pretty much it for this free mod.
Yeah,
Russia
there's
not breaking a sweat.
There's not really a lot of map left. Russia might be having a triple full combo here. There's not a lot of map left. Oh, let's see. I don't think there's too much really left. Yep, and that's going to be a triple full combo to open things up with the first breakpoint of this match.
Pretty solid start from Russia. Nothing you can do against that, really. Still, pretty respectable accuracy from Maro, regardless of the misses. 22 100s overall.
Yeah,
Actually,
some
the
of
lowest
those
100
numbers.
count in this lobby, I just noticed.
Oh wow, yeah. I didn't notice that. Yeah, they actually outact both of these single mod players on the side of Russia, so definitely some good stuff there from Insmaro. It's just not, unfortunately, not being able to really stabilize your combo, and also everyone on the side of Russia had a full combo, so it's really tough to compete.
That's it for the first pick from Czechia. Now Russia. For their first pick, they have all the options available to them. Don't really see too many picks that would be more of a coin flip than others. DT2, that's about expected. They performed really well on last week's DT, also in qualifier, so gonna go right into the speed DT. Russia picking it to their own strengths. Locking in at somewhere around 240, 250 if my math is completely off.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I kind of forgot the exact BPM. It is a slightly
168.
lower BPM. I know it's a slightly lower BPM than the speed map in the Nomad pool. Nomad 3. I believe Nomad 3 is 270.
Yeah. 270 something. This one is 252 after DT. So still pretty comfy as far as speed DT is concerned. Even 270 in the no mod free slot is something that most players in this tournament should be pretty comfortable hitting accurately, which has me concerned for what the next weeks will offer our players in TWC. But you chose to play this tournament. It's not my fault.
TWC is not liable for players' broken hands by Grand Finals pool.
Who was it? Which Japanese player was it who shared a picture of all of their BFKBs that they used on over
I'm trying to
time?
remember.
Was it
Which
Grape
one
Tea?
was Oh my goodness, I can't remember, but that picture is so funny to me, and I can low-key relate because I have like 3 BFKBs.
Well,
I don't-
you got all the Westerners paying a pretty dime to be able to have a BFKB shipped to their doorstep, and then there's like Japan just breaking these like once every couple months.
Yeah. I
Was
believe
it
this one-
Hirone?
It could have been. I know it was definitely like a TWC Japanese player, for sure, but I can't remember which one. 'Cause that was a long time ago that tweet was made. Banger tweet though.
Such a good tweet.
Alright, well, on to DT2. Russia's first pick. So far, oh, it looks like Czechia actually have an early lead. Taiko, Shala, and Emily both with some early misses, but overall it's slightly favoring Czechia, although those 100s right there, oh, it's slowly wanting to go over to Russia's side just off of accuracy. And with Grill Roasted dropping a lot of 100s, it could happen any second here.
This from Artemian from Russia is gonna keep things over on the Czech side for the time being, but that lead is super slim, and any 100s, you can see it right there, is gonna decrease the score lead. It's Maro with a miss. Dropping down to 2,000, 1,000, and it's flickering over to Russia.
And now the lead is in Russia's favor. It's not a huge lead, but it is slowly extending further towards their side. If they can stabilize their combos, that'll definitely help them in this map. So far, things are just so close in this first half. I believe it gets a little bit more difficult towards the second half, but most of the map is fairly smooth sailing.
Just good old 252 BPM DT with all the accuracy wonkiness that you expect from a DT, which means Czechia should really watch their accuracy. Grill Roasted dropped down to 97. Emily is kind of struggling to stay out of the 97s. Grill Roasted with a miss on top of that. It's going to make it hard for Czechia to recover, to bring this back on over to their side.
Yeah, this could just be a break point, or not a break point here, but this could be another point for Russia here. Oh, that miss from Akonine, though, could help Czechia a little bit, but it was only one miss, and it was in like a super slow section, so there isn't really going to be an accuracy drop. It'll still help out Czechia, but I think Czechia, what they really need is just a huge tank from one of the players on Russia for things to start changing. Oh my, that's so many 100s from Grilla Roasted. They do keep their combo for now, but that looked very unstable there for a moment as the song starts speeding up here. Oh, miss from Taiko Shala, but still just one miss. Grilla Roasted actually ends up trading it. So now the score lead's going to extend even further out in favor of Russia.
And do consider that pretty much all of Russia's players have sat on 99% accuracy, except for Taiko Shala there at the end, dropping down to 98, but still pretty solid performance from Russia. Not really leaving any breathing room for Czechia to reclaim this one. Not even close. 180,000 score lead for Russia. No FCs. Still.
It's Maro actually, it's some pretty good accuracy. 15 100s. And Artemine with 5 100s, 5 misses. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Except doing that on a DT pick is wild. How do you do that?
I-100s is pretty nuts.
Although, Czechia do have the next pick here, so they could try determining maybe some momentum in the match. Maybe get one pick of their own.
Yeah, suddenly Nomad 3 doesn't look too bad because Czechia has been able to keep up with Russia at the start of DT2. When accuracy is not that big of a requirement, maybe this could pan out in Czechia's favor.
I mean, depending on
Like
how,
I said,
depending on how comfy Czechia are with mods, I mean, maybe they could even go with like free mod 2 and just hope for something wild there. And just hope Russia overmods it, maybe?
But like, free mod 2 is not a pick that I would see coming from a lower seed like Czechia.
Yeah, I don't expect it, but it would be a little bit interesting. I think the picks that to look out for is like a no mod 3, maybe a no mod 1, or even like no mod 5 potentially. Although I feel like accuracy would come into play, and I feel like Russia would be slightly favored on that overall.
Yeah, I've never really had Russia as like an accuracy-based country on my map, but I am being proven wrong. No mod 5.
No mod 5, okay.
Being into streams.
Mini tiebreaker.
Easier streams than last weekend, but a bit more stamina intensive.
Yeah, and you also have to deal with OD7 as well, so a bit of a higher OD than a lot of the other maps in the pool, or a lot of the other no-mod maps in the pool. So they could definitely contribute to a lot more 100s from players, but the streams are a bit more comfy than last week, so it might not be too bad, but still, OD7 no-mod can be a little bit rough sometimes.
3.5 minutes to BPM streams. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean by mini tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Anything above 3 minutes, yeah, maybe a mini tiebreaker. So used to having like 2.5 minutes as like the golden mean of like how long a tournament map should probably be.
And then this pool has like half the maps at 3 minutes plus, I think. there's a lot of long maps in this pool actually, I feel like.
Yeah. Coolers spicing things up a little bit. Love to see it.
Let's make the match last a little bit longer. By just making the maps longer.
You know, with how fast these matches have been going this weekend, I don't mind at all. They're gonna take just a little bit longer for your viewing pleasure. What was it? We've had matches going for like 25 minutes, which is ridiculously fast.
Yeah, that is wild to me that players can just pick and then immediately right up, they're like, alright, we're playing. It's just like, okay.
That shows you which teams have actually figured out a sort of strategy which teams are just kind of playing for the fun of it. Czechia and Russia are taking their time, so I would assume they're not like being too serious about it. Czechia is obviously not the favorite team here, and they're probably just trying to have their fun with this match.
Yeah, I hope we can see at least 1 point out of from them though, just because we've only seen sweeps so far this weekend, which is
Oh, yeah.
really unfortunate.
I would like to see at least 1 point for Czechia. Please, Russia, spare us. Just a smidge, a crumb.
Alright, on to Nomad 5. Czechia's second pick of this match. So far, Russia very tiny accuracy lead, but it's mostly even. Now, thankfully, with a map this long and with this many nodes, if either team has like a somewhat massive drop early on, they can recover within time for sure.
There's plenty of time. This
About-
pick in particular.
About to get into the first stream section of this map. So far, everyone is pretty high accuracy, although still Russia with the accuracy lead. Oh, Miss from Emily, they don't... Oh, that's a somewhat big drop right there. They dropped down to 96% accuracy. And that's going to be hurting Czechia's overall team score a decent bit. Still, it is a bit early on, so maybe they could definitely come back from this. There's no more SSs on the board after that stream. Everyone outside of Emily is holding 99%. Oh my goodness.
That's some farmable streams for you. Like everyone has been complaining that like Nomad 5 last weekend is like anti-PP. Yeah, you got your farmable Nomad 5 this weekend. Now stop complaining.
You got your farm streams.
Second stream section. Emily with another Miss Grill roasted as well, leaving only Itzmaro for Czechia. And Russia still standing strong with a triple FC halfway through this pick and impeccable accuracies on top of that. Lowest
Oh,
one.
Taiko
Shala.
They did pick up a miss, but it wasn't that big, and they barely dropped accuracy there. I don't think they dropped like a single 100 whenever they missed. They like immediately recovered, which if you're Czechia, you're really wanting them to like note lock on one of these streams and just have like a pretty massive drop. But they missed like right as the stream ended, so there wasn't really any chance for that.
One more stream, or one more Kiai rather, coming up that could still swing things back around. There's plenty of notes here.
Yeah, there is still enough map left for a comeback to happen, but it's gonna really depend on how Czechia plays this next stream section. Emily is gonna start off with a miss though, which is a bit unfortunate, but at least they recovered fairly quickly. But the accuracy drops from them is making things tough for Czechia to come back into this. At this point, oh, Taiko Shala did pick up a miss. They didn't note lock at all though. They immediately recovered. Oh wow. Acronite, oh my goodness, the note lock! That is... oh my goodness.
That was a big note lock!
I don't even know how many notes that was. That was like 20 or 30 notes, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's enough. There's just not really enough map left to really utilize that huge drop right there, and Emily missing. I don't think Czechia can come back into this, unfortunately. That is really unfortunate for Czechia, but oh wow. That was a lot of misses. Oh my.
Like, the thing here is that Akonine still missed in only one section of the map. Emily missed in all of the Kiais, which just prevented them from getting some really crucial score in this match, which, you know, all of a sudden Akonine doesn't look too bad, even with that many misses there at the end. Borrow, 9 100s. Crazy score. Crocodile with 15 100s for Russia and 5 100s from Taiko Shala. Accuracy is once again favoring Russia overall. So Czechia doesn't have to feel too bad about their performance.
Yeah, I think it was just the combo. Czechia weren't really able to gain any momentum off of any of the drops Russia had, just because they never really had like 3 people all with above 400 combo, over the combo cap. Really just doing well at once, so it ended up being just some unfortunate drops there, kind of determining that. And now, immediately just on to No Mod 2. These picks are going by really quickly. Oh, wow.
Rise map. Numo 2. Tech challenge. By the way, I just looked it up and Akanine got 35 misses on that final KI. So that's like a lot of notes. That's like one entire bar worth of notes that they missed. It
Yeah,
still
that
didn't
is-
matter all that much.
That is insane. That they just had that much momentum that they were able to drop that much and it still was so in their favor. But now we're on to... This is a really tough map. I think this is one of the more tough maps in the pool. For sure,
Yep.
at least. I've seen a lot of teams kind of get murdered by this map.
Starts out deceptively simple, but picks up in... Oh my god, what did my voice just do just then? Oh.
Gotta drink more water.
I do have to drink more water. Earth's Life is sponsored by water. Just kidding. It's sponsored by you going over to the O store and buying yourself banners for your favorite country for just $2.50 each. Go get your banners while they're still hot. And I'm gonna moisturize my throat real quick.
Fair enough.
Yeah. This is like general tech maps just don't favor low seeds at all, and like unless you have like some crackhead on your team that could carry you, but I don't really see how Russia doesn't end up winning this one.
Yeah, and this is a tech map in particular that also is just brutal, very specifically. So yeah, this is gonna be rough for Czechia. Because if they end up losing this map, then they're gonna be at match point here, and they're only gonna have one more pick potentially.
I just saw a really threatening message in chat. There is a reason tech rhymes with Czech. What do you mean?
Mm.
What are you implying here? Do you know like some crazy practice scores that I don't know from Czechia?
I guess we'll have to find out.
I'm looking forward to it. Impulse by Olive, mapped by Rize. One of the best tech mappers this game would has to offer. You're gonna see why after this intro.
Yeah, it starts off a little bit slow, but it definitely picks up somewhat quickly.
Pretty much right after this spinner. It's a slow burn. We're starting out with some 1-6.
Yeah, I'd say the second half is a lot more tricky than the first half. Spinison picking up the first miss for the map. But yeah, now we're starting to get into some really technical patterns here. Spinison picking up even more misses. That's going to extend out Russia's lead even further. It's Maro also missing. Now the only full combos left on Grill Roasted. Oh, they missed from full out shot. And didn't drop too much accuracy, but yeah, that miss is a little bit unfortunate. But there's even more misses coming out from Maro and Spinison. Grill Roasted is trying to hold on right now as they're the last combo really standing for Czechia right now on this map, and already we're seeing over 200,000 score difference.
Not just the score, but also an accuracy differential. Look at that, 89 from Spinison, 95 from Itzmaro, and the highest 98 from Czechia. Pales in comparison to the 99s that Russia is carrying right now. Despite them is from Fallout Shala.
This is tough to compete with. It's just the accuracy difference and combo difference. Some more misses coming in from Czechia. I think the map's basically done already, unfortunately. There's just not enough map really to come back from this kind of score difference. And we're just gonna have to be kind of sitting here wondering what Czechia's next pick will be. As the map is about to come to a close.
Walshala with one more miss on the cut 1-6 there at the end, but yeah, this is well and truly in the back for Russia. Another miss again, the cut 1-6.
I've played this map quite a bit. That last pattern right there, I don't know why. I miss
rough.
on it so much.
Don't
I'm not
blame
even-
you.
I'm not even a DDKK player, and I'd be missing on that mono at the end. Why? Help.
2 FCs from Russia with crazy accuracies. 3-100s from Taiko Shala, 12 from Crocodile, 7 from Full Out Shala. I don't think we've seen Nomad 2 so often this weekend, so that will secure Russia a spot pretty high on like the round of 16 statistics whenever they come out after we're done with our matches.
And now we're at match point here. Czechia, our next team to pick. Really wonder where they go from here. I kind of am just predicting like a Nomad 3. Other than
Nomad
that,
1, Nomad 3. That's the
Yeah.
only options I really see for Czechia, I'll be honest.
like maybe if they hard practice the gimmick map, maybe a Nomad 4 if they want to be a bit wild with it, but outside of that, yeah, I'm just seeing a Nomad pick of some sort.
There is still the option of Hidden 2. I don't know how well Czechia is on their Hidden, but Russia is notoriously a hard rock country. Not too keen on playing Hidden themselves, but they also got Mekimos, who is a really solid Hidden player. If Czechia, like, just about plays well enough where they could defeat, like, a random free-player Russian team, I don't think it would work out with having Meki on there as well. Hard Rock 1?
Okay, huh. I was not expecting
did not
that.
expect that.
Yeah,
That?
Hard Rock is one of Russia's best skill sets, as you were just
Yeah.
saying. Russia is like the Hard Rock team, TM.
Happy fun time pick, says Spinnerson. Fair enough. Also, O's original, might I add.
Oh yeah, very good song.
Got 3 O's originals this weekend, Nomad 1 and Hard Rock 1, and the tiebreaker, of course.
The
This one
tiebreaker is so
Wakakaro.
good. The tiebreaker
good.
sounds so good. I want to hear it in a match so badly, but so far
Yeah.
every single match.
Yeah, with how things are going at the moment. One time we get like a really niche and really cool and really fresh TB. It's unlikely that it's ever going to be played this weekend.
I cry. You know, Chile
You
versus
cried,
Canada
brother.
though, maybe.
You're not gonna like my opinion of this match.
Oh no.
I think there's a high chance that Canada will get stomped.
Ooh. Well, I guess we'll have to see. That is going to be the next match after this, but that's going to be in around 5 hours, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't tell Janitori I said that.
Janitor is lurking in chat and before.
I
no.
I don't want to be kicked from the caster spot here at TWC.
Oh no. I just looked at the chat. All right. Yeah. We'll just hope they weren't paying attention. But okay, we're going into Hard Rock 1 here. A bit of an interesting pick. The only thing I can really think of with why they picked it is more of just Czechia is just it's one of their last comfortable maps, and they don't really want to play Nomad 3 or Nomad 1. Outside of that, I don't really know. It's just a very interesting pick that I wasn't expecting.
I'm just thinking that Czechia is purely picking for the song at this stage. If they were to play this strategically, they would not have picked Hard Rock 1. Hard Rock is objectively the wrong pick against Russia.
Yeah. I think all they can really hope for is just a massive blunder from Russia during this map. But
We've
without
been
Russia,
hoping
I've been
for that
playing-
so many times already,
yeah,
and it
with how
hasn't
this,
happened.
but Russia's been playing really consistent this match. Like, they'll drop a couple of misses, but they'll, like, stabilize immediately. Outside of, like, one pretty massive note lock in the Mod 5, they've been very consistent so far in this match. Although, so far, in the beginning of this map, accuracy is fairly even across both teams. A slight accuracy lead towards Russia, but it's not by a lot. Oh, that's actually a lot of 100s from everyone on the side of Czechia. It'll make things a bit more towards Russia's favor, as it's now above 20,000 score lead, and that miss from Maro, oh no. And the accuracy drop from Grill Roasted as well, now it's above 40,000 for the score lead. All that miss from Artemine though, it'll help out a little bit, but still, it's going to be in favor of Russia for now.
The accuracies are surprisingly competitive. Only Spinason with the 97, lagging behind just a little bit. Russia hovering in the 99s.
Still enough to be competitive though, but their accuracy is just a little bit worrying, because they're going to have to rely on a somewhat big tank from Russia in order to really take this map realistically. There is still a bit of map left though, but the accuracy drops are starting to pile up more and more on this slowdown, and now it's around 60,000. It's around the 60,000 score lead here for Russia.
Taiko found the odd 100 there. But other than that, the score lead won't really budge or tip over in favor of Czechia. Coming up towards the end, this could be the end of Czechia's run, unless Russia finds a big tanker at the end. But I really doubt it. SV picks up a little bit. Might be challenging to read, but that's pretty much it.
Everyone hits it, and Taiko Shala at the very end ends up missing those 4 notes at the end. Actually, no, they missed 2 of the 4 notes. They didn't miss all of them. But yeah, that will be it for this match. Russia will be winning 5-0 and moving on through the losers bracket. Czechia having 2 full combos there. Czechia played pretty well for like 30th seed, I think, honestly. Like, they had some really good scores. It's just Russia was playing really well today, and I feel like on a lot of the picks Czechia is good at, those are like Russia's specialty picks, which is really unfortunate. Because if it was more of like, Russia was more of like a hidden / like DT team or something, or like a hidden / Nomad team, then maybe Czechia could lean in more on Hard Rock just a little bit. Because they had some pretty solid scores there on Hard Rock 1. But yeah, Russia will be the winners of this match, and they will be moving on through the losers bracket and advancing to the quarterfinals.
They will actually be facing off against the loser of the match coming up in 4.5 hours. Is Chile versus Canada. Yeah, will the 5-0 streak end? I have no idea. It's been a rough weekend here in the TWC headquarters, but we're keeping our hopes up. And all this means is that the really exciting matches are gonna just be delayed by 1 more week in the quarterfinals. But yeah, for now, GG will play to both Russia and Czechia. We'll see you again next year, Czechia. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And yeah, 5-0 World Cup, that about puts it pretty well. Look, we still got some stages, alright? It's not all 5-0s here.
Unless... No.
No! No.
That would be so devastating. No, that would break my heart.
Well,
yeah.
like, we've been like theorizing a little bit about, has there ever been a weekend in World Cup history where all the matches ended up 5-0? If not, then TWC might go into the history books for all of the wrong reasons.
It would be very interesting if it was round of 16 instead of round of 32 as well, because round of 32, like, that's kind of the stage you would expect that to happen in, but day 1 of round of 16 has been quite rough. We have 1 more match left for today in this round of 16, and if it ends up being a 5-0 as well, that means we would have had an entire day of just 5-0s, which would have been, oh no. Please, not like this.
We'll like send the scriptwriters back to the drawing board and have them figure out something for the upcoming matches, but that's been it from us. We've been Drinks and Ethan. We hope you enjoyed this match regardless, and we will be seeing you very soon again, TWC, for Chile versus Canada. 4.5 hours. See you there.
Yep, see y'all.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Taiko World Cup 2024, bringing you the second match of this weekend, elimination match this weekend. Unfortunately, one of these two countries will be leaving the Taiko World Cup 2024 this year. It's either Denmark or Australia, number 32 seed versus number 16 seed. We will see how this is going to pan out in roundabout like half an hour up to an hour. My name is Juice and I'm joined by the lovely N-Wolf. Hello.
Hello. How you feeling about the match?
Gonna be so I'm pretty sure Australia is gonna win. I'm just gonna say that. I'm obviously up for surprises. I am super in for like an underdog story where Denmark is just gonna steamroll Australia in one way or another. But looking at last week's performances, Denmark obviously had the tough call to play against Japan last weekend. So there's not a lot of information that we can pull out of Denmark's plays from last weekend. They didn't perform too terribly. Out of all the low-seeded teams, they actually had really decent scorelines, but they are still up against Australia, who has like powerhouses like Jay on their team. So if they're gonna get some points, it's gonna be an uphill battle, I would say. So yeah, I'm probably rooting for Australia here, but I could see this going to like 5-2 or something like that. That's my guess.
Yep, that's basically my feelings as well. Surprisingly, we're seeing a Hard Rock 2 ban from Australia, and not surprisingly, a Hidden 1 ban from Denmark.
Fortunate. Wait, Australia banned Hard Rock 2?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
That's so weird. They're like Denmark is gonna lose Hard Rock 2. I know Australia's probably not gonna. It's not that good at fast Hard Rock, but it's still gonna beat Denmark.
The point of playing is to enjoy this pick. Maybe that's a sentiment both teams share. Maybe they just don't enjoy Hard Rock 2, and they do enjoy No Mod 4, which honestly, yes.
God, oh my god, that's my chance. That's my chance. Because we had a discussion about the true name of this song this week in our internal chat. What is it? What is it called on stream?
Wah!
Wah! But it's actually called Astonished Raised Hand, Space Invader, Robot Person doing cartwheel, Japanese Goblin Stars, Palms Up Together, Ghost Hands, Blade, Flying Solar, so grinning by Rich featuring Choco. There you go.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah, for those who aren't aware, Eagle, our beloved backbook when it comes to rhythm game music, I guess, has found the true name of that song. And it's just a bunch of emojis. The emoji song again. There you go. And I'm super happy I got it out of my system. I've been waiting to do this all week.
I can understand that. I've been looking that up. I tossed it into TTS yesterday, and obviously it sounds amazing when you put that into TTS.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if anyone would dare do that.
What if we go Denmark's pick? First pick, Nomad 4. Interesting pick in my opinion. I think Australia also played Nomad 4 last weekend and performed a bit better than Denmark, but maybe they've done their practice. Maybe all they needed is like a proper gimmick, unlike what we've had last weekend. No front. It was a good map, but this is the time where we get into like proper gimmicks for TWC.
And Denmark has been holding on
Oh.
pretty strongly. It's just their accuracy has been lacking compared to Australia.
You say that, but there's also like 2 misses from Sakani and Lariola.
We
Oh, the
ignore
captain
those.
is holding on. Yeah. He win also on a miss of their own, leaving Splurg and Jay. Jay with 99.94, not surprising from the star player of Australia. So great to see. Such a strong scoreline, 99.95% still from Jay, and holding Australia full ahead by almost 200,000 scored with the miss from Lariola. That is certainly going to happen.
But as we said, the point is to have fun.
Yeah.
That is based. We've been finding another miss, but the accuracy obviously is just massively in favor of Australia.
Absolutely. 99 from both Jay and Splurg. Did you win? Group 98. Not that far behind, and then you have all of Denmark. And Captain misses as well, which means there's no FC remaining for Denmark, and I think we have a double FC from Australia. 100 from Jay. That is nuts.
But didn't play the final slider.
Oh, unforgivable. So yeah, pretty solid first point for Australia, taking a break point right on Denmark's first pick.
Curious to see
And
where
huge.
Australia's going. I'd imagine Fremont would be safe-ish for them.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Denmark doesn't really have the modding capabilities on their side. Australia does, absolutely.
Well, it's still a modern map. some people would also agree is mean.
Okay, and we were talking about this before the stream. I'm super curious about Nomad 5, and seeing Denmark pick Nomad 5 gets me a little bit excited. Last week's Nomad 5 was pretty challenging in the sense that it was a very technically challenging type of stream map, but this week we have a more farmable stream map in the Nomad 5 slot. But
It's
it
just
tests your
long.
stamina a little bit more. Yeah, exactly.
There. Jai asks why. Sad emoji.
Shouldn't have signed up for TWC if you didn't want to play.
Could have banned this map instead of Hard Rock 2.
Yeah,
Not.
any Nomad ban would have probably been a better shot for Australia than Hard Rock 2, but who knows? Who knows what the idea was behind that one. Hungry Turtle Lariola missing
Oh.
right at the start.
Some early misses. The streams haven't even started yet.
Tournament nerves, I would assume. Now, this from Australia goes untraded.
But as has been the case with the past few maps, Australia just has the accuracy lead. So the misses don't matter as much. They don't give them more of a score lead. That's what they're doing. More misses could be catastrophic for Australia, but Lariola misses.
Yeah, the score difference was pretty stagnant up until that point. It's not over for Denmark just yet, but they're gonna have to bank on some big breaks from Australia with the score lines on the Australian sides. If you win with a miss, it doesn't tank accuracy that much. One miss, and right back into it.
Interestingly, we do have 2 SCs on the side of Denmark, while only Jai remains for Australia. But Jai's is a double S. So, you know.
Yeah. Break from Australia. Hungry Turtle misses twice. Ooh!
Many
That
misses
looks a bit
there.
spicy.
Traded
From
by
Denmark,
2
though.
misses from Denmark.
These misses from Hungry Turtle won't matter that much. Even at the end of that stream, that's probably the best time to miss. No note locks, no troubles getting back into the stream, into the map, I mean. But this is the closest scoreline we've seen so far. Denmark is still staying sort of close behind. It's only Jay who is like the anomaly here in this lobby.
And we've already seen what can happen if you miss in the stream and can't recover. And if that happens again on Australia's side, this could end well for Denmark.
This from Hungry Turtle right into the final stream. Vikani misses, trades it back, stays in the lead for Australia. He finds the 100. Rip the SS.
When finding a miss between streams.
Gotta give it to Australia. These misses, when they happen, are so perfectly timed. It's only at the end of like the super long streams where Australia does find the odd miss here and there. It was looking a bit sketchy with Hungry Turtle at the second PI. But overall, they certainly know when the right time to miss is. Obviously, there's never a right time to miss, but if you gotta miss, do it where it's least painful. And Australia secures a third point, second break point off of Denmark with Jai with just 100.
Honestly, I think it was solely the accuracy on this map that really gave Australia the win. That was
Oh, absolutely.
Just looking at miscounts, that could have been so much closer.
Compare the scores. You have like Lariola versus Hungry Turtle, which are comparable. You have like Captain and Zippy Win, which would have been very comparable. If Jai Hood wouldn't have like delivered so hard, this would have been arguably a lot closer than it ended up being.
There
you
are
go.
still good chances for Denmark to get a point in the normal bracket, I think. Just not this one.
Yeah, I doubt Australia's gonna pick into one of the no mods. They have a lot of better options on the table. The hard work one is a pretty solid and easy pick for them to do. Or any of the free mods, really.
Yeah. And
Yep,
now we have
free
it
mod
then
too.
for-
Raf map, the anti-mod.
I think we've seen Japan get some very sane scores on this earlier today.
I can double check that really quickly. Have a quick look. How did Japan perform on this one? We had, yeah, 6 mods from Japan and 3.24 million team score. That is ridiculous.
Yep. As said, very sane.
Insane.
One score being a 1 miss 2 100 and another being a 1 100 10 miss score.
But 1/100. So,
1
yeah.
100.
You still ended up with 1.07 million for some reason. That is ridiculous. But yeah, Australia is probably gonna win this pretty handily based off mods alone. Get Tsubasa coming in for Australia. Denmark is keeping their lineup.
Mod so free, we don't pick any. That is indeed a rule change for this year. You don't have to play with
Really?
mods on free mod.
So it is actually a true free mod then.
It is truly free mod.
Huh. Yeah, don't blame you there, Denmark. It's hard. Free mod 2 is not easy.
And honestly, I think it looks deceptively tame when you look at it without mods.
Oh
We've
my
got a
God,
great
Australia.
comparison here. Yep. The left side, as you can see, doesn't have mods of an no fail, and the right side is fully in the hidden hard rock camp. So if you want
Why
to
you
see
got
what
the-
the map looks like, look on the left side.
Why you gotta kick them when they're down, Australia? That's mean.
That is what
So-
Denmark said for for their first pick.
So what's that? That's a 360,000 score advantage based off of mods alone? If my math is correct.
Yep.
Oh my god. Well, we're already seeing it. We're already seeing it. Despite the accuracy drops from Hungry Turtle. There's already a 60,000 score lead for Australia. It didn't have to go so hard, Australia. That's...
They were just wondering if they could. They didn't ask themselves if they should.
Denmark, on the other side, are just happy to play an inner Oni that is a bit higher in terms of difficulty.
And honestly, Tsubasa and Hungry Turtle scores are in line or even behind Denmark's scores. It's once again Jai's hidden hard rock that is really pushing it ahead.
You're right. Oh my god. I just now noticed. If it weren't for Jai, this match would be a lot closer.
Indeed. But that is the reason why Australia is seed 16. It is because they do have Jai.
Yeah.
It's performances just like this one.
It gets you kind of curious how far Australia is going to make it in this tournament. You can't just bank on one player delivering absolutely everything for your team. And I know that Mango in his stream with Janitore put Australia in like top 12. Curious to see how that's gonna pan out as we go deeper into TWC this year. But there you go, FC from Tsukani, 4-100 from Jai. What on earth? Why?
He didn't have to do that. But as the weeks go on, I think single player carries can become more possible.
In the lower bracket, yeah, definitely. Yeah. In the upper bracket, no chance.
No, definitely not.
Yes, you're not gonna survive off of just one player's performance. And now onto what could be a final pick for Denmark. Make it or break it. It's gonna be, I'm assuming it's gonna be one of the Nomads. Nomad 1, yeah, that's what I would have chosen if I was in their shoes. We get a Simply map and a custom song as well for this year's TWC, Aquavite by Petar.
This map is funny. It's
very funny.
It's very much not the kind of Nomad 1 we've gotten accustomed to. There's quite a bit of Sorta speed sections, Sorta tech sections going on, and everyone's favorite finishers.
Oh yeah, the Simply special. We're eating good with Nomad 1 this weekend. If you have already eaten, and you still got some money left over, be reminded, there are banners you can buy for this year's TWC for your favorite team. We are getting to the point where countries are being eliminated, so get your banners now to support your favorite team before they're out. Just so you get the bragging rights. Forget about that. They're only $2.50. What are you waiting for? Just get yourself one of them. Have you gotten yourself a banner yet?
No, but I thought about it. I'm very good at thinking about stuff I want to get. Have you gotten a banner?
I have. I am a proud supporter of Team Turkey this year.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our
Big
13th
fan, big Turkey fan. Yeah. Super excited how Turkey's gonna fare in this year's TWC, but this is not what we're concerned about. We are concerned with Denmark versus Australia. What could be the final pick of this match? Nomad 1.
And there's an early lead for Denmark at the moment, with Zippy wins and Hungry Turtle's accuracy being a bit behind at 97%.
Now, Nomad 1 is definitely still a force to be reckoned with. And it also happens to be one of the harder maps usually in pools like these. Just because you're testing so many things at once. Lariola with the first miss. Hungry Turtle trade, so Denmark will stay in the lead. Captain, will there be a trade from Australia? Yep, Zippy win misses. That is Jai versus Takani.
Hungry Turtle misses again. Heading to the pseudo speed section. Okay, no, it's the speed section. Okay, the last full combo on Denmark's side is gone.
But the accuracies favor Denmark right now. Hungry Turtle is sitting on a 96, Zippy one on a 97. And Denmark is well above that. Sikani misses though. You cannot miss that many more times if you're Denmark right now.
Yeah, the score lead is going to vanish very soon as we have notes again.
Got any more notes? 2? None? No more notes? Ah, we still have some.
We still have some. We also have some very spicy notes incoming this KI section.
Hold your breath now, Denmark. Score is flickering over to Australia.
It's so close!
It's so close. It's unbelievable what Denmark is pulling off here. And one win could swing this back around for Australia. Denmark, my bad. Oh, Tsukani! On the finishers! That hurts. There's so little map left here for Denmark to pull this back around. Oh, we were all believers for a couple minutes.
So close to hashtag not a sweep. But unfortunately, Jai gets a 1 missed score. Missing like a couple other players in the lobby on the funny finishers.
That's just insult to injury, Jai. My god. No 100s, 1 miss. But still, a valiant effort from Denmark. 1 miss from Captain, 3 from Lariola. Overall, I would say, winner of our hearts on this Nomad 1. But based on score v2, which is in the rules, Australia will their 5th pick. Their 5th map, my bad. And they will secure themselves the victory. And they will stay in the losers bracket. We are saying goodbye to Denmark. Congrats on qualifying and playing for this year. You'll get another shot next year, I'm pretty sure of it. But for now, we're going to stick around with Australia. GG. Well played. And curious to see where this performance is going to land them in the upcoming weeks of
They're going
TWC.
to face the loser between China and Malaysia.
Ooh, that's gonna be an interesting match. I'm pretty sure.
I
Like-
agree.
Yeah, like Australia had it easy with Denmark. Now, next week, not so much. China and Malaysia are well within their within like the skill range of Australia overall. They really got to pull themselves together next week if they want to stay. If they want to get that top 12 finish that Mango predicted.
And man, we'll have to fight a few more teams.
Oh,
After
yeah.
that.
But yeah, that's it for this match. You can see we're just getting started with the round of 16 weekend. Next up at 14 UTC, which is in 2.5 hours, we're continuing with Brazil versus Finland. Brazil, if I recall, 5th seed. Finland, somewhere in like the top 16.
12.
12. Oh, I was almost right. I was thinking 13. Super excited how this is gonna go because I think of Finland as like a big underdog in this tournament, and I'm sure they put it into practice. I'm certainly looking forward to watching that one live. I'm not going to be commentating that one. We're going to have some other casters on that one, of course. But yeah, that's it from us. I hope you all enjoyed this quick match in the round of 16, Denmark versus Australia. Once again, GG, well played to both teams, and that's been it from us. We've been Juice and Wolf, and we will see you again 2.5 hours back for the TWC 2024 round of 16.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our drum bashers all around the world. My name is Illuminite. Welcome back to the Osaka Tiger World Cup round of 16. We're going to be watching Hong Kong and Thailand face off, two Eastern Asian countries battling it out. I already said my name. I'm joined by Ethan today. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great this morning, and yeah, we have two teams that are pretty close in seeding, so it should be quite interesting. And I can't wait to see them duke it off here in the first round of the losers bracket. So whichever team ends up losing this match is unfortunately going to be going home.
Yeah, so if you are a supporter of either of these teams, they're really going to need your energy. It's going to be interesting. Seed 23 versus Seed 26. Not only are they close in seed, but there are also two teams that do not have a full roster of 6. So we might see the same people over and over again. I do know that some of the Thailand players are like the star 3 players. I'm not as familiar with the Hong Kong team as I am with the name I see on the Thailand side. But I think that we're gonna see the same 3 people for the Thailand side over and over and over again. And whenever that happens, as we've seen in the round of 16, you start to consider fatigue the longer the match goes on. And if the match is as close as we expect it to be, given their seedings, then fatigue really might be something we have to factor into to both teams.
Yeah, and thankfully it's not going to be like a best out of 13 or anything, but yeah, fatigue will definitely be coming in for either team if they end up just keeping the same 3 players every single map. And it looks like we're actually going to be getting underway with the first pick, and it's going to be by Hong Kong. We're going to be starting off with Nomad 4, just getting right into it with the gimmick map. Okay, I love to see it.
Yeah, we're going to start with the gimmick map. Hong Kong also banning, it looked like Nomad 3. Thailand banning one of the maps I didn't get to see. It looks like it's hidden 1. Luckily, I have the stream open on another monitor, so I caught it. Alright, so Nomad 4. Yep, we're going right into the gimmick map. I love gimmick maps, they're always so fun. We got 2 minutes, 200 BPM in a very well-known, very capable, very versatile mapper, Mew, so I expect to see great things here.
Yeah, and I've noticed people have been really liking to pick the gimmick map right away. At least the matches I've casted for round of 32, and then now round of 16. I'm seeing another match where that ends up happening.
I think that there's like something weird about picking the gimmick first, because you know you're probably already like a little bit anxious, like, all right, we're about to get the match started, and you're starting it with something that's not what you would expect to start with.
Yeah.
So there could be some strategy in just like expecting the unexpected, or not expecting it rather.
It's a bit of a power move to be like, all right, I'm just gonna start it right away with like with one of the more intense maps of the pool.
Yeah, because usually with these gimmick maps, you want to make sure you have your finger control. You want to make sure you're warmed up. But I'm just going to jump right into it. And we're going to jump right into it, too. These 6 players. Banan, Raytoli, and Zero Kongs for Thailand. Henry 03, Brown 918, and Xing for Hong Kong.
Yep, getting into it with the first map. It was picked by Hong Kong, so I'm kind of curious to see how they perform on this. And already you could just immediately see some of the little gimmicks happening.
Oh man.
And already, Thailand's actually going to be off to an early accuracy lead here.
They're also going to be off to a combo lead as Henry and Brown find a few misses.
Yeah. It's not too big of a lead though, despite the misses on the side of Hong Kong just because of accuracy, but still is a pretty decent lead to start things off for Thailand.
Oh, Henry and Zero Kongs. Yep, they're trading.
Oh, but Banan missing as well. And that actually should give a slight combo advantage over to Hong Kong, but that miss from Henry might make things more difficult. And I think Thailand are still going to keep the lead though, just off of the accuracy lead.
Zero finding another miss though.
That could close the gap a bit. It is closing it a bit. It was like a 40,000 lead, now it's only 28,000, so it is closing just a bit from that miss. But I think the accuracy still is coming in handy for Thailand here. Ban's accuracy, 99.5 despite the miss. Wow, okay. And Raytoli as well, 99.2, and still holding the full combo.
Oh, Banan with a miss though. That's untraded. Yeah, it's untraded.
Yeah, and the cap's closing even further. Now it's only around 10,000 to 11,000 points.
We don't have that much of the map to go. Hong Kong definitely doesn't want to start off the match with a break point. This is sort of their chance, but they're down. Oh, zero comes. Henry missing though.
It's just misses all over the place. Only 800 point difference, but that miss from Brown at the end might seal the deal for Thailand taking the match. It's a little bit more though. If everyone on the side of Thailand can keep their combos, they can take this. But if anyone misses, it'll flip over.
Not only misses with this. Oh, there it is.
Wow.
There it is. Oh, that was close. That was a close first pick. Jesus Christ.
That was such a chaotic first map to just open this up with. Thailand gonna be taking an early break point here. Oh my goodness. And Raytoli with a very nice FC there to help carry them. Also, Banan's accuracy, 4 100s, 3 misses. Oh my goodness. That is some wild accuracy.
All right, Thailand's going straight in with no mod 1. I love to see when teams are immediate with that pick. It means that they have a plan. They know what they're gonna do going into the match. So it's gonna be interesting. Whenever teams are prepared, that indicates confidence, and confidence indicates that they're gonna extend their lead here to 2-0. Hong Kong's gonna have to continue to look for that breakpoint opportunity now. That pressure is gonna be on them for the rest of the match.
Yeah, starting it off with Nomad 1. I will say this Nomad 1 can be a bit more chaotic than most Nomad 1s you might expect. But it still is a Nomad 1, so we are kind of expecting a little bit of an accuracy battle.
Banan saying in chat, this pick is for Pitar, one of the, I would say a fairly well-known Thailand player from the old days. I'm sure it's either Pitar or Tar, because you know sometimes in English we don't pronounce the P because English is a stupid language, but
I can't pronounce anything because I'm American. It's unlucky. But, yeah. So, do you have any, I guess, expectations of this map? We're going to be seeing a player swap on the side of Thailand. I believe, let's see. I believe Raytoli or, let's see. Oh, Namus is coming in for Thailand.
I mean, I guess when you, given that that last pick was so contentious and it was freaking a gimmick map, I question how close the non-gimmick maps are gonna be. I think that this is gonna set the tone because, you know, gimmick maps are a bit of an outlier. Generally speaking, at least in the past, the theory behind gimmick maps are that lower seeded teams or people who are destined to lose or predicted to lose could pick up a point on a gimmick because that's a totally different skill set. So seeing what we're about to see now, actually the players playing a map that's consistent and it's, you know, a little bit more chaotic like you said, but I think this is really going to set the tone going forward depending on how close it is or how not close it is.
Yeah, I think depending on like how close this is, it could definitely set the tone of the match. I'd really like to see if it's going to be like a huge accuracy difference or if it's going to be fairly close, especially for that specifically. Since accuracy in Taiko can determine quite a lot in Scorby 2. Yeah, getting underway with Nomad 1. This is Thailand's first pick. Hong Kong is going to be looking to try securing themselves an early breakpoint, and honestly, if you're going to get a breakpoint, I feel like Nomad 1 is one of those maps that you definitely try doing that with. But Henry is unfortunately going to be picking up the first miss for Hong Kong, so it's going to make that breakpoint just a little bit harder for them. But still, this is a very long map, a little under 3 minutes long, so they got plenty of time to recover.
And as I've said many times on stream before, if you're gonna miss, the time to miss is at the beginning. Henry's only about 50 combo behind, but Brown's gonna pick up a miss too, so that's gonna give Thailand a chance to extend their lead.
Yeah, oh, another miss from Henry right there. That's gonna extend their lead even further, and now they're already off to around a 50,000 point lead here. actually extending even further due to accuracy drops from the side of Hong Kong. Oh, but a miss from Panamas there. Could reset the momentum a little bit. Another miss. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Multiple there.
Oh wow, Panamas just keeps on dropping on this finisher section. Raytoli also missing as well. The last full combos on Banan for the side of Thailand, but still just the accuracy difference is overall favoring Thailand still in this.
Yeah. Henry finding a miss as well. That was really Hong Kong's chance to capitalize on the 2 misses, but now the 2 Hong Kong players have missed as well. So we're pretty much back at equilibrium. I don't think that Hong Kong is gonna have to look for another opportunity like that, and we're already halfway through the map, so it's gonna be tough for them.
Yeah, I think if they're gonna win this, it's not gonna come down to accuracy. They're gonna have the hope for a pretty big drop here from the side of Thailand for any opportunity. There is still a good bit of map though, so maybe they can have a chance to recover into this, but 75,000 point lead, that's a pretty big lead. See, so far everyone's sort of stabilizing here on this section. Nothing really going on here. Everyone's hitting the section pretty well. Let's see though, another finisher section. Oh, Panamas gets caught off by it. Panamas is really struggling with these finishers here.
That might not be enough though. The score gap has decreased, but not enough, especially as Brown finds another miss here.
Yeah, it's just too little too late, it looks like. And Thailand pretty much guaranteed their second point of this match, and now they're going to be up 2-0. But it was on their own pick here, so Hong Kong will have another chance to try securing their first point of the match. 2 100s of Banan. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, my. They got... I swear, Banan's accuracy is crazy in these first 2 picks. They got 4 100s on the gimmick map, and now 2 100s on Nomad 1. Their Nomad accuracy is wild. That is out of this world.
I mean, that is also... interesting, you know, both picks have been in the no mod bracket. It begs the question, what happens when we move into the mod brackets? But I mean, these scores, I mean, all across the board, they're pretty decent. Once again, a fairly contentious pick. It was a little bit more Thailand favored than the first one. But we have to ask the question, where is Hong Kong gonna go now? Are they gonna continue to battle Thailand on these no mod, or are they finally gonna move into the mod brackets?
Yeah, I think if Hong Kong are going to secure their first point, I feel like they want to look towards maybe the mod bracket. I don't know which mod they're going to want to favor. I do know that Thailand did ban Hidden 1, so like maybe we could see Hidden 2, but it's a bit hard to tell. I'm pretty sure Hong Kong's highest... Yeah, it looks like on the qualifiers, they placed 16th on the Hidden map. So, it looks like Hong Kong could go with Hidden, but they will be picking GT1 for their next pick here.
So Yongin is going to come in now. Looks like the 3 same players from Thailand are going to stick around. I like to think about pressure as these matches go on. The pressure is definitely on Hong Kong to make sure they don't lose another point here, because that will put them at a 2 breakpoint deficit, and they definitely don't want to have to compete against that. So this is honestly quite an important point for them to win, to at least keep that back and forth going, so that they can only look for 1 breakpoint opportunity instead of continuing to mount that pressure where, oh my goodness, we have to continue to break points.
Yeah, and I feel like the momentum from 2 breakpoints, like, it might just be too much for Hong Kong to be able to, like, really come back into the match. Unless, like that puts a lot of pressure on them to pretty much win every single pick if they lose this map. So, yeah, and I will say, this DT1, I feel like is a bit of a step up compared to last week's DT1. It's a lot more intense to play. So I'm kind of wondering how these teams will perform on it.
Before double time, I want to point out we have a length of 420, which is quite comedy, if you ask me.
Funny number. Looks like one of the players on the side of Hong Kong crashed, so we'll be taking a second to get them back into the lobby. But yeah, looks like I'm noticing, as you've said, like Hong Kong definitely seems to have a lot more variety in their player skill set. Like they're kind of swapping players like in a lot of these maps. But Thailand has stuck with the same roster for 2 maps in a row. So I kind of wonder if that will be a theme for the rest of this match as it goes on.
Yeah, you know, usually we expect the core three, I guess, so to speak, for any country, especially at this seed, to change when we go into the gimmick map. But these players have already played for the gimmick map, so given that, I'm suspicious to say whether we'll see anyone else on the Thailand side substitute. But I'm sure they have all their scores picked out. Maybe we'll see something change the longer that this match goes on. So
Yeah, they did have Zero Kungs actually play for the gimmick map for the side of Thailand, so it hasn't just been the same 3 players, but it has been almost the same 3 players for the last 3 maps now. Alright, looks like we're about to be getting underway with DT1, Hong Kong's second pick of the match. An important pick here for them as it could determine a lot of the momentum going into the rest of the match overall.
So once again, we're still dealing with a fairly long map, about 3 minutes long. We have an OD of 6, but with double time, that's more about like 9. I think it's a little bit above 9, I think. So accuracy is definitely going to be of importance here, especially since in Score V2 we have a little bit more emphasis in Taiko on accuracy than combo. But if you can't maintain combo, like Ponamus finding an early miss, double early miss, then it's going to be interesting to see exactly how it plays out.
Henry also picking up a miss, but Ponamus' accuracy, they dropped down to around 90% there for a moment. And so yeah, that will give a slight, just as I was about to say it, Henry's actually picking up a couple more misses, and now the lead will go over to Thailand off of those misses, but Hong Kong still overall have slightly better accuracy. Another miss from Ponamus though. It looks like they might be able to keep the lead. Actually, no, I believe it. Oh, but that miss from Brown, yeah, that's definitely gonna keep the lead in the favor of Thailand for now. Oh, that miss from Banan. That's another miss from Ponamus. The lead wants to flip on over to Hong Kong's side, but just the accuracy difference overall is favoring Thailand at the moment.
Yonkin and Raytoli are both holding strong. Ponamus finding another miss. We are in the range of scores where 100s are going to make the difference, and as Yonkin is finding a number 100, that's actually going to extend the Thailand lead.
Yeah, it looks like Thailand are just like hard carrying off of accuracy right now, and that's like the thing really keeping them in this, because the combo difference definitely wants to favor Hong Kong here just because of Ponamus missing, but still just that accuracy lead is overall really keeping them in this with an over 20,000 score lead.
Yeah,
But
all
if-
the Hong Kong players now are at the 400 cap. Ponamus is catching up. It's really all about accuracy right now as we head into this last third, unless anyone finds another miss as we head into this last part.
Yeah, I think if Raytoli or Banan pick up a miss, and that could be really huge for Hong Kong to come back into this map here, because the lead is just slowly extending out. Oh, and that miss from Yongin. Oh no! And now things are just gonna start running away in the favor of Thailand, and we might be seeing another breakpoint here if things keep on going this way. And there's not a lot of map left. Ponamus is gonna pick up a miss, but again, just the accuracy difference. We're gonna need to see more than just one miss for things to close in.
Yeah, Raytoli holding an FC all the way. He might even finish with the FC. That really might be one of the anchors of the Thailand team to be having a score lead this different, especially as Yongin picks up another miss now.
And yeah, that's the end of that map. Another breakpoint. And Raytoli picking up a full combo there. Very impressive stuff from them. And once again, Banan overall has the best accuracy in the lobby, the lowest 100 count by a kind of substantial amount. Their accuracy
Yeah.
is terrifying to me. I was not aware that this player had this good of accuracy. They are a terrifying player.
Yeah, Raytoli with the only FC, but still finishing with a lower score than Banan due to accuracy. So, I mean, that's actually crazy.
Yeah. Bananas Loki's looking like the MVP of this match potentially. And looks like Thailand immediately going into Fremont too.
All right, Fremont. This is going to be interesting. We have seen we've seen one pick. That was double time that we. Shoot, my memory is so bad. Didn't we just see double time?
Yes.
Okay, we did. All right. Okay. So we've only seen the only mod we have seen thus far is a mod that you cannot pick in free mod. So this is going to be interesting to see how Hong Kong does this, how Thailand does this. Thailand picking the free mod indicates that they have more confidence. As I said before, we would expect to see a mod advantage on the side of Thailand unless this is something Hong Kong has practiced or something that they have on their list as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see what mods we'll be seeing here. I do want to note is that in both of these teams' last match, they did both play free mod 1, and both of them ran all 3 hidden hard rock. So I'm kind of wondering if we might see like a bit of some overmodding, although this is free mod 2, so it is going to be the anti-mod. And looks like we'll be seeing 2 hidden hard rocks there for the side of Thailand. Almost the triple hidden hard rock, but Panamas sticking with just hard rock, just not go too crazy, but just 1 mod each for all the players in Hong Kong. So there's going to be a pretty substantial mod advantage going to Thailand here, just already off the bat. All right, totally did miss on the first few notes, but with a 2 mod advantage, you can kind of afford to have a few misses. Shing picking up a miss early on, that's unfortunate.
So whenever we talk about mod advantages, you know, because Thailand clearly has the mod advantage, it's important to remember too, having that extra pressure does also add extra nerves. So Banan and Raytoli are, I think, facing like a little bit more nerves, but if they have practices enough, although Raytoli's, I mean, I was about to say Raytoli's picking up a number of 100s, but it doesn't matter because of the mod advantage, especially as Henry picks up some misses.
And I don't want to, some more, oh my goodness, Raytoli though, oh, they're picking up a few misses right there. They did stabilize their accuracy, but miss from Henry. At least they didn't drop too much accuracy though, but yeah, that miss from Henry is gonna deny them having a bit of a comeback into here. And miss from Shing as well. Now the lead's starting to just go all the way over to Thailand now, and we're gonna have the hope for a pretty substantial drop here to make things even out. He's dropping quite a few 100s here. They haven't dropped their combo. Oh, they do drop the combo. Panama's also dropping their combo. That's going to lower the score gap a little bit. It's around 45,000 now, but still, I think we're going to need to see a few more drops. And oh my goodness, we're seeing a few more drops indeed. Some more misses from Raytoli. Oh my. I'm so sorry, Raytoli. Oh my. But man, that is some crazy accuracy. I just want to point out 99.5% accuracy. That is 100% keeping Thailand in this right now. If Banan ends up dropping like their combo or accuracy here, we could definitely be seeing some pretty scary things. But oh my no, Henry picking up a miss here on the slow section, which is very unfortunate. And now the lead's gonna go right back up to around 60,000. And we're gonna need to hope for another substantial drop on the side of Thailand for things to start going back to being somewhat even. Alright, getting into the last Ki here. And the score gap keeps on increasing. Brown and Raytoli trading misses, and it is going to lower the score gap just a little bit, but it's not going to be enough to really change things substantially. We're going to need to see a massive drop here for Hong Kong to come back into this, and it looks like Thailand might be picking up their 4th point of this match, and indeed they will. And Panan once again, 14 100s. Hidden Hard Rock FC. Panamas as well, 7 100s as well. Oh my.
The Silver S, the only Silver S in the lobby, a very respectable score. A 1.1 million.
it's just the accuracy overall and the mod advantage. It just ended up being a bit too much for Hong Kong to really be able to compete with, unfortunately. And Hong Kong had some pretty solid scores there. The accuracy from Xing was pretty good. It's just that mod advantage.
Banan, no. Banan finds a miss at the end of the
Oh,
map.
wow.
No.
I think they still take the MVP of that map though. Yeah, by 200 points.
I mean, not
Wow.
only did they take the MVP of the point, but possibly the MVP of the match. Unfortunately, Hong Kong getting swept 5-0. It is over for Hong Kong. Unfortunately, they have reached the end of their Taiko World Cup journey. Thailand will be continuing in the losers bracket, but I do want to say that all of the players who played today in this match did a fantastic job. We are going to, it will be logged in the wiki as a 5-0, but that will not do justice to how close and how contentious this map really was. Hong Kong and Thailand both putting up a great fight. Thailand finding a very, very marginal advantage on accuracy. So, well played to Hong Kong. They should not walk away from this feeling bad. They put up a really good fight, and I hope that they walk away from this feeling proud of themselves.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. And yeah, I look forward to seeing Hong Kong in future Taiko World Cups, and I look forward to seeing how Thailand progress through the losers bracket. They're shaping up to be looking kind of like a scary opponent in the losers bracket. Even though, for the most part, it's just kind of like a 3 to 4 man team from what we've seen so far. They're shaping up to be a pretty tough opponent potentially in the losers bracket. Let me check who they go against next. Loser of match 27. They will be facing against the loser of the United States versus Turkey. Oh man, that's a tough matchup. That's a tough matchup.
That is definitely going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious to see how Thailand ended up playing on that. I feel like Thailand could definitely get some upsets with their seeding. I feel like they have showed that they could maybe get like an upset, but against Turkey or the United States, that's going to be a tall order, but I guess we'll have to see how that shapes up. And looks like we'll be having our next match fairly soon. Just 30 minutes from now, we'll be seeing Italy versus Germany. I believe another losers bracket match for this round of 16, so definitely stay tuned.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. Italy giving us a almost totally new roster this year. One of the teams I've been keeping my eye on. So if you've been around Taiko as long as I have, you should definitely be as interested to see Italy's performance as we go on in the tournament this year. We will be taking a short break for about 26-27 minutes. So use this time, rehydrate yourselves, get some food if you haven't eaten yet, and we will catch you back here in about 27 minutes for Italy versus Germany. Alright, welcome back everyone to the round of 16 OC Taiko World Cup 2024. I'm still here. My name is Illuminite. We're going to be watching Italy versus Germany this time. Seed 15 versus seed 31. This is going to be quite an interesting match. Both teams quite well known, quite revered for their skill in the past. I'm joined for this match by Adriad this time. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to see some Taiko gameplay. It's been a while.
Well, there's no better match to start within these two European teams battling it out. Round of 16. It's going to be quite interesting. Italy, again, something I've mentioned before, Italy providing us almost an entirely new roster than we're used to seeing. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how they perform against Germany. Germany also providing a number of new names. So these are two teams that have really changed quite a bit, not only in the last year, but if we even go back in time, they have changed a lot.
Yeah,
so it's going to be
I'm looking at some of
interesting.
these names. Just like I said, it's been a while since I've been playing taiko, and I do not remember many of these names. So definitely some new blood coming into these teams.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so much more exciting too, especially Germany. They're coming off of the round of 16, or I'm sorry, round of 32. They went to tiebreaker with Argentina, lost 4-5. So they definitely fought hard, and it's going to be, I think, based on the seedings alone, and even based on the performance of them that's last week, it's going to be tough for Italy to overcome this challenge. And so it's going to be very intriguing to see how they perform. Italy's going to ban Nomad 1, Germany's going to ban Nomad 2, and then pick Nomad 4 once again, starting with the gimmick map.
We just really want the Nomad pool out of here already, huh? Already banning 2 of them, picking a 3rd, and a best of 5. We're already running out of the chances for us to see some vanilla gameplay.
Yeah, so a lot of 2 out of the after this, 3 out of the 5 Nomad picks are going to be gone, and then the rest of the pool is at least slightly modded. Mew, a German mapper, so hopefully Germany picking Germany picking the Mew map might give them a little bit of a buff here.
I believe this is the gimmick map, correct?
Yes, sir, it is indeed the gimmick map.
This doesn't necessarily affect players of this caliber, but it is interesting to see a gimmick map with 6.3 HP. Usually,
Yeah,
they're a lot lower.
I would say either a lot lower or a lot higher, depending
That's
on...
also true.
Yeah,
Depending on what type of gimmick we're talking about. 'Cause
Exactly.
sometimes they will just hit you with the HP 10, and it's, oh, you get 20 misses, you lose.
All right, ew, finding a miss really fast. Iraq also finding a miss. Looks like Mr. Miller did as well.
Some of the players having a lot of, not a lot, but a little bit of trouble with this beginning. You finding another miss. Unless that one was real. The first one was actually a client error, I think.
Oh. Well, this is a German pick, so we would expect to see a German lead. And that's definitely what we're seeing right now. 80,000. Oh, so we see a triple miss on the side of Italy.
Iraq getting a lot of chain misses there, increasing the lead to 120,000 points. We're not even halfway through yet, and the lead's already this big.
Alright, Emre finding a miss on the German side, but Dragon Max holding strong. Mr. Miller finding a miss too.
Silly things with the drum rolls with Scorby 2, but most players making it through it fairly well.
I was about to say the Italian players are stabilizing. Iraq and Ew finding misses though. Iraq finding a number of misses now though.
Coming into the end of the chart, and it seemed to be a very, very solid first pick for Germany.
So luckily it being a German pick, the
100s.
Holy crap, Dragon Max. Yeah, holy crap. I didn't even notice that. Jesus. 1,119,360. An absolute crazy play. But luckily, as I was saying, luckily it being a German pick, there's no additional pressure for Italy yet, as long as they're able to respond with their own pick for now. So where is Italy going to go next? They're going to go free mod 2.
Yeah, we're getting already some mod action, so maybe we will be spared from the rest of the no mods. But we'll have to find out.
Kite Mjort, that's how I say it. Kite Mjort 322 coming in for Italy. Michelotto on the German side coming in now.
All right, here we go. We're seeing a 2 mod from Dragon Max and 1 mod for everybody else with Manglovania and Michelotto picking Hard Rock with the rest unhidden.
A very slight mod advantage for Germany.
I believe it's 2% accuracy, assuming FC, but Dragon Max has already found a miss, so that
Mr.
2%
Miller
accuracy
has
buffer.
as well.
So we will see the early lead heading over for Italy, but Chris does find a miss.
Kite Mjort really struggling a little bit here as we head into the first key eye. They give a pretty decent lead to Germany, about 35,000 points now.
Yeah, these patterns are a little difficult to read with hidden. Can be some very random doublets that can just trip you up if you're not paying attention.
Oh, Megalovania, lol, finding another miss as well. Definitely going to extend the German lead as they miss yet again.
Yeah. Just about 115k in favor of Germany right now. Third of the chart remaining. That's a pretty large point deficit to try to overcome, especially when you don't have a mod advantage.
Oh, wait.
Uh-oh.
See, it looks like we have a disconnect on the side of Italy. Chris disconnecting. It'll be okay if they disconnect though, as long as they finish the map and submit a picture of their score to the referee. So definitely not a bad thing, so long as they are still playing the map.
I mean, at least with the score deficit, it's looking like it'd be a little tough for one person to overcome the gap. I don't think their score. I think the score that they had when they disconnected is still in that total. I'm not exactly too familiar with how Tourney client handles these cases.
Well, we're definitely gonna have to wait for the official ruling here. Let's take a look at the MP link.
The assumption right now is that they hard crashed, but
yeah, that
we'll
is
have
the
to find out.
assumption. Although it's going to be tough because it looks like the blue team won by almost 1.2 million points. So even if Chris does submit their score to the referee, I do think that this is going to be a point for the German side.
I think with I think with with only having one mod, I don't think Chris's score could overcome that.
Yeah, the referee making the ruling here. Germany wins by 1 point, almost like I said, 1.2 million points. So unfortunately, it's going to be Germany's point anyways. So the Germans earning a break point here on the second pick, and it's their point. It's their pick again here. All right, looks like that the Germans are going to pick Hard Rock 1. We're just going to move past the disconnect of the last pick. We're going to move past it. Everything's okay. We're still missing a third player for the Italian side, though. Looks like we're going to re-invite Chris so that they can rejoin us here.
All right. This is our. I'm going to imagine this is our slower hard rock pick. Our more accuracy focused one. And yeah, it does appear that Chris did experience a crash, which is unfortunate.
All right, here we go with the third point of the match. This is a German pick, so hopefully the Germans they perform on their own pick. They definitely don't want to give Italy the chance to tie things up.
So with OD 6.5, I believe Hard Rock puts that at 8.4, or is it 9 point? Was it 9.1?
I think it's 9.1 because I think 7 puts it up to 9.8.
Yeah. You does find a miss.
Oh, so does Megalovania. Lol. I just gotta emphasize the lol.
The bottom side of the Italian team struggling a bit with some of these sections. Drex finding a miss on the German team, so keeping it a little close, still about 50k lead for Germany, and Chris finding a miss makes it a little larger.
You and Megalovania approaching that 400 combo cap. Never mind, just Megalovania. Lol. I'm approaching that 400 combo cap as Io finds a miss. Chris is stabilizing again, but all the Italian players are pretty much stabilizing as Drex Sack Blaze approaches that 400 combo gap as well.
Yeah, it is worth noting for people who aren't familiar with Score v2 scoring, there is combo-based scoring in it, but not to a terribly large extent. It maxes out at 400 combo. So if you have above 400 combo, you're getting the same points as anybody else above 400.
We got a question in chat, which has been answered by a few of our spectators. What is considered the hardest ranked in love maps? I would say that the hardest ranked map is... it's a tie, I would say, between 13 Stairs and the one Nepri map. That's like something about frozen something. It's like something about being cold. I don't remember the name of the map.
The only one that comes to my mind is Northern Limit, but I don't even
Yeah,
know.
that one. That one.
Is
Northern.
that
that's
Napuri?
it, yeah. Northern Limit. I knew it had something to do with being cold.
But yeah,
So, Northern Limit and 13 Stairs. As for the loved maps, I mean, it's totally up for grabs because some of our loved maps are gimmick maps. Some of our loved maps are actually technical, and it just
got like
depends.
3 storyboard maps.
Yeah, one of them, especially the redo of what's it called? The redo of Marianne that Gizo made. Not the first one, but the second one. The second one is ridiculously difficult.
I know I played one of them. I have a pretty solid pass on one of the storyboard ones. I'm
say Ender is also Italian now by flag. So to see the Italian team without these core players, it's definitely, I don't know what the adjective I want to use. It's just intriguing, I suppose, to see how they're performing.
Certainly different faces on the team as a whole. We're moving into Free Mod 1 now for what could be the final map of the match. Man, this song gives me PTSD.
Megalovania LOL is saying that they don't pay me enough to play this map.
Oh, is the version here also not great, or as I'm just scarred by the Vulpex chart of this.
Yeah, it's understandable.
One of the 18s of all time. We still see a double mod coming in from Dragon Max.
All right, Germany's at match point. And once again, a nearly 3-minute long map. So far, Italy has the lead by accuracy, but again, got enough time for things to shift.
OD 6.5 is, I believe, the last Hard Rock we played was. So, 9.1 for the Hard Rock players.
And we got Kite picking up the first miss of the match. Gonna give the Germans a slight lead that's gonna increase a little bit based on accuracy, but with a lead that small, it's really quite volatile what could happen.
Yeah, it is. Oh, just a small note. I believe Mr. Miller did pick up a miss in the first, like, 10 notes. Because they do have, like, 20 lower combo. $40K lead so far. With the mod advantage, it is very difficult for Italy to overcome that.
Yeah, I see Megalovania and Ill both picking up 100s occasionally, so when you are down the mod advantage, every 100 counts as we extend the lead for the Germans to 50,000 points.
And Kite picking up a miss in one of the slower sections. Definitely one of the more difficult sections for a hit and only.
Ill finding a miss now as well. Kite picking up a miss as well. It's going to extend the lead for the Germans as Mr. Miller finds a miss.
And Megalovania drops as well.
Exactly. So it's going to be difficult for the Italians to come back, especially as we have about 40 seconds left in the map.
Grade misses from Kite and Micheletto. And
that's it.
Actually crazy score coming in from Dragon Max, getting over 1.1 mil. And FC, the only one in the lobby as well.
Yeah, by far, it's also the only score in the lobby above 1 million. So by far the highest score in the lobby. Definitely impressive from Dragon Max. Impressive scores from all the 6 players that have played today. So unfortunately, Italy is going to be departing us this year. I think this is probably the earliest in a few years that Italy has been eliminated from the Taiko World Cup. But all of the players, as always, all of them did very well. To get to this point is respectable. So GGWP to all of the players on both Italy and Germany.
Yeah, Does it is always unfortunate to see a team lose, but you do have to be happy for the teams that win, and Germany moving on to the next round.
So from here, we have, I believe, a match in either 30 or 90 minutes. Unfortunately, my sense of time
30.
is not very good. 30 minutes. Peru versus Poland. Another losers bracket match. A lot of the destiny of these two teams are on the line. And we're going to continue from Peru, Poland, from Czechia and Russia. And then a few hours later, we'll get Chile versus Canada. And then tomorrow are the rest of the teams that you see on your screen. So for today, we have 3 more matches. So hopefully you're anticipating those matches. Hopefully if you are fans of any of those 6 teams you see there are taking place today, you purchase a banner for only $2.50 USD on the Osu store. Please purchase those banners. That goes to not only the Osu Taiko World Cup prize pool, but it also goes to supporting development of Osu in general, especially as the developers are trying to roll out laser for everyone. So please do purchase a banner, not only for the team that you support. You can purchase multiple banners. I have one for the United States, I have one for the Mexico, and I also have one from the Mania 7K World Cup for South Korea.
You gotta collect them all.
Exactly, and you can buy all 32 teams banners for only about $80 if you want to do that. If you have enough money to do that, please do. So, again, just to finish this out, Peru and Poland will be in about 30 minutes. Czechia, Russia in about an hour. Chile versus Canada in about 6 hours, and that's going to wrap up our Saturday. So, thank you for joining us. We will be back in a little bit, and I appreciate all of you guys tuning in. So we will see you in about 30 minutes. Take care.
Cheers.
Hello guys, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Osu Taiko World Cup 2024, and we are back on the round of 16 weekend. We're going to be starting off with potentially one of the strongest team in this year's Taiko World Cup versus one of their harder opponents this week compared to last week. Japan versus the Philippines to start off the weekend. My name is Yongin. Joining with me today, we got another player who just lost to Philippines last week. Jay,
We
how are
don't
you
talk
feeling?
about it. No, I'm feeling very good. Philippines getting that upset by seeding last week, and their reward is driving straight into the brick wall that is Seed 1 Japan. But I'm sure they'll give it their all and they'll pop off. Right? No one's ready for the strength of this Philippines team.
True. Definitely. I do agree that Japan is a super brick raw team, even though they got a little bit weaker than last year, but still, it's still an amazing team full of one of the best players in the entire world, such as Great T, and some more returning map pullers, playtesters from last year, such as My Ing, Shamaran, Eriha or so. And then Philippines, we got quite a bit of a newer names, such as Silicosis and Mochi, joining in with a bunch of returning players such as Airy, J-Man, and Josh Evo, Krish, all really good players. However, how they up against the Japanese team, we will find out. Getting the Rose, the first ban from Japan, will be on Hidden One, straight up gone, doesn't want to play the map at all. It's like,
Actually, this is interesting because last week the Philippines ended up banning the slow hidden, so I feel like if they were going to keep with that trend, Japan's kind of given them a bit of a favor. Okay, if you're rolling for ban, this is quite worrisome. Well, hidden is gone, ladies and gentlemen. It's as simple as that.
Oh man, they just roll out that ban and Hidden 2 is just gone.
Wait,
Like,
hang on, this
they
doesn't make
made
sense.
it.
If they rolled 7, they should have banned Hard Rock 1. They cannot count.
I mean,
that's how it is, I guess.
I guess they just don't want to touch your Hidden Pool at all.
Yeah,
Or
Quish
maybe
is
sometimes-
facts right now. Truly is hidden. It's so hidden, in fact, that you'll never be able to see it this map.
Yeah. This week's Hidden Pool is usually quite. I would say this week's Hidden Pool is quite SV heavy. I'm pretty sure Jay, you play the pool as well, so a lot different than last week.
It's cool. Yeah. They felt bad. They didn't want to leave Mario in Ban Kingdom by himself. They had to give his brother just for some just some companionship.
Yeah. Luigi's
So Mario
also
and
gone.
Luigi are gone. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Mario Bros. But I guess we'll see what Philippines picks first. They have quite a bit of easier maps that they can go for. Honestly, I would say number 4 and number 5. It's arguably easier than last week. Philippines could have taken points from there, and then so
Oh,
there's
this-
some of their stronger picks.
What do these
Alright.
rolls mean? What does 4 out of 5 mean? It means no mod 1 apparently. Hey,
I guess-
unrelated, but did you know that Mario and Luigi's surname is Mario? Isn't that weird?
Really? I've never.
Well, they're the Mario brothers, so they must be Mario Mario and Luigi Mario.
Oh my god. That's insane. But yeah, I actually have never heard of that Mario thing. Mario
Just,
Bros.
well, you've never heard of a croissant either, so you know there's plenty of time for learning.
Oh. True. I've never heard of croissant. I guess we'll be on to normal one, our custom song of the weekend, and I guess the roles are a little bit different compared to what we expected from Philippines. Even though they roll a 4, they're still gonna go for normal one. Aqua, the song has a lot of finishers, Jay.
Why did you have to say my name like that? They're fine to hit. Index players can hit these just fine. Wink wink.
Yep, just fine.
Also, it's not just a custom, it's also a custom by like a fellow like OS community player and member, so that's also really cool.
Yeah. Also, this map is actually quite a lot different compared to last week's normal one. It has a lot of BPM changes.
Yeah, this one is definitely more of a variety pick. In fact, I actually consider this is probably I want to say the biggest step up in the no mod pool from like no mod 1 last week to this week. I definitely feel like this one has like the biggest jump in difficulty.
Yeah, even though the patterns I would say is definitely easier than last week on the stream sessions, the finishers and 1-6 could have easily make players drop their combo left and right. So we'll be on to the map. Really strong roster from Japan, Mai, Neko Miyusa. Great T against Kish, Airy, and J-Mare. Surprisingly, we don't have Josh Eco, which he is really good at conflicts, so I would expect him to play some of the finishers quite well in the middle session.
He's in the back warming up. Right, we are off pick number 1. This is no mod 1. Yeah, you can see already we've got a variety of snaps already. 1-3, 1-6, 1-8. A little bit of high SV finisher overlap. Definitely a much more complex chart than no mod 1.
Yeah, and J-Mare finds break on the 1-8. And that goes a bit of an early lead from Japan, but now we're gonna be into the weird session. Here it comes.
Yeah, definitely a variety of snappings and scrolls in this one. Nekamuse is gonna drop that double S. Some of the finishers, players still holding pretty well through them. Fish is gonna find a break on the Filipino side.
All the Japanese players are actually hitting the finisher and still getting a double S. And final miss from the Philippines, Airy. There's no
Let's
more
see,
full
the
combo left.
1-6, Quish, all players except Quish getting through that. That's... Guys, why did you make it 264 BPM? It's so fast and it's only around 16.
Yeah.
That said though, all
that
players pretty much doing it very well, so maybe it's not that hard.
That 1-6 is very rough. Even though it's quite rollable, it's still a very easy to break session, especially to lower seeded teams. We're only finding one break over there, so it's a good job to both teams. But Japan still with the 2 double S on this pick, and I do believe all their members actually hit the finisher. So a very prominent first pawn on Japan. We only have the stream part left, and I don't expect a lot of misses on this part. It's looking like Japan.
And there's only one like difficult finisher section left, and then the rest of the map is cooldown.
And here it comes. And my drops 100 from that. That's basically it.
Great T! No, don't ghost tap here, that's dangerous. Don't do that.
It's great T. He's used to ghost tapping when
He
has
is
a chance.
unfazed. Right out the gate, the 1 mil from Great T, and the rest of the team not far behind, 998k.
That's actually insane. Like, everyone hit their
This-
finisher on the
They're too
Japanese team.
powerful. And J-Mare so close to the FC as well. Really picking up the pace for Team Blue.
Yeah, those are some really nice scores from the Japan team, but J-Mare also trying his best to go up against the Japan team. Average 900k, and I would say that's already pretty good at this for this map. As this map, I would say definitely require quite a lot more with the skill sets compared to last week's No Mod 1.
Oh, free mod 2. Very interesting pick. I feel like the Philippines... Actually, I've noticed a lot of teams, even the ones in the lower seeds this year, have shown in the round of 32 at least, they've shown that they have like very high mod proficiency. Like we've been seeing 4 to 6 like mods on teams as low as like 24, 25 seed. So free mod is like very risky, I feel like, this year, since every country just seems to be so competent at it.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Recently, especially the lower seeded teams, I would say lower seeded teams in general has been only lacking a little bit of skill caps, but instead they will make up with the mod cap and such. Usually they just put on like a singular mod, or at least 2 mod even on the free mod picks, and really takes a lot of points, I would say, on the modded pools such as Hard Rock and Hidden, and only lacking a little bit of speed caps and no more pattern caps or so. So usually free mod is what the lower seeded teams would go for, but Japan is just confident and they decided to go for the anti-mod pick, probably going for all Hidden Hard Rocks onto the Invent map by Refauge. This map 175 ppm, and I would say the hot part compared to last week is actually more on the speedier S3 sessions, which last week I would say is definitely more on the lower S3 leading challenge, but this one lot of jump scare patterns and streams and 1/6 on a second part, I would say.
Yeah, jump scare is actually a good way of putting it, because it feels like between the two Ki's, they're fairly similar, but then out of nowhere there'll just be like a quad, or there'll just be like a 167 plat that wasn't in the first half, and sort of it's like players try to cool down a little bit because they're like, yeah, I've played this already, and then yeah, a new pattern all of a sudden gives them a bit of an awake check.
Yep. We got a little bit of an issue. It's a very interesting bug, but seems like Airy is not registering his second part of drums. So we are only seeing Airy single tapping everything, but I'm pretty sure he's actually hitting some of these notes.
No, he's hitting them because I just saw it went to 130
Yeah.
combo all of a sudden, right?
Yeah.
I love spectator bugs.
This is the first time I've ever seen this bug. But we do have 2 bricks on Japan to start off the gate. However, due to the mod,
It's a bit hard for us to tell who's in the lead.
I do believe Japan is still in the lead because they have 2 mod advantage, and Kish already finding quite a bit of drop in his hidden mod only. But still, double S from Great T really doing wonders on this pick. He's gonna find a drop on the speed of
interesting.
SV.
There's only one FC on the side of Japan now, and one FC on the side of well, maybe 2. But not sure about that one. Aries just playing with the mouse only, guys.
No, I don't think my mind is actually FCing. The only FC is J-Man. No one else is FCing.
Oh, you are right.
But Kish finding a lot of drops on the slow S3 sessions once again. I think more advantage to the Japanese team. And my mind, despite with the very early one, is still with the amazing score, 99.8 with the hidden Hara. Just a crazy 2 mod from the Japanese team.
Yeah, Shamaran and Maimai had a little bit of a shaky start, but they seem to have gotten back into the rhythm with it.
Yeah, and the solo FC from J-Man trying his best against the Japanese team, but when the Japanese players are still getting 99%, even the break on the hidden Hara, there's not much you can do. And that's it. So, only solo FCs from J-Man. Really good job with the singular mod. Kish with the hidden 14. This is still really nice score from him. And Neri just gonna go for the hidden hard rock. The accuracy, not the best accuracy compared to the rest of the lobbies. Really dropped his score quite a bit. But yeah, Japanese players Great T kind of misread an entire chain of stream, I do assume. But still, their accuracies are just over the top on this pick.
Yeah, looking at the MP link here to get the full picture of Aries' score, it was actually pretty similar to the results screen. It was about 828k. It definitely felt like a case of over modding, just due to the poor accuracy, or the poorer accuracy. It's still pretty hard.
Yeah. And well, I do believe that's the first map that we don't see Japan have a SS on. So the rest of the maps they have at least one SS on.
No, surely when they played Hard Rock 1 last week, I don't think we saw an SS on that one. Maybe
yeah.
we did.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. I don't think we only saw 100 from that map. They technically also dropped 100 on the map in the qualifiers as well on one of the picks. But yeah, other than that, they have been just SSing every map. At least one SS. We're gonna see a more favorable skill set from the Philippines. The mod 3, Speed. So, last week, Philippines doing really well on the speed category, basically taking most of the IPPM points against Australia. So they're gonna go for much speed one more time against the Japanese team. And with this map being quite comfortable to roll in general, I do believe Philippines has a realistic chance on this pick. And I do believe Philippines gonna swap in their third speed player. Josh should be coming in soon. He is here. Mary and J-Man should be staying in the lobby.
Dude, do you know how old this map is? It's pretty awful.
I actually have no idea how old this map is.
If this is the Val one, then that was 2012 or 13. It's over a decade old. This is actually ancient history.
If this is actually that one, I'll be honestly impressed by how it felt to play compared to most of the older maps. I'll be crazy. Because some of the older maps in Taiko usually quite... The patternings are quite different compared to how this map plays out. Alright, we're actually not seeing Josh, we're gonna be seeing Mochi instead. Into the map. We're gonna get an abort because Mochi forgot to change his team color.
No. He wanted to be part of Japan, guys. Look, Kenten's over there on Team Philippines.
Alright. We got team swap. Nah.
Just remember, in Taiko World Cup 2025, once you've had a point broken against you, the rules dictate that you are allowed to take one of your opponent's players to help you as a catch-up mechanic. I'm sure there's a tournament. I'm pretty sure there's a tournament that exists that has that.
Yes. In Taiko this year it has, but more like after the match rather than in the match.
We've had ones that's like that. It's like the winning team gets to take a player from the loser team that they annihilated, and then see what their team looks like at the end of the tournament.
Yes. And
Yeah, very funny.
unsurprisingly, one team ends up with many strong Japanese players. But yep, that's another story. Onto the speed pick, actually with the members this time. So you can see Mochi swapping in for Philippines. Quite a good speed players as well for the Philippines team. And they do have quite a bit of speed players on Philippines, so this is definitely one of their main skill set for this tournament.
It'll be very interesting too, because this one is actually a fair bit faster than last week. Last week's was 260 if I remember, so another step up.
Yeah. However, I would say this week's one is a lot more comfortable to play in terms of the 1-2 patterning rather than the 1-4 patterning. Last week has a lot more burst. Already you're seeing Mochi dropping quite a bit of scores. But you can see the rest of the players still doing really well. And Jaime is beating out Shamron for a second there. Every finds a miss. That's 2 break for the Philippines. And Japan running away with the 100,000 points lead.
We're getting... Oh, we're already halfway through the map. That's so quick. Kenten's gonna drop the double S. Grape T is still holding it. Closely followed by Kenten, then Jaime.
Grape T last week has 4 double S. So he's looking to replicate it. A little bit missing on the 3 Mod 2 pick, but now he's back on charge with the double S.
Grape T just likes to... did you see his... This guy just likes to flex on Twitter. Like, my man posted like a 30 UR hidden to SS. Like, he didn't have to flex that hard.
Yeah. He likes to be perfect and on time. On UR on unstable rate. And it reflects in his accuracy still for double S. The Philippines finally stabilized their combo as most of their team members are building back up to combo cap, but sadly, due to the map being quite short, that's going to be over. And Jaime with a really good score actually tying up with Shamarin. Unfortunately, they are 2 stronger players on the Japanese team. Countdown with 2-100 and double S from Grape T once again.
This is just the warm up for the guy. No mod for all, very, very fast pick.
Oh, okay.
Are you ready to pronounce the Why is it called Wa? It's not called Wa.
It's called I need to scroll up as well, but this song is actually made up with a bunch of emojis.
I just know the first one's like Anguish. Which is probably what a couple of players will be feeling if they have not prepared for this.
Yep. However, I would say this map, in terms of the gimmick approach, is a bit easier than last week. If you are better on... if you are worse on stream patterns, I would say this map is actually quite a bit easier for you. Most of the gimmick parts of this map is quite repeats. A lot of barline gimmicks, barline finisher gimmicks, and flashing notes. But outside of that, they are basically like I won't say they keep coming to they are not keep repeating. Not barline and flashy notes at the same time, and that makes the map a lot easier to get into.
Yeah, we have a new face in this match from the Filipino side. Silicosis 2 coming in.
Yeah, he is the gimmick player for the Philippines team. He has been showing some pretty nice scores on the gimmick, especially very high in terms of accuracy, and he has played it mainly quite a bit. You can see he's still rocking with only 1 monitor so far in this map. Hish with a very early break. And Japan with the 3 double S. Years ago, you would think Japan is the team who is not so strong on gimmick, but they really changed their image since then. And they are basically a flat-out gimmick team, and I would say probably one of the best gimmick teams in the entire tournament. And they're still rocking with the 3 double S. Now into the chorus session with SB changes and barline finishers. Offbeat's gonna make it Silicosis once break as well. There's only 1 FC left from Jaime for Philippines.
Alright, someone's gonna ruin their double S on this for no reason.
You curse it. It happened.
Yes, we did it! It's so deceptively difficult to act.
It was you. It was you who did it. Sharon gonna be dropping another 100, but still basically close to perfect score from Japan.
Oh, my job is done.
Your job is to curse Japan and it happened. Once again, J-Mac has been showing up in this match, basically trying his best to mash out Japan in a lot of the picks, and he's once again kinda close to the Japanese members on this pick. And Shammer finding a break at the end, ruining the 3 FCs from Japan, but 2 double S on this pick. Really nice SS from Grape Tea and Mai on this map to close up. Really good accuracy from Silicosis and Shamarin, but unfortunate misses from them. J-Mail with a nice FC to close up for the Philippines team. And now they have 1 more pick left, possibly 2 if they manage to pop off in the next 2. But it's looking really rough against the Japanese team. So looking like they're still gonna go for no more picks, I assume. They still have 2 left. If that's what the role is about.
Yeah, they have only been going for no mod, and they... you can't pick free mod 2, it has already been picked, Cat 10. Okay, that one is possible though.
I can't suggest the Philippines to take free mod 2 again.
I wish we could pick free mod 2 again, but unfortunately the rules forbid it.
I think the most possible pick is probably number 5. If Philippines is still trying to play to win.
They heard you.
They heard me.
They heard you and they went, nah.
Nah. Okay, this is still a pretty nice pick for Philippines. I would say it's still match their skill sets. Love trip. And
The surprise DT.
yeah, the high BPM double time. Philippines once again has been showing really good accuracies on like these kind of like BPM matches. Especially some of their players such as Airy and J-Man. And they're gonna be trying once again on this approach speed pick. However, I would say the hot part of this map is actually acting it because of the weird, I would say the weird J-pop songs moments where they usually go with keep swapping BPMs, like a very tiny decimal BPM swaps, and it makes this map kinda hard, rough to act, especially being an OD6 double time.
I'm actually curious what's going on with the Team Philippines. They haven't seen any Josh Eco yet. And this might be the last pick.
According to chat, he is not online.
You know, it just be like that sometimes. Man's at the arcade, he's playing Mai Mai. You know how it is.
Yeah, if he shows up right now and then help Philippines to take the point, that will be the hero situation for the Philippines. As taking the point for Japan, I would say it's definitely something that you should celebrate in the Taiko World Cup. Mind you, the viewers that haven't watched the last year, Japan swept the entire World Cup last year. So, and they are looking to do that, looking forward to do that again. Is it possible this year though? Well, we'll see. So far,
I think it'll be a bit more difficult for them this year. Just a feeling.
I think so too.
This is probably the most stacked top 8 we've ever had.
Yeah. And I would say Japan lost quite a bit of their crazy WS members, such as Equimia and Sarah. still, even though that their tier is still quite short, but you can see they have been dropping a little bit of misses and 100s more than usual compared to last year. Like already we see Great T dropping a double S.
Yeah, like you said, this one I don't think is too hard to combo, but definitely the accuracy is where most of the difficulty is. I think misses here are catastrophic.
Definitely, for winners bracket, I would say you definitely need quite a bit of at least 2 FCs on this map. Might even take this map. Both teams are still doing it. And honestly, I think you should. Honestly, it's actually insane how Kantai is still duck-wetting this map due to how rough to act.
I'm actually speechless.
How do you get a double S on this map?
So I don't know, it's so hard to act.
The song makes it so hard to act.
No, it's gone. Okay, that's fair. There's 600 cover, that's super respectable.
Yeah. And on the other side, Philippines is actually doing quite respectful as well. I would say they are missing their third player on this map, but Silicosis are still FCing. And that's a great congratulations to him, honestly, because it's his first time of playing in the Taiko World Cup. And he's still doing a really good job. And haven't FC anything, I do believe, but... Oh.
No, well...
No!
And this here concludes the last match that Yongin will be commentating. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the next match of the Taiko World 2024 round of 16.
Oh! Oh, he's missing again! Oh, that's unlucky.
No, he's not happy.
I am so upset.
No, but like I said, this type of map, you need FCs. They are catastrophic. I'm pretty sure for Philippines to have a leg in this race, they need just a whole Japan wipe. Like, their whole country's internet needs to like stutter for a second.
Yeah, that will work for Philippines, but sadly for Philippines, it's not that. They won't be picking a singular pawn in this match, but they really try out in the last pick. Having 99% on this map is still very respectable for the 17th seed. Airy and Jamer with the 99. Silicosis, I would say he's definitely here to fill in as a third player, still doing really decent job on this map. But 1.09 million from Philippines is a rather respectable score, and combined of 10 100s from Japan in this pick.
Yeah, so, Grape Tea and Nekomuzi are collabing scores right now.
And Antime 100 more than the rest of the two, and that's going to be the match. GG, well played for both of these teams.
GG, well played. We'll see them both next week. No one's eliminated, everyone is safe. Philippines will just move down to the lower bracket for the quarterfinals.
Yeah,
and I don't believe we have a match for a couple of hours, so that'll be it for this slot.
Yeah, honestly, Philippines doing really well today, especially on the speed picks. So let's looking forward how they perform on the lower brackets. Yes, Japan will be striving forward in the quarterfinals and facing the winners between Canada and Chile. So looking forward to it. And that's going to be that's not the only matches we have so far this weekend. We still have way more. This is only the first match yet. Next match is going to be you, Jay.
Oh no.
Well,
now we're ready.
Oh,
wait,
it's you.
Oh, hang on. Oh, okay, good. I put myself as no on the commentators. It's so funny to see when players put themselves as yes and then they realize, wait, I'm playing.
That would be funny. But yeah, it's going to be damn.
You can just hear me like, I am now commentating while playing, guys. You just hear the keyboard crashing in the background.
Tragic. That would be tragic.
It would be funny. Somebody's gonna try it one year. We've got our eyes on them though.
Oh yeah, next
yes,
match is
we-
going to...
Yeah, we won't have a match for a couple of hours, guys. So sit tight, eat some dinner, grab some popcorn, and
Yep,
chill out.
we'll see you in 4 hours then.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the AS Taiko World Cup 2024. I'm DryonX, joined by Yongin, and we're here to present to you Peru versus Poland. How are you doing today, Yongin?
I'm not feeling too well after what happened 2 hours ago. But still, I guess I'll be still here casting another fun match, hopefully so, because we have been only seeing sweep so far, and I don't want it to happen
Yeah,
again.
but hopefully these teams are... I don't exactly know how some of the earlier matches in the day went, but at least compared to the last one, the seeds are closer, with 29 versus 20.
Yep. However, I would say, in my opinion, that Poland is a little bit underseeded. I think 20 is definitely something not up to par on their skill. I think they can be top 16 around over there. They were one of the few teams that actually managed to get to a tiebreaker against the higher seeded team, which is Turkey, last week.
Yeah, Poland losing 5-4 against Turkey, while Peru lost 5-0 against the United States. But regardless, hoping to see a close match now. This is a loser bracket, so whichever one of these teams wins will advance, while the other will, unfortunately, it will be the end of their TWC run.
Yep. I would say Peru definitely more specialized on speedier skills. Your usual no more 3, no more 5 streams, or DT pools, or hard rock pools and such. Meanwhile, Poland is, I would say, a bit more anti-speed team. Like, I won't say they are completely anti-speed. They still got 3 FC on the speedier skill on the speed map number 3 last week. But speed, I would say, is definitely one of their weakest skill sets. But we're gonna see Peru actually banning out Hard Rock 2 instead, which is quite surprising.
Talking about speed maps, but our faster Hard Rock pick being the first map to go. And Nomad
yeah.
2 being the second.
Okay, that's actually also kind of surprising from Poland. Well, not as surprising as the Hard Rock 2 ban from Peru. As Peru, I would say the main weakness is more closer on the HD pool, unless their really good player actually show up this week. Hopefully he does.
And starting off with our gimmick pick in Nomad 4, it seems.
Alright, that's also pretty surprising pick as the highest seeded team.
One of them saying sight read time. Not exactly the thing you want to see in a TWC match.
Yep. Alamagno is saying sight read, which Alamagno is actually a really good gimmick. And I believe you should be able to do well on a deck like this if you actually practice. But still, he is a really well-rounded player out of speed power rock, I would say. And then getting Denki in, who is also pretty decent at gimmick. Frappy gamer, not so much, but still should be able to handle this pick. I would say this now is one of the easier in terms of gimmick. And Poland, we got nickname 2500, which has been showing up really strong on the gimmick picks. Croissant is known as Bernard before, basically able to play everything, especially in this stage. So does Nicolet, who is a new upcoming player from Poland, and mostly focus on gimmicky stuff and techy stuff. Not the best at speed, but other than that, he should be very well rounded and able to handle them. So really easy pick from the point and stuff.
It does seem like a lot of people have been picking this gimmick chart first.
Yeah, especially gimmick is just a skill set that you can grab a nice point on.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like in a lot of the tournaments that I've either been in or casted, that the gimmick chart, once you get to a certain level, is just avoided like the plague.
Yeah, especially this one is actually quite kind to do. A lot of the patterns, a lot of the gimmicks are not repeated. Not repeated to a point that just keeps happening and never stops.
Yeah.
But this part has like a certain way of telling you, oh, the gimmick starts here and then the gimmick ends here. It's very clean that players like playing types of gimmicks.
Yeah, but this chart mainly just has a lot of really weird things with the way sliders interact in Scorby 2. But we do see a lot of early misses coming from Fabry on the side of Peru, so Poland taking an early lead.
Yeah, not the best stuff for Peru. Seems like the supposed to be high ranked player, Chan, is also not here again, which will be pretty bad for their team honestly. Other than that, Alamagno doing really well on this pick so far. Slightly question mark, but like I said before, he's a really good gimmick player.
Yeah, and most of these gimmicks aren't terrible to sight read, though, like I mentioned earlier, some of these sliders can really catch you off guard because of Scorby 2.
Yeah, but still, seeing this in sight read is actually kind of insane. He's matching score with Niblet so far, which actually finds a brick, the only brick on the Polish team. And then Croissant and nickname 2500, as expected. Really good accuracy so far. Nickname 2500 has been only playing the gimmick pick basically in every week, and he gets some gold accuracy every single week. And we're gonna get into more SVs and more barline gimmick, and nickname 2500 does find a break. Still, an FC from Croissant with a 99.69. Really great performance from him. Alamagno with the FC matching him, but due to his accuracy, his score is a little bit lower than nickname 2500, and that's going to be the first point though for Poland.
Not an FC from Alamagno, apparently finding a miss at the beginning that I don't remember seeing, but who missed for what is supposedly a sight read is quite good.
Yeah, definitely. I guess he's missed at the start. The SB transition. Alright, Peru picking hit and one. Interesting. I am definitely did not expect Peru to actually pick this map, as they are not a hidden team. Like, Denki and Stinky and Alamagno could handle this pick, but they usually have a third player issue on HT pick. And then Poland, I would say, have three pretty decent hidden players. Nibula especially, and then Kasan, also pretty decent at hidden. However, Poland also has a wildcard player, Pitbull, who is basically focused on HD only, and then their third big player, Dynacta, is also quite hidden focused. So I would say the entire team is definitely more HD team for Polish side. So yeah, pretty surprising pick from Peru. I've seen Fabry Gamer 84 fly hidden, and then I don't think he's the best in that skill set from what I remember. Actually, no, never mind. I am wrong. Okay. I must have remembered the wrong Peruvian play. He's actually play hitting quite a bit. Okay, now that makes sense as a pick.
Hidden 1 is always just such a weird map, because sometimes it's doable for a lot of people, other times it's so slow that even the good hidden players can have issues with actually being consistent and not missing. But we're in round of 16 right now, so with 4.72 coming in at the star rating, it shouldn't be to that point just yet.
Yep. This map, the start is actually the hardest. Quite memorized. Heavy if you're not that good at hidden. So that's basically the hardest part of it. Other than that, most of the map is quite relatively readable. But the gimmicky SVs could have make players find drops left and right.
Yeah. And it appears we'll just about to be getting to the match right about now.
Actually, a pretty decent HD roster from both teams. Now that I think that makes sense. Yeah, it was last week HD1 that Fabry Gamer got a 500k on, but this one is a lot more readable, if I say. Like a more practicable rather than readable. Last week has a lot of 1-6, which I think that definitely plays better for Fabry Gamers. However, they're facing, I would say, quite a strong HD team, so picking it is definitely quite brave from Peru. Alright, here it comes.
4 players having a lot of issues beginning, and actually everybody just missing a lot, but Poland getting the better of it so far.
Yeah, Dynacta definitely eyes on him. He's so good at HD. So does Stinky and Lamagno. So far, they're finding quite a bit of drops, probably actually able to practice this map in actually FC this map in practice, but this match is just so brutal when in actual match tournament due to nerves. And now that Poland is really thriving that lead. Another slow session gonna make Dynacta, Fabry Gamer, and Hassan all finding breaks left and right. Fabry Gamer missing a few more times. So I guess my expert is actually correct from Fabry Gamers, even though he has hidden quite a bit of hidden in his top place. But seems like slow hidden's definitely not his cup of tea.
What? Hidden can be good on some harder charts for rank, but those charts tend to be a lot faster and have reasonable SV speeds compared to this, which is just so slow.
But that's all the slow part. Now it comes to the quick part. A bit more gimmick session. It's just DK and Fabry Gamer. Let's calm that those patterns. We're finding quite a bit of drop, and so just traded by Thinky and Niblets. Now here comes the weird with doublets and also makes Alamacna and Dynacna its only combo is croissant. This is why I'm kind of surprised that Parrot did not ban on this pick.
Yeah, this definitely seems like it would have been a very good ban. So you gotta wonder how scared they are of the other chart by blanking on what they banned. But
They banned on Hard Rock too. I guess they just don't want to
Yeah.
touch Hard Rock together.
but
Yes.
that is a break point for Poland by a really sizable margin.
Really nice scores from Dynacta. 15-100 and 15 misses. Not the best in combo though, and that definitely made him lost quite a bit of scores. I definitely think with that accuracy, and he could have gotten a bit higher score than 915k. Probably actually even able to FC this in practice. But sadly, it's the match. Croissant and
Only get one
Niblet-
shot at it.
Yep. And croissants and Niblet still have the 800k, so this kind of Magno pretty decent scores from them. But now after that, let's see what Poland's gonna pick. They have quite a lot of wiggle room, and they're just gonna go for hidden too. Alright.
The more standard
Not even giving it a
of
chance.
the hidden charts.
They really want they really wanted to take the hidden point instantly. But one funny thing is that Alright, this is more of a power pick, okay. I have no idea what is the hit in one pick, but now this is definitely a more power pick. And I think they definitely have a chance on a pick like this. I think the reason it's because Tachikin was not here until the last map, and then after he's finally here, they can definitely start on with some map, with this map.
We'll see. I mean, Patchkin is coming in for this map. Our speedy pick. 276 BPM.
Yeah, and we do see Dynactor gonna be swapping out as she is not. She doesn't like playing. She hasn't been playing speed for Poland, and usually swap out to either nickname or Square Speed, which is definitely the speed player for the Polish team. And Nipplet's gonna be staying in, so does Croissant. Croissant's probably gonna be able to access this every day. Speed is definitely his cup of tea. Piece of cake on this map, 276, nothing to him. On the Macno and Dinky, also the two main player for Pyro is going to be staying in so far. And what a old song. Friedman. I remember hearing this like back when I started Osu, like 10 years ago. 10 to 9 years ago.
I can't say the song in particular is familiar with me, but definitely does have that older style of Vocaloid in it.
Yeah. Even the remember the back in the old time standard foul or an awake style of mapping? Even though this is taiko, and I would say this map is actually quite modern in terms of mapping. Very rollable, very comfortable to play even. It's all based on your raw speed.
Always do like to see that. And here we go.
Alright, this should be Perry's chance. A lot more makes sense pick in my book. I'm ready to fire back after the 2 HDs. Any FCs can be valuable on this pick. Now I would kind of say this is a little bit weakness on Poland, but the first pick actually comes from Alamakino.
Yeah, one of the things with these speed maps, especially earlier into tournaments, if you're fast enough, it's pretty much just an accuracy battle. So you can see on some of the Polish players, if you have that raw speed, it becomes way less of a struggle. It's a snowball effect.
Yeah, Croissant is extremely good at speed. He's having no trouble. The main guy I would look at is definitely Niblets on a map like this, as he is usually not the best speed player, as I team with him in some other tournaments, and he doesn't have like really good score on speed, but so far he's doing quite well.
Actually,
Taking finds a break.
100,000 point lead in favor of Poland right now. Only a third of the map left. It's not terribly long, only 219.
Only combo left from the Perro is Dinky, who has been performing quite strong in this match. But once again, he is being countered off by 3 FCs on Polish side. Double S even from Croissant.
Patchkin finding another miss. I don't want to speak too soon, but it's looking very unlikely for the Peruvian team.
And as the longer pattern comes, it's going to make Peru struggle a little bit more in terms of score. As now the lead has been extended to 240,000 points, going to be extended to 250,000 points, and that's going to be the second breakpoint for Poland, and they will be in the match point
And
potential.
SS coming in from Croissant.
What do you expect, guys? One of the best speed player just performed out of his mind on one of the early stage speed picks.
You gotta appreciate
no-
how weird the finisher recognition is. See, look at Dinky with 75 hit finishers, while Croissant has 16 registered.
Yeah.
Oh, always interesting to see.
Interest interesting stats is that I think nickname actually skip a little bit finisher because his score and Niblets is actually really close, and Niblets gets like 30 more than just than him. So I do believe nickname skip quite a bit of finishers. And speaking of finishers, we're gonna be seeing a finisher map on the number 1 pick from Poland.
Oh boy. This is Breakpoint, and this is Poland's pick, so if they can just win their own map, we will unfortunately walk away with another sweep.
Yep. And yeah, it's not looking too well for Power. Not too sure how. I really think Alamacno should be fine on this pick. Not too sure about the rest of the two players on a pick like this. Poland's gonna be swapping in their DDKK players, Squeeze Me, and Niblets So as a DDKK. And of course on the finisher pick. Technically this pick is more like a well-rounded, different skill sets pick. However, the hard part is definitely the finishers.
Yeah, when it comes to these no-mod ones, which are generally, like you said, the all-around pick, general, like, consistency type pick, a lot of, like, general skill sets kind of don't necessarily apply, because sometimes you're just good at charts, sometimes you're just bad, you know? It's all just dependent on how the players are feeling on each team. By the way, there's just a casual 100 roll by one of the players before the match starts.
That's confident, and maybe that's a good news for Perro. Let's see how Dinky performs on this. I'm very interested to see. And so does Pachikin. And 2 Bongo players from the Polish team, Nicholas and Squeeze Me, and then Croissant, of course, should be in on every pick. Unless you're quick enough, then you can just ghost tap all the not ghost tap, but single tap all the finishers on the hot session. First 1-6.
Pachikin finding a miss, but rather get the miss early than later.
I didn't saw that miss, my bad. But that's gonna be a second miss on Pachikin. Thankfully, it's a start, like you said. Not a huge deal so far for Perro.
Croissant finding a miss, actually. But still, with all the misses that have come from Pachikin, score lead will still be in Poland's favor, and already at 45,000.
But the hard part is going to start right here. See how everyone handles that pattern. Pachikin's the only one finds a break. Nibbler's also going to be training back one. He's missing quite a bit in this card.
All that stuff I said about consistency maps earlier, just disregarded. This is a tech chart.
Oh, that's a tragic miss from Peru. All brick on that KDDDK. Now onto the speed. Niblets finding quite a bit of bricks, and 3-way brick on the 1-6. A 4-way brick from 1-6. Only Croissant is having any sort of combo for both teams.
Yeah.
And that's not looking too well for Peru.
Still have a third of the chart left, but 137 is an absolutely massive barrier to overcome.
Croissant only having one break basically. Probably 1 to 2 100 so far on this pick. No FC, but still a really nice accuracy play from him.
What someone said in the chat, I do agree. This does kind of feel like the way a tiebreaker would be made.
Yeah, it does. This Essason having quite a bit of skill sets. Multiple skill sets and one more hot pot left. Gonna be making Pachikin finding more drop. And if it wasn't over, it's this final nail in the coffin for Peru. And that's going to be Poland. Advancing to the quarterfinals weekend as Croissant miss the last notes with Niblets. Last couple of notes. Ending the match
Sometimes that
with
happens.
a sweep. Yep.
No FCs coming in from anyone, but 967 from Croissant being the highest score of the lobby.
Actually, pretty nice score from Alamaklo, by the way. He beats out both Nibelets and Squeezed and think he's actually matching both of those either. So only the difference was Croissant's beating out Pachikin by quite a bit margin, but that's basically the highest seeded difference between these two teams. Once again, GG well played to both of these teams, and I do believe Peru finally qualifying for the first year ever in taiko. They should be pretty happy that they qualified already, despite having quite a unlucky issues that they were missing quite a few one of their best players. So
Yeah. It's unfortunate to see the end of Peru's run, but it is, at least for the Polish fans there, it's great to see your team advance on to the quarterfinals.
yep.
Or at least next round. I actually don't remember how the bracket's set up.
Yes.
But
Yes, they will be.
they're moving on. So what's important?
Yeah. Yep. But anyway, Poland will be advancing, like Driak said, which we'll be seeing some of those players again next week for Peru. Good luck. Maybe next year that their players, they will get enough players in the team and probably don't have issues about missing players and actually advance and actually having all their players set for the team. It will be a really interesting story for them.
Alright, and now as we move forward into the rest of this weekend, we have Czechia versus the Russian Federation starting in about 26 minutes. And then wrapping out today, in about 5 hours, we'll have Chile versus Canada.
Yep, so stay tuned. We still have a few more matches to come for today. Hopefully, we will finally see a match that isn't a sweep, which
Hopefully.
we'll find out.
At the very least, I do believe the Chile-Canada match is an upper bracket match, so
And that's actually
generally those
8 to
tend to be a
9.
little closer, I would say.
Even is 8 to 9 seeded, honestly, so could be interesting. But yes, that's
We're
going
just
to
hoping for
be-
non-sweeps here. I don't want to don't need to pick sides or anything. I'm just hoping to see more maps be played.
True. Same. So definitely give some energy to some of the teams we'll see in 25 minutes. Czechia versus Russian Federation. My name is Yongin, and joining with me today we got Giox. Seeing you guys in 25 minutes. So stay tuned.
Cheers.
All right, and welcome back, everyone, to the Osu Taiko World Cup round of 16. We're going to be seeing a winner's bracket match right now with China versus Malaysia. I'm Ethan. I'm joined by Janitor.
Hello.
And yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how these two teams play.
Yeah, China looks really good this year, especially with some of the other top of the table teams kind of restructuring a bit. Malaysia is kind of one of them. They've lost a lot of their players from last year, but honestly, they've been holding up pretty well this year.
Yeah, despite having like a fairly different roster than most years, they're actually playing pretty well. I mean, 11th seed, that's not bad at all. Especially when like your entire, like almost the entire roster is different. I think there's a few players who played in the previous TWC, but outside of that, it's almost an entirely new roster.
Yeah, and meanwhile, China, unlike a lot of the other top teams, actually gaining some really incredible players. Like KK Negative, I don't think has played TWC for quite a while, but really scary on hidden and gimmick maps.
Yeah, they are definitely a player to watch out for on hidden and gimmick maps. They're a player that puts so much like work into practicing gimmick maps and stuff, so I'm kind of hoping we don't see like an Olot 4 ban or something, because I want to see them on that really badly.
Yeah, that hasn't been banned a lot. I think teams really
Yeah.
like that patch. But also,
Yeah.
of course, Super Triple S, or Quadruple S, I guess, consistently being one of the highest rated players in terms of their tournament performances.
Definitely. I think both teams have a lot of players who have shown like some pretty strong performances in tournament, and I'm kind of interested to see which team can maybe come out on top. I think China's definitely favored, of course, but I feel like Malaysia, if they're playing pretty well, I feel like they could take a point or two off of China on the right maps.
Yeah, this week has been fairly dominant for the winning teams overall, but if there's any team that can take Malaysia to the brink, it is Malaysia.
Looks like we'll be seeing Hidden One being banned by Malaysia, and now China with the next ban.
I think every single match I've been a part of, the team has banned Hidden One.
Hidden One's been quite a popular ban this week, but that also just goes for Taiko in general, to be honest.
Anytime there's a slow hidden, it always gets banned.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, although I'm a part of the ban Hidden One crowd. It's
Yeah.
pretty much my default.
Yeah, China banning Hard Rock too, but I can understand banning slow hidden against China because they are low-key one of the best hidden teams. Straight up.
Ooh, okay, speaking of Nomad 4, just earlier we were talking about it, with China being a very good gimmick team, especially with players like KK Negative on their roster. They're opening up with it, and honestly quite fair.
Yeah, this map has been pretty close overall. We've seen some really good performances on it. I expect China will be no different. It's really whether Malaysia can keep up with it.
Yeah. One thing that I find interesting about China picking the gimmick map is that usually you see the lower seeded team pick the gimmick map, but with China it's a little bit different just because they're so good at the gimmick map usually in most weeks. At least from like what I've seen out of like World Cup performances, that they end up just picking it quite often.
Yeah, China is definitely one of the few teams that you can confidently call a gimmick team. They are really good at those sorts of maps.
I will say, this gimmick map isn't too crazy. It's kind of just like a little bit of everything. Just like a nice little platter of every little kind of gimmick, I guess, that you typically see in tournaments for Taiko.
Yeah, there's some SV here and there, but usually I think most of them are cats, and they come at like the end of pretty obvious looking patterns.
Yeah.
Then there are the bar line gimmicks, which is the thin ones are dons, the thick ones are cats. Then there's a bunch of visual noise with slider ends, which don't actually matter, but they make the map look cooler, I guess.
Starting off in No Mod 4. Early miss there from Ford. They would recover quite quickly after that miss, but now we're getting into the first slow SV section. We'll see if anyone ends up getting a drop here. Everyone hits it. Okay, that's a good sign. So far, things are pretty close. Outside of that miss at the very beginning, things are pretty much even.
Oh, you missed on the
no.
1/3. I think you wasn't quite sure if it was a 1/3 or like 1/2, so there was single top there.
That's unfortunate. At least it was only like one miss, but still, not really being able to get a consistent combo going in the first half of this map is gonna...
missing on the bar lines. Right when it was changing rhythm.
Cord is really struggling to get a consistent combo going here. They are keeping up their accuracy, at the very least. It's almost around 99 despite the misses. So, it's not like completely over or anything, but yeah, those misses are definitely going to make things a lot harder for Malaysia to take an early break point here.
A lot of players dropping hundreds on that kind of slider, shutter, spam section.
Yeah.
Which, I know not everyone ghost taps, but that is like the prime example of what ghost tapping should be a thing.
There's still 5 full combos here in the lobby currently. There's not too much map left. The rest of the map isn't too crazy from what I recall.
Yeah, even Cord score is actually pretty good. It's just shoot. Okay, never mind. Shuken does not full combo or maintain their accuracy. But aside from that funny miss.
Yeah, wow. Okay, that is... Both teams played really well on that map, to be honest. It's just China had some crazy overall team accuracy and had 2 full combos alongside it.
You'd love to see the end of map random miss into ... the MP shot. That's a really unfortunate miss, but obviously it doesn't matter. Shuken's still having the best accuracy in the lobby, pretty much.
Yeah, both teams played really well, though, to be honest. It's just China is going to be winning that pick. Like, I think Malaysia's overall team score, I think that would have beat, like, a lot of, like, higher-seeded teams, like, overall team scores.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just China is just built different on No Mod 4.
China, at, like, a certain stage of the pool, will just lock in, and they will just beat you on everything.
Yeah.
If you're not prepared.
So we're getting Hard Rock 1 for the next pick.
Alright, I guess Malaysia is going for the strategy of consistency overall. I think their accuracy seems comparable to China, at least, because they're not like a super good accuracy team, so I could see this working.
Yeah, I could actually see this working out. China does have some pretty good Hard Rock players, but I could definitely see Malaysia putting up a pretty good fight. And China did ban Hard Rock too, so... I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
I don't actually remember if they've seen this a whole lot this weekend.
I've seen it a couple of times.
Also really funny to me how talkative the Chinese team is. Super Triple S repeatedly trying to say they love Rish, then getting gaslit by his teammates saying, no, you hate Rish.
No.
Oh, Piggy Negative coming in for this.
Okay. I don't typically see them on Hard Rock picks, but they can play Hard Rock.
Yeah, I think they don't play like super fast hard rock, but
Yeah.
they are, from what I remember, a pretty good tech player and also a very high accuracy player generally. So I think these sorts of hard rocks they can handle.
Yeah, they can definitely put up a good score on like a hard rock 1, but a hard rock 2, depending on how fast it is, they might struggle.
I assume that's why I think they banned hard rock 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they don't have to deal with that. Okay, Malaysia. Both teams actually switching up their rosters a bit. Malaysia, I think, having. Actually, did they swap out everyone?
Wait, did they?
No, I think they swapped out one person too. But all right, heading into it.
They swapped out 2 people, I believe. Yeah, getting onto the accuracy / techie hard rock map. It's mostly smooth sailing, especially for like these 2 teams. I think both teams won't have too much trouble with combo for the most part. We'll see a few misses maybe, but I think accuracy will be like the main deciding factor for this pick.
Yeah, I think there's been a tiny bit of maybe rushing on some of the 1.6. 182 is usually a pretty comfortable BPM, but it can still be a bit awkward on hard rock.
Yeah, I believe it's OD 9.5.
It's actually, I think, dead even right now.
Ooh. Yeah, no team really has. Oh, actually, a lot of 100s there suddenly from Malaysia, just as we say that. And China will now have a slight accuracy lead, but it's very unstable still. Because if any player like drops just like a lot of 100s on like a pattern, it could flip on over to Malaysia's side.
I think Malaysia is dropping more hundreds on the 1, 4, and 2 finishers, actually, which is giving China a bit of a lead.
Oh, and that miss from Boone right there is going to give China an even bigger lead here. Yeah, the score lead's starting to go up to above 35,000. It'll probably climb up to, yeah, above 40,000. There's not a lot of map left. There is some potential for a comeback, but it's really tough.
Yeah, Malaysia is just dropping a lot of hundreds on like the slower sections as well, and that's just giving China a noticeable accuracy advantage.
Yeah, it's just coming down to accuracy here. DXI is starting to drop a lot of 100s now towards the end of the map as it speeds up a little. And there's not too much map left. I don't think there's really any chance for a potential comeback here for Malaysia. And yeah, China will be taking their
That's
second
5 full
point.
combos on hard rock 1.
Oh, wow. There is a lot of full combos in this lobby with the past 2 picks we've seen. Both teams are playing really well. It's just...
Yeah, interestingly, Crab Cow had the best accuracy, but Shuken actually outscored him, I assume because of the finishers.
Oh, is Crab Cow not hitting finishers? Huh.
Yeah, I think they might have missed a couple.
Yeah, that can definitely impact your score. Oh, immediately just free mod 1 from China for their second pick. Okay.
You love to see fast picks. China's an interesting free mod team. They have really good individual mod players, and I think KK Negative and Super Triple S can play in hard rock as well.
Yeah. I think they're a really good anti-mod free mod team.
Yeah, definitely.
Like they have a lot of players who can just put out cracked scores on just hidden or just hard rock on maps that they absolutely should not be putting out a cracked score with hidden or just hard rock.
Yeah, all their players are really good at their specializations. Like oddly, very, very good at them. Like they should not be allowed to be this good at them, especially compared to what their rank is.
I kind of wonder what mods we'll see from Malaysia. They might go a bit safer, if I'm assuming like what's gonna happen. Like maybe just like 1 hidden hard rock player and then 2 players going with just single mods maybe.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if Malaysia has a dedicated Hidden Hard Rock player, this map is easy enough that even if you just play Hidden, you can probably do Hidden Hard Rock on it.
Yeah, but that can always be kind of risky. But you do have that extra, like, little bit of breathing room since you are playing Hidden Hard Rock.
Yeah, and China definitely is coming in expecting, or at least hoping, they have the mod advantage, so that can also put pressure on the other team to also go a lot of Hidden Hard Rock.
Yeah. Both teams are taking a bit of time to kind of decide their mod strategy for this, or at least one of the teams are. So maybe we'll see something interesting.
Could be 6 full mods. We have seen that before.
Yeah, I saw it once. I casted a match yesterday that had that. It was very wild, because I was not expecting it at all. Oh, okay.
Okay.
It might be a triple Hidden Hard Rock from China, and then double Hidden Hard Rock from Malaysia. I haven't seen what mods KK Negative has, but I would not be too surprised if they're running Hidden Hard Rock. Yep, they are.
Triple
Okay.
Hidden Hard Rock. So with one mod advantage, it's like they can afford one combo pick, or like a 2% accuracy, all else equal. So China's going to be constantly gaining score and gaining score lead on Malaysia.
Yeah, Malaysia is just gonna have the hope that China can never really get like one of their players just struggles to really stabilize on this pick. But China's been looking so stable so far in this match. It's really hard to I don't know. It's hard to hope for that when they've been playing really solid the past 2 picks.
Yeah, when you have the mod advantage, it's really your map to lose.
So far, everyone in the lobby with fairly high accuracy.
Yeah, WLY Minato having double S, which I've generally known them as more of. I think they play Hard Rock. I could be mistaking them for someone else, but this is really good accuracy from them.
Yeah, there's some really good early on accuracy. Crab Cow also is an SS, but they are the only single mod player in the lobby. And I feel like some of the pressure must be on Crab Cow right now, just because they're the only player right now without Hidden Hard Rock, and they do end up dropping the SS on it. But still, it was only like 1/100. But yeah, China's just gonna keep on gaining a score advantage, even though the accuracies from both teams is fairly similar overall. Although I think there is a slight accuracy lead right now towards China.
Yeah, I think Foon is maybe rushing a little bit on these patterns, so they're picking up a lot more hundreds. Now they're dropping below Super Triple S.
Yeah, we're already through the first half of the map, and we have not seen anyone drop combo yet.
Minato is still on a double S. KK Negative not too far behind, maybe like 3 or 4 100s.
This overall team score is
they
insane.
missed on the stream.
They both missed at the same time as well, and now China's lead is actually going to extend even further. But WY Minato is actually going to pick up a couple misses for themselves. Not really too big of an accuracy drop, and also it was towards the end of the map, so the combo scoring won't come into effect too much. Not really sure if the misses are really going to be able to do much. I think if Malaysia are going to somehow come back into this, it would rely on like everyone on the side of China missing like right now.
Yeah, they would really need KK Negative to miss, but currently still on, I think, like 3 100s on Hidden Hard Rock, which is crazy accuracy for this.
Yeah, this overall team score from China is absurd.
Yeah, it's just Minato missing on like the tail end of the stream, which is like the hard part of the map. Oh my god, 4 100
wow.
Hidden Hard Rock. Better than the single mod Hard Rock.
Oh my goodness. That is an insane score there.
Yeah, KK Negative as a pickup for the team is just insane for China. Having someone who's really good at accuracy and really good at mods really helps make the team whole.
Yeah, that's just a wild overall team score. Like, that might be like one of the
it might be the best we've seen so far, honestly.
Yeah,
it would
actually,
be close.
as Japan played yet, I'm trying to think.
Yeah, they were the
Yeah, they did.
very first match. I don't know if
So,
they played this one though.
Depending on if they played free mod 1, maybe it's the best score this week.
Yeah, KK negative score is definitely up there. Cord though also getting a full combo. It's pretty difficult to beat that sort of score.
Malaysia does have the next pick, but it's an important pick because if China can manage to get another breakpoint, then they'll be at match point.
Yeah, I really don't know. China is such a strong hidden team that I don't think you can pick hidden 2. China's also actually not a bad double tie team either. But maybe they're more vulnerable there. Then they do end up going DT1.
Okay. So still sticking towards more accuracy-based picks. Although this one has a lot of little tricky tech patterns that can catch people off guard if they're not paying attention.
Yeah, it's hard to pick maps against China because they're just a very well-rounded roster. They're happy playing basically anything. And you have a small window of opportunity to actually beat them, unless you're just like way better.
And that's honestly like something you don't see a lot. I feel like in 3v3 so far this year is like good, well-rounded teams. Like I feel like a lot of teams are struggling to just have like 3 players who can just play like every single map in the pool.
Yeah, China is a team-based team. They have like all of their players are good and can play maps for them.
All right, well, on to DT1 here. A very important pick here from Malaysia. Because if they can win this point, then they can temporarily stop the momentum from China that has been mounting throughout this match so far. Ooh, early miss from Shokan.
Interesting miss on the doublets, I think.
Also some early 100s from them.
Oh, Cord breaking on that little pattern.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate drop right there. I think China will get the lead now off of that miss. I think they have slightly better accuracy by like a few 100s.
Abcow and KK negative's accuracy is absolutely insane.
Yeah, they're the only 99% in the lobby right now. Like, they're definitely carrying China's team score right now by a good bit. Although Super SS is not too far behind. The accuracy is... I was about to say it was climbing there, but they did drop a few 100s. But yeah, China's gonna have the score lead for now. Not by a lot. It's only by like 15,000 points, but definitely still a lead.
Yeah, Krakau is now dropping more hundreds on the 1-8. Super Triple S recovering really well after that shaky start. Shukan also recovering back to level 4. Meanwhile, KK Negative still doing things on this map.
KK Negative just casually having God tier act.
Malaysia's team score is actually pretty good. This is not an easy map, but China is just doing wonders on it.
Yeah, I think Malaysia are just gonna have the hope for a somewhat substantial combo drop from the side of China at this point, because it looks like accuracy is just gonna be favoring China overall for the rest of this pick. I can't remember if there's anything kind of tricky towards the end of this map. But yeah, Malaysia's chance at taking this map pick is starting to dwindle away very slowly.
Even Super Triple S, dropping random 100s in the slow sections and assessing the harder one sections, which is really funny. Yeah, Shuken going from 96 at the start to now 98.5.
Yeah, just nobody is missing here. It's just coming down to accuracy, basically. Outside of, like, some misses early on from Cord, it's just been... everyone's just trucking along. Actually, Shokan did miss earlier on, but yep, China's gonna take their 4th point in the match, and it's another break point.
That is still a really good score from both teams, but wow, China having almost 299%, kicking negative above 110k. Crab Cow also doing quite well on that, but yeah, it's just what do you do against that?
Yeah, just absurd accuracy from China. And it looks like China is going to be going for No Mod 5. Honestly, I can definitely see why they would go with this. It's a pretty accuracy-oriented pick.
Yeah, it's like on a good day, every player in the lobby could probably SS this, but it's really all about nerves.
Yeah. And make sure you don't note luck on the streams.
Yeah,
'Cause-
definitely don't do that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your score won't thank you for that. It's also an interesting pick because I don't think on paper it's like the pick that is absolutely the best for them, but I think thinking forward, it is the pick that reveals the least amount of information because everyone is good at this map.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there are better picks that China could play, but they can just conceal and be like, okay, yeah, we can also, like, if they end up winning this point, then they can be like, okay, yeah, we can play the consistency map well.
Yeah, we can play the map that is, if it was rigged, it would be everyone's top place.
Maybe soon.
This is dangerous though, because Malaysia has shown that they are able to keep up with China on these sorts of maps, and it's not hard enough to really warrant misses, aside from nerve misses. In accuracy, they should also be pretty close.
Yeah, it is a bit of a risky pick, for sure. Like, it could backfire, and Malaysia could take a breakpoint here. Like, I feel like if Malaysia are gonna take a breakpoint in this match, it would be this map. This would be, like, the map to do it on. We'll just have to see as we get underway with the funny little mini tiebreaker at 30 minutes and 34 seconds.
The mini tiebreaker. It's pretty close in length of the tiebreaker from last round, which was, I think, 4 minutes 30.
Yeah, that's why it's a good mini tiebreaker. Things are pretty chill right now, but we're about to get into the first PI and the first stream section of the map. Super SS is picking up a miss right before the stream to start kicking in. And that'll give Malaysia an early score lead. There's only one miss though, so it's not going to impact China's overall score too much, but that is a good start for Malaysia, especially on a map where every 100 and every miss counts just that much more, just because it is just such a consistency map.
Yeah, that's great for Malaysia. I think he missed on the slowdown. Like, the SV slowdown.
Yeah, I believe so.
Alright, Malaysia's going to build up a bit of a score lead. And they also have an accuracy lead now, too, because Super Triple S did miss quite a bit on that. But on a map like this, a combo score lead just means 16k. That is all you're getting.
Yeah. Yeah, now the combos have stabilized, but we're about to get into another stream section here. Let's see if anyone can crumble under the pressure, if everyone will keep trucking along here. And so far, everyone's playing really well. The accuracy from everyone in the lobby is just so strong currently. Like, Super Triple S, lowest accuracy in the lobby, but it's still a 99.4.
Yeah, probably more misses than hundreds.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, it's just... everyone is good at this map. Everyone can play it. The patterns are relatively intuitive. It's just all about the nerves.
Yeah. It's just one of those maps where every single 100 counts.
And Shuken still with a double S on the break.
Oh?
And the leaderboard peaking.
Oh no, Shoken! They thought they were the only one SSing and then they
That's
got
a
nervous.
really
No.
funny 100. That's really unfortunate.
I can already tell what happened. They saw they were the only one SSing, and they're just like, oh god, no, nerves, and then immediately dropped to 100. I've done it before.
The post-break note is the most dangerous one. But Malaysia's still holding on to their lead. Their accuracy still being strong.
Yeah, just everyone is holding on for Malaysia. There's still a little bit map left. It's not over quite yet. There's still some more streams. It's not over, but it's the chance for China to come back into this is starting to dwindle just a little bit more.
I think they've got it. I think that was the last big stream.
Yeah, they just have to hold on for this like slowdown, and they're good.
And Malaysia is going to be holding off the sweep for the second match in this round of 16.
Let's go. It's not a sweep. Some very solid scores here from both teams, but yeah, Malaysia is just going to be taking it off of just those couple of misses there at the beginning from Super Triple S, and also just an overall
13
accuracy
100s
difference.
total.
Oh my goodness. This lobby is just, there's so many good accuracy players in this lobby. to be
If
honest.
Super Triple S didn't miss, they would have had 14 100s, assuming he had the same amount of hundreds. So they actually would have still lost by 100.
Wow, imagine if it came down to 100 at the end.
Yeah, for a map this long.
That would have been insane. I would have been freaking out if that
Actually,
was
if that
the
happened,
case.
that would mean that they would have lost because Shuken got that 100 after the break. Which I guess it's
Technically.
better for them that that didn't happen.
Technically.
Alright, now what does Malaysia think to stay in this?
It's so tough to like think of a good pick really here, because like everything feels scary to be honest.
Yeah, I think I would probably go for No One Gold. I think Fremont 2 and Hin 2 are just too dangerous. DT 2, probably also dangerous. Like China's accuracy on these hard DT maps is pretty crazy.
Maybe Nomad 3. If they can play the speed, then it can just kind of be similar to how Nomad 5 is, where it just comes down to a few 100s or just 1 or 2 misses.
I love the chat going on whenever China is playing. It is absolutely hilarious.
China are just using hashtag multiplayer as their official team chat. Holy lord.
That's respectable.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I did predict it. Nomad 3.
Okay, so it's, I think, also a relatively intuitive map for most players. It's like 276 is no longer considered fast for modern players, which is crazy to me, but I guess that's just how it is.
Time to go to the retirement home, janitor.
Yeah, I know. I'm too old for this. But yeah, I mean, Malaysia should be able to do this. The problem is China is also a surprisingly good speed team.
Yeah, so it is like a bit of a scary pick, but honestly, if Malaysia feel comfortable at this BPM and they know they can get a good score on it, I think they could take a point here, just off of like, just playing just that little bit better, just getting a few less 100s or just one less miss overall. But still, you are playing kind of a dangerous game there, because you are just playing like, sort of just playing like an SS battle almost.
Yeah, I don't think we've had any score quite as close, because this is the sort of map where, again, any player in this lobby on a good day could probably full combo or SS it, but playing it when you're also a bit nervous as well, and I think there's like a couple of funny patterns that I will put in, just because.
Alright, well, I guess we'll have to see. This map's a little bit shorter. It's not a mini tiebreaker. It's only like a little over 2 minutes long.
Yeah, not a lot of time to adjust, but I'm sure these players will be able to handle it. And this is still the winners bracket, so even if Malaysia loses, they will still continue next week in losers.
Yeah, and they will play against Australia if that ends up happening. Whichever team ends up losing this match will play against Australia.
That's a bit of a scary match, but
Yeah. I think Australia is one of those teams that, like, on a good day, they can feel very underseeded. Like, they can definitely punch above their weight a little bit, like in the seeding.
yeah, definitely a scary team. In the past, that would have been a really, really good team.
Yeah, I think 3v3 is slightly nerfed to them.
I love looking at who is single tapping these sorts of maps and who is also.
Actually, yeah, I should pay attention to that because it is kind of funny to see that.
I think WLY Minato is the only one who's single tapping for China, but Malaysia is going to take a little bit of an early accuracy lead.
Okay. Still though, everyone's holding a near SS score right now, and Shokan is straight up SSing for now.
Really consistent this match, but I mean, this isn't the sort of map to be bad trading on stand-up, but if you're single tapping, there is a consideration that you get tired somewhere near the end of the map.
Yeah, so I kind of wonder if that might come into play in the second half maybe for Minato. If they're not like used to, I guess playing this kind of speed.
Yeah, there's really two kinds of single tappers. Either you can single tap 350 or you can only single tap 240. I'm pretty sure Minato's in the 350 category.
So far though, no one's dropped their combo yet. Oh my goodness, I spoke a little bit too soon. The Super Triple S is gonna be the first one to drop combo, and that's actually gonna extend Malaysia's score lead.
Malaysia's score is really good on this actually. Cord on 1/100, Crab Cow on 2. Well, okay, he just dropped another one, but Fong on like 4. Okay, Cord also on 4. Alright, maybe I should just stop talking about Malaysia.
Oh my god! A miss from Cord! And that's gonna... Oh my goodness, it's gonna make things so close now because of that miss. There's not a lot of map though. If they could just keep their combos and not drop too much accuracy, they should be able to keep themselves in it. And that miss from Minato basically confirms it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they're still good. Super Triple S dropped a lot of accuracy on their miss.
It's not over yet. Malaysia getting their second point of the match. 2 points in a row here.
That's a really good team score for Malaysia. And Shukan once again with a 1/100. Just barely not getting the double S.
Malaysia are destroying pick'ems. Let's go.
This is the closest match that we've had so far.
Technically, yes. But now they have to survive China's next pick, and they have quite a few options that they could go with. They have Hidden 2. I mean, Fremont 2 is also another thing they could consider. But yeah, that's just some crazy team scores. But honestly, if Malaysia can take a break point here, there's a chance for there's a itsy-bitsy chance for a tiebreaker. But they have this
chance.
There's a very tiny chance because they could pick something that's again more consistency based. Like we haven't seen Nomad 1 yet, so that's something to consider. But they do have to survive whatever China picks, and China have some pretty good options at their disposal. And looks like they'll be going with Fremont 2.
Okay, we are going with Fremont 2.
This is a bit of a scary map. I haven't seen teams pick Fremont 2 too much yet.
I've seen it a fair bit. People seem to be really comfortable modding it, actually, so I think China might also just be going full hidden high ground.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely a chance for like a triple hidden hard rock just because China is potentially crazy enough to do it. I think if they have the same 3 players as Fremont 1, there's a low-key chance of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, actually, it's the same 3 players as Fremont 1.
Okay.
What if? What if? I would love to see triple hidden hard rock just to see, like, if they can. This is...
I wonder how Malaysia is going to be on this, though. I don't think their hidden hard rock players are quite as strong, so I don't know if they're at a 1 or 2 mod deficit.
Yeah. If you're Malaysia, I feel like you don't really want to risk overmodding. But at the same time, like, China's just been so consistent. Especially on Fremont 1, they looked really consistent there. But we are on the anti-mod pick, so things can get a lot more shaky.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for them. I think they should just go with what they're comfortable with.
Yeah. And so, if it happens to be that they're at like a 2-mod deficit, I think it's worth it. Just because it is an anti-mod map. And so, overmodding can be really punishing. Okay, it's time to see what mods we'll be seeing today. Oh, it might be a triple hidden hard rock. Oh my goodness, it's a triple hidden hard rock on Fremont too. Okay, okay. So yeah, it will be a 2-mod deficit for Malaysia.
Yeah, not ideal, but, well, I assume it's the best they could do on short notice.
Yeah. I mean, there is like a small chance this is... They could be overmodding here, China specifically. I think if every player in Malaysia is comfortable with the mod choice that they brought in, then they're just gonna have to kind of hope China overmodded is a bit more unstable on this pick than they expected. And that Mr. Minato is a good sign potentially of things to come for Malaysia if you're rooting for them, but they did stabilize very quickly there, and China are still gonna have the score lead just because having a 2-mod advantage is so powerful.
And KK negative with a mid 99%. Moon not that far behind, but still noticeably behind.
Yeah. Some crazy accuracy there. Still possible for Malaysia to take this point, but yeah, the score lead is just going to keep on increasing slowly if nothing ends up really happening and everyone keeps on their combos.
And Munato's accuracy is still really good, and he's getting to the sort of 2% range where he's going to be outscoring Fong. So, or actually, he is already outscoring him. But yeah, he's actually outscoring Crab Cow now even, which, despite that miss and Crab Cow having like a 0.5% better accuracy.
Yeah, Hidden Hard Rock is just so powerful in Taiko Score V2. Oh, DXA Fong dropping a lot on hundreds here in this slow section for a moment. Yeah, we're gonna need to see a huge tank from one of the players on the side of China, like very, very soon for a chance for Malaysia to take this point and get a break point.
Yeah, China's scores on this are insane as a team.
Yeah. There is, like, maybe a chance right here, but China have to miss right now. And that's just not happening.
Yeah, Minato well above 99. Well, a little bit above 99. KK negative also 99.23, highest DAC. For Hidden Hard Rock, and oh my god, they're going to be taking it.
That is an insane team score there from China. Oh my goodness.
And that's going to be it. A very good run for Malaysia. Triple full combo, but unfortunately not quite enough to overcome the mod deficit.
Malaysia are looking to be quite a scary team here, honestly, in the losers bracket. Like, they were showing up and just playing really well. It's just China just looked to be on their A game today on a lot of these picks.
Yeah, and they really did push China, but China prevailed.
Yeah, and so China will be moving on through the winners bracket where they will be facing South Korea next weekend in the quarterfinals.
That is scary.
Yeah, no, that's a potentially pretty hype match. Depending on how both those teams play on the quarterfinals pool, I could see that being a pretty hype match. And then Malaysia will be facing against Australia in their first losers bracket match. So potentially some very good matches here in quarterfinals. Quarterfinals is shaping up to have a lot of potentially interesting matches, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, we still have a bunch of matches coming up. Basically consecutively.
Yeah, in just 15 minutes, we'll be seeing the United Kingdom versus Argentina. So, we're just going to take a small break here, and then we'll be right back with some more Taiko World Cup action. So, I don't know if you have any last words, Chandler, but that will be it for us for just a few minutes, and then we'll be right back.
Yeah, make sure to buy BIN for $2.50 USD, or multiple BINs.
Yeah, and that'll be it for us. See y'all in a few minutes.
In the boundless expanse of the multiverse, the allure of traveling through parallel universes beckons intrepid adventurers. Each universe presents distinct laws of physics, alternate histories, and uncharted wonders. As we journey, we encounter reflections of ourselves and ponder the myriad possibilities that hope is vacant. Guided by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, we embrace the thrill of discovery amidst enigmatic landscapes. This cosmic odyssey, the dance with destiny, reaffirms the unbreakable spirit of human curiosity, a feeling that the wonders of the multiverse are limitless.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Osu Taiko World Cup 2024. We are on the round 16 week once again after quite a bit closer match on the last two. And we're going to be seeing the closest in terms of seeding this week's on paper. Colombia, the 25th seed, versus Indonesia, the 24th seed. My name is Yongin, and joining with me today, we got one of our No Mod Free custom mapper, and Wolf. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing well. I'm excited for this match, obviously because it's closely seeded, and I hope we continue this recent streak of, well, not having sweeps. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I have a tiebreaker on paper, and I have no idea who will win. So I'm very excited about this match.
I like the sound of tiebreaker, especially this week's tiebreaker. I think lots of people have been praising it as one of the best maps that has ever been in a tournament, I think. So, agreed, by the way. Trader Fort is truly a standout.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see how both teams prepared. Hopefully they have played a tiebreaker. We're gonna see quite a bit of bans. First ban from Indonesia, and they have, I would say, they probably will just ban out the slow hit, all the gimmick, which they have been banning out the gimmicks throughout the entire tournament. So does Colombia though. So both teams actually has quite similar bans.
But interestingly, this week the gimmick map hasn't really been banned by teams that have banned it last week because it's more comfortable and more usual to what you normally see as a gimmick map in modern tournaments. We do see Hidden 1 ban from Indonesia and a Hard Rock 2 ban from Colombia.
Alright, completely different style. No Mod 4 bans from both of these teams. Like you said, the map is quite popular.
Yeah, we might know what that means.
One of the team must have practiced it.
There it is!
Oh my god, okay. That's a big change.
The team that banned the gimmick last week picked the gimmick. And I think that is a good opening pick for them because this is more similar, it's not similar, but it's more similar to the qualifiers map than last week's gimmick, and on that one they have an edge over Indonesia. So maybe that carries over onto this simpler map.
I do believe the higher BPM does work out better for both teams, honestly. But once again, Indonesia also not a fan of playing gimmicks in general. So does Colombian players. But I guess Colombia definitely have practiced this time and ready to match up Indonesia on this pick. Hopefully we get the full team of Indonesia this time, which last week they actually missed I Am Pro, which I would say is definitely one of their better players, especially on the speed and Hard Rock 2 skill sets. Hopefully he is here this week, but I don't think he's going to be playing Gimmick. Gimmick is most likely going to be these three. So quite a new team from Indonesia, and then Colombia having Sorata back, which is a big comeback for the team, and he has been performing. Let's see how both of these team does.
Interestingly, Cofecito has not played last week on the qualifier, so that's a first appearance as well.
Oh, that might mean big for Colombia, but Power Charlie gonna be the first one to find a drop.
And it's immediately countered by Ahmad Harris a bit later, which is worse. And also Cofecito. And bad HD
the-
player.
The start of this map is very rough to play, honestly, and knowing that both teams usually kind of doesn't like playing Genic, so picking such a 50-50 map, or Colombia actually practicing a lot of this week's 50-50 map, want to use their efforts to take as much point as possible. Maybe a good strategy from them. So far, having a 30,000 points lead onto the first chorus session, and still the lead has been going through the Colombia team, but I'm extra miss from Power Charlie. It's gonna go back to Indonesia a little bit.
Nope, bad HD player missed, and I think Colombia also has a massive advantage because of accuracy right now, because bad HD player is 3% behind everyone else. And Xoretka, meanwhile, is at 99.7, which is very high.
The big player we talk about for the Colombian team. One of the main reasons that Colombia qualified a little bit higher than previous years. Now he's skimming through this number 4 pick. There goes a break from FC and Fat HD player as well. There's not many combos from Indonesia, only Ahmed Harris. Rest of the Colombia players are all on combo cap, but a double break from the Colombia players and a big drop from Cofecito is giving Indonesia back a little bit of lead. We do see the lead slowly going back down. That's absolute chance for Indonesia, but I do believe they need moments from Colombia to take this back, and we are already into the ending of the map. And that's going to be the first point for Colombia.
Good opening pick. Very good opening pick, and I'm interested to see where Indonesia's going now. I imagine... No, I don't imagine anything. What do you imagine where Indonesia's going with their pick?
If I am Croatia, I think they would go for speed maps in general. I do believe speed, or number 5, or hard rocks in general is a little bit benefit towards Indonesia. However, they don't want to touch the HD pool or the gimmicky maps at all.
And I do also have a speed feeling, so maybe we're onto something.
Maybe. Especially number 3 this week is extremely easy to roll. It just does feels like something that the Indonesian players could have performed really well on.
So Gretka has stated their opinion quite a few times about what they think about the opening DKKD DKKDD pattern.
Yeah.
the sneaky offhand.
Yes, sneaky offhand. But I do believe there's some rolling players from the Indonesian players. That's why they kind of playing speed map in general. But we see if. But our big question is that I am pro actually here. And according to the referee, should be here. So already a big plus for the Indonesian side. They are definitely thinking about their picks, and they need to think it out quick because they only have 2 minutes.
And that is no more trade.
There goes Friedman, your map, and with
All the Jumbo maps have been picked at the start. Which is the 2 maps.
speed map, like we mentioned. We predict this pick honestly. So we kind of talked about this pick already. So basically, kind of comfy patterns out of few sneaky offhands that might cause quite a bit of trouble to players.
Ask Friedman about that one.
Yep. And the rest of the map is quite rollable. Very comfortable for rolling players, and I am throwing here one of the best speed player out of these two teams, ready to shine for the Indonesian side. Looking like a really scary roster on the speed maps for the Indonesians. And Lights swapping in for Confacito for Colombia.
Indeed. And I think it's mostly going to be about how comfortable Light is with these maps, because depending on the map, they were either on par with the rest of the team or a bit behind. If I
He's
remember
really
the
good.
scores correctly.
He's really good at Nomad in general. Also, one of the players I have faced in around my rank range before. He's pretty good at Nomad, but so far already a double break from the Colombia team. What a nice start for Indonesians. Already a 30,000 points difference, and it's growing. And this map, it's very short. They absolutely needed that.
But yeah, lots of breaks on the Colombian side here.
It just seems like a really good pick already for Indonesian. Finally, first mistake from FB, but traded in by Paris Charlie instantly.
Yeah, that was a double S until it wasn't.
Only the intro though, already 80,000 points difference.
But the map isn't even halfway done. There's still lots of dance sections incoming, and Time Crow's finding a miss, and that will shrink their lead a little bit.
Hammond Harris still has his FC. He needs to keep it because the Indonesian players are starting to finding a little bit more mistakes. Barry Charlie does trade a little bit, but the lead already goes back down to 70,000 points difference. There's still hope for the Colombian team as both Sarata and Light is back onto combo cap.
We're entering the second verse, which doesn't really have a lot going on. But it's enough for Parrot Charlie to find another miss, which increases the lead to 100,000 for Indonesia.
And not only that, Lights also find a break as well, and now the Indonesians, everyone is on combo cap on the 400 combo mark. Really good scores from Hammond Harris, still with a 99.47%. First break from Crow, little bit of a sign for the Colombians, but just not enough. They need way more than this. FC, that's something they need, but they need Hammond Harris as well to drop a lot for them to have a chance, but it's only 50,000 points left on the map. It's looking like Indonesians gonna take their first point as well, and already not a sweep.
Ahmad
both
Harris
teams.
finding that one miss near the end. You hate to see it.
We hate to see it. But still, Infinity more closer than some of the matches already, as we already have the first point for both teams, and honestly, I would say kind of convincing for both side and Colombian outside. Alright. Finishers. Variety pick from the Indonesians.
Probably benefits him a bit because of the speed sections in this map. And Bursty 1-6.
Oh yeah. I forgot that's a thing as well. There's a 264 BPM 1-6. It just kind of toxic to play to players. Even. Especially, it's like right at the end part of the hard part.
Indeed, and that it's also in between the whole finishers that are difficult to hit, like absolute murderers. Like,
Yep.
those finishers have definitely massacred players on
Yeah.
stream. Like, you see the finisher section and 3 players miss. And, yep, I expect that to happen.
Honestly, looking at the roster from all teams, I am actually not too sure. Are we going to see more than 3 person holding on that 264 1-6 part, even though it's quite rollable? Some of these players are definitely not known for hitting some of these 1-6. So an FC on this map would be really big for the team, honestly.
Especially if you can also hit the finishers with both hands, because with both fingers. Because I imagine some players might skip them. Especially if
Yeah.
they're not DDKK.
And it's anyone in the Indonesian team, even DDKK. I actually don't think anyone is DDK Bongo players on the Indonesian team right now.
I am not smart enough to know that.
I'm gonna take a look. I do believe none of the players left is DDKK. At least I'm pretty sure that both FC and I'm Pro is KDDK. And probably so does Camps. So no Bongo players on. No, okay. Camps is DDKK. Okay, Camps is DDKK. So there's only one Bongo player from the Indonesians. But still, the only DDKK player on the Indonesians.
We're waiting for a third Colombia player.
Uh-oh. Apparently, he is not online for now. That might be a rough situation for the Colombians.
Thankfully, it's not their pick. But it's still not a situation you want to see, especially after Indonesia just got a breakpoint. You kind of want to get one yourself.
Uh-oh. I guess they would have lights for now.
But is there light at the end of the tunnel? We will see.
Nice fun.
It almost worked.
It almost worked.
But yeah.
But the Colombian team do hope it works because the 4th player. But okay, technically, Light is not a bad no-mod player. I won't say that's a bad fail. If he wasn't here for the gimmick, I think it would be rough for the Colombians. But at least it's only the no-mod, and I do believe Light should be able to handle some of these patterns, and maybe even most of the map until the finisher sections.
Indeed. And all they have to do is to do better than Indonesia. And we see that both Light and I'm Crow dropped at the same time.
Yeah.
And Camps!
Yeah, I know some of these players are definitely not I won't say even the easiest tech enjoyer, like not the easiest, but like 1-6 tech enjoyer. So I'm actually kind of surprised that Indonesia decided to go for this pick, but Light misread that stream. Oh, it's just unlucky. Unfortunate for Colombia.
Crow finding also big miss on the stream there.
Lights
Light.
also finding a break on the 1-6. We do see Lights try to hit all the finishes, did not work out well for them. Pro also finding quite a bit of drops. It's actually 50-50. And gonna win this, make a big miss from Pyro Charlie, gives the big lead to Indonesia. But Camps also finds a break. Now it's a battle between Sarata and FC, and Sarata with a 99.557%, trying his best to hold on this match, and no one finds a break on the 1-6. Oh my god.
There's so much back and forth going on, but it's quite far in Indonesia's favor right now. So Colombia needs Indonesia to drop quite a bit more in the upcoming section, and it's a hard section, so it is entirely possible.
Yeah. I remember there's also one more finisher session. Would have definitely tell the difference. Colombia Lights definitely looking a little bit shaky. Unfortunate situation for them, as he's kind of here to fill in as a final player for the team.
Everyone has reached the combo cap for now.
Alright, here it comes. Meg from Pro. No one finds a miss on the finisher. That's going to be it.
Pyro Charlie has found another miss, and it's too much of a lead for Indonesia and too little map left. So they get...
Obviously, they would have need 900,000 points to take this match. Take this pick. Honestly, not undoable for them, but yeah, looking kind of I would say kind of unlucky for Colombia. It's a very nice FC for Sarata, only 99.35% though. Also a nice FC from FC.
Both very good scores for this map. Very difficult hard Nomad one. And now it's Colombia's time to pick again. And they need to get a point, or else it could be over very soon. They don't have a lot to pick from. I guess it's between something like Nomad 2?
Number 2 would be a pretty decent pick for Colombia, actually. Knowing some of these Indonesian players are actually not the best at 1-6 tech, after all.
But we saw the intro of that map just now.
Yeah, but I just feel like Colombia would have go for something more like the number 5 or number 1 type of thing. I honestly don't know.
What we can do is wait and see. Maybe even DT1. That has a lot of lowest V1618.
Ah, yes.
And that's the hard part of the map. But we see Fremont 1, which also has its fair share of tech. And we see this map go quite wrong for some teams in this stage. Like, it's definitely nowhere near as comfortable as last week's Fremont 1, that's for sure.
The middle section with the speed up is very rough to play on Hard Rock, honestly, or with Hidden Hard Rock, unless you're skilled enough to play some of those patterns. But like what we mentioned on the last pick, we already see quite a bit of drops on the 1-6 session, so maybe not looking too well for the both teams. But we got Confessito here. Unlucky missing out the last pick, but he's finally here.
There's no point in thinking about what could have been, because there's no change of the past. All they have to do is perform this map to get their second point. And they would assume, yeah, Camps is coming back, but was their only hidden hardware player on last week's Fremont 1. Colombia being a big question mark, if they will go for that or just single mods.
seems more like single mod for Colombia. I do believe Indonesia, it's all on camps. I'm pretty sure the FC is going for hidden only, and I'm going for hard rock only. Not too sure about camps. Colombia, I think Hard Charlie is gonna go for hidden only as well. Confacito, I'm not too sure. Sorata probably able to put on 2 mod even.
It is Colombia's pick, so they have to have some sort of confidence in modding this map.
Yeah, Hard Charlie might even 2 mod, but honestly, I expect more like a 1 mod from him. Yep, there we go.
No mod advantage for either side, and we see each mod combination once, except for
Oh
no
my
mod.
god. Okay, we are back into our old rules. That you need different mod combinations.
Good old times.
Good old times, indeed. Power Worth, I'm Crow versus Confexito. Hidden FC versus Power Charlie, and Hidden Howrock Sorata versus Camps, and Camps burning the first break, and I would say he's going against a very rough opponent right now. Sorata is an extremely good player. That's been MVPing quite a few maps so far in this match, and he's already going with the Hidden Howrock.
Yeah, I think that's also most of the difference of this map, because both Ironcrow and FZ are winning on accuracy, but Ironcrow just found a miss, so that's also battle lost.
Yeah.
Xratra is holding a 2% accuracy lead over Camps, which on Hidden Hard Rock is massive because, well, it's an extra mod.
Yeah, Camps with around 97% right now. I would say right now, due to Ironcrow not missing on the 400 combo mark, should be around 1 miss difference, but that's gonna make a 2 miss difference as Camps finds a break with his Hidden Hard Rock mod on, and with the not so good accuracy already, gonna make his score drop quite a bit as well. Down below, both Confexito and Power Charlie, and it's looking really good for Colombia so far, but the hard part, extremely hard part, still yet to come.
Colombia with that full combo still going on as a team.
Yeah,
So
very-
a lot needs to happen for Indonesia to be able to take this back, but we also have just seen what can happen on Hit 2.
Oh, but before that, we're gonna see an entire team drop from Indonesia. It's looking very good for Colombia. All 3 players with impressive performance. FC the hot session, and they hit it. And another couple breaks from Indonesia, and that's basically it. I think there's close to no chance for Indonesia to come back. Already a huge lead for the Colombian players, and they have the combo cap, they have the accuracy cap, they have everything in this pick.
They also almost have a 200,000 score lead, which is by far the most dominant performance we've seen this match so far. They might get the triple full combo.
Alright, after what we see in Hidden 2, we kind of quote-unquote flop. They definitely did not flop this one. What an impressive team score from Colombia. 3 FCs! Mind you, 3 FC. Damn!
That has to give them some confidence, which they need that, because they need to take a breakpoint from Indonesia, and maybe this next pick is their moment.
I don't think we have ever seen in the World Cup situations that in rounds in a low seed team can 3-man FC a round of 16 map. I think this is one of the first time since a long time ago. But Indonesia, it's not praised by that, going for DT2 instantly back to their beloved speed maps.
No, it can't be a repetition of No Mod 3 for Colombia. That was also quite a dominant performance from Indonesia. Not as much as this last pick was, but you know, 100,000 No Mod 3 is still quite a bit. But this pick being kind of late to the match for Indonesia might suggest they're also not as confident in this map as we were in No Mod 3.
looking at the players though, I would say they definitely have confidence in this pick at least. Again, players like I'm Pro and FC. Oh, maybe not so much on FC due to the accuracy requirements of double time, but I am Pro once again on DT2, just so good at speed.
What if you're
But
going to
this-
see Camps instead of Ahmad Hammers?
Yeah, I guess that's also due to the double time overall difficulty requirements. And this map is a lot less training compared to No More Free. The patterns on this map is just a lot shorter and more bursty, I would say, and it's a lot easier to handle, but not so much about accuracy. I would say this is more of an accuracy pick.
Which is difficult because you need to be in the zone on this map because sometimes the nodes are mildly misaligned.
Yeah, that's just your usual Japanese pop song moment, pop rock song moment.
We loved that on Shinku no Melancholy last week.
Yeah, last week 3-1, I would say it's actually kind of similar as well. It just feels weird to play.
Oh,
already.
Early drops for Colombia there.
2 break on the offhand on the DK, one of the curse patterns on the patterns, I would say. All players finding a very early drop.
The accuracy is also lacking quite a bit compared to Indonesia at the moment.
And there goes a miss from Blight as well. So 3 FCs from Indonesia, a completely different story compared to last map. Light's having a lot of trouble on this pick. Quite a number of misses in the chorus. And still 99% from I'm Crow and Camps. Well, it's gone. As I mentioned, I'm Crow, he misses. Completely curses Raven. I think I have cursed him for like 3 times this match already. My apologies, my guy.
But you need to try hard because we do want to see the tiebreaker and Indonesia needs to lose one of their picks. Go!
Maybe not this one though. It's looking quite dominant. For now.
Xoratra? No, never mind. I was going to say Xoratra and Confacita are looking more confident and then Confacita missed. And Light did as well, but Aesthetic Camps are still holding on.
Yeah, and I'm Crow's accuracy is back to 99 as well, basically. So yeah, this is a very dominant pick. Basically completely staged, sorry. For as well as last pick. Just one-sided picks in general. Attacking both teams' weakness.
Yeah, it's early days, but I think the performance with Indonesia here is just so good that there's no way they can lose this.
Yep. Still, 3 nice FCs from both Camps and FC. Not looking like they dropped the ball. And this might be the match point for Indonesia and Colombia. Due to the HD2 breakpoints, they need to take a breakpoint from the Indonesians, but there's no more speed picks left, so there's definitely a chance for them as their weakest. I would say the biggest difference between them and Indonesia is gone. Yep, really nice 99% from both FC and I'm Crow.
They just managed to get the 200,000 score difference with Flight finding a final miss near the end. We've just went from a super dominant performance from Colombia to one from Indonesia. So these 2 picks really good. Now Colombia needs to have another counter ready. They have 1 final pick left to get a 3rd point, and then they need to get a break point from Indonesia. And just predicting the future, I think Indonesia is... I would say No Mod 5 is the only thing that's really open for them.
I agree. Absolutely agree on that situation.
And I have no idea how that's going to go because we don't really have stream maps so far bad compare. Score-wise.
Colombia will probably go for either Hard Rock 1 or Claymore 2, honestly. I don't think they have the guts to go for DT1 or Mod 2 as well. I think they just go for Hard Rock 1 or Framework 2, especially after how dominant Framework 1 went.
Yeah, but the SV difficulty is so much different on Free Mod 2.
True.
I do want to see Colombia get that third point. And I also want to see them get that break point. I want to see the tiebreaker.
I really want to see a tiebreaker. And I'll say this is definitely the closest match so far. There we go, Free Mod 2.
Inventor.
Alright, similar map, similar skill sets to Free Mod 1 due to the mod requirements, but the map itself is quite a lot different due to Free Mod 1 being more comfy and Free Mod 2 being more of an NT style. I won't say it's a complete NT mod just yet, it's more like a mod unfriendly pick, especially on the hard rock players. SV on this map is quite high. Some of the jump scare SV changes could have to call up players, especially in the second chorus.
So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to play with what mods this time around. I assume it's going to be a little bit less than Free Mod 1.
I think once again, I think Colombia will just stick with the same mod. Maybe Confexito playing no mod, but Indonesia, we have camps without hidden.
Oh, we
Okay,
don't
there we
see
go.
Hidden Hard Rock.
Oh,
But-
okay.
Both Hidden Hard Rock players have lost their Hidden. We can see them now.
Okay, that's an interesting change from the Colombian team. Honestly, I thought Sorata would still go with the double mod, but probably going with the more safer mod. Para Charlie, more of an HD player, expected going for HD. So does FC. FC is also kind of a player that doesn't like playing hard rock at all. So going for hidden is also kind of expected.
This time we see an early accuracy for Indonesia. But it's early days.
Quite a bit different compared to the story, but the 1-6 comes in and instantly makes both I'm Korean camps miss. Confexes are gonna be training in right after that, but that 2 misses right in a row for Indonesia. It's really good telling for the Colombians players so far.
But Xoretra finds a miss, and that's going to push the lead back to Indonesia, I assume, because they do have an accuracy edge, with FZ still holding the 99%.
Yeah, he needs to hold it though. I'm Pro finds a break and now going back to Colombia as they have the combo lead. Slightly, a very tiny one.
This map is going to be close until the end. I'm finding another miss before the break.
Alright, now all eyes on the HD players.
The only full combos left. Never mind. The only full combo left is FZ, and Para Charlie struggling in this low SV section.
FC really doing the job here, still FCing with his HD mod on. And Power Charlie, I would say Stephanie nerves came in to bite him. A lucky situation. There's still a bit more 1-6 left, and we have been seeing Colombia handling them a tiny bit better than Indonesia. So it's not over just yet. Or based on the final chorus. Here it comes.
And the accuracy just almost pushed the lead back to Colombia.
Yeah, we see
It's flickering! It hurts to watch!
we see Cam's dropping quite a bit of accuracy, but it's left and right. It's all king of the last stream. Sorata finds a miss. That might be it for Colombia. It's all eyes on Indonesia, and they are going to be closing out all the final sessions of the Free Mod 2 with the FC from FC, yeah, F-Step, and they will be taking the final points of this match.
The
no
heartbreak.
tiebreak this time.
I
Heartbreak.
I was so hyped. I already saw the tiebreak in front of me. But alas, it was a really close match. Both
might be
teams
a
played
tiebreak.
well.
Yeah, it might be a tiebreaker in a different world though, because of a slightly tiny bit score difference would definitely give it to the another team on many picks, and maybe the internet sessions did not happen on No Mod 1. Colombia might also have been taking that, but that's how it end up. Indonesia, we will never know. Going to Indonesia, going to be the team advancing to the quarterfinals weekend, and Colombia will be leaving the tournament at 25th to 32. Unfortunate, I mean, with the new players joining in, getting 25th seed, it's definitely quite a decent outcome, and they definitely put up a fight in this match. Let's see how they perform on possibly the next year. Hopefully, some of these players will join again. As Colombia always welcome them for another year of Taiko World Cup.
It's been very exciting to see them play, and this match definitely made this weekend so much more interesting.
Yep.
And Indonesia is going to play Netherlands next week.
Okay, so another. Okay, I won't say it's HRT versus HD team. Indonesia actually looking a little bit shaky on the HR, honestly. So it's actually gonna be quite interesting to see both teams. And I would say if the pool scales a bit harder, I think it's gonna be a closer match compared to what happened on paper. Next one, we're gonna be seeing definitely a more HD team against a more HR team. United States versus Turkey, the last remaining winners bracket match. It's gonna be starting around 75 minutes on 18 UTC, and after that we're gonna be closing out the weekend with Mexico versus Switzerland at 19 UTC, and of course after that we're gonna have the quarterfinals map showcase. So stay tuned, everyone, for the upcoming matches. We're gonna have a short break for 75 minutes. I'll be seeing you guys in USA versus Turkey. My name is Yongin. Thanks for joining with me and Wolf.
Thank you, and don't forget, you have 75 minutes to buy banners. Use that time wisely. I will see you in 75 minutes, and then we're going to make a banner check.
Yep, buy banners. You can buy multiple this year, so definitely support your favorite teams. Once again, see you guys in a moment. Grab some snacks, and cheers.
Just what is it that you want to do?
right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening once again to all our drum bashers around the world. We're about to wrap up the round of 16 here with Mexico versus Switzerland. Yet another fairly closely seeded match between a North American country and a European country. My name is Luminite. I have been here for a few hours now, but this time, instead of Yonkin, I'm with N-Wolf. Hello, N-Wolf, yet again. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm excited for this match. My script for the previous match had a minor flaw, which made the entire script invalid, so we didn't get a tiebreaker. So I'm excited to get a tiebreaker now. How about you?
You know, I would love to not see a tiebreaker. You know, I'd love my Mexico boys to be able to secure this win easily and nicely instead of avoiding the tiebreaker. But I will say, as a professional commentator, you always gotta hope for the tiebreaker deep down.
Yes. And we have our first step towards the tiebreaker, which is Mexico banning Hard Rock 1. Honestly, a good ban against Switzerland for Mexico. Switzerland is just a stronger team for Hard Rock.
Yeah, so it's such an interesting case to be commentating the Mexican match, as I've established myself to be probably one of the biggest fans of the Mexican team in taiko and in catch. But I actually got the privilege of playing with Aga Malpa, debatably one of Mexico's star players in the 4 Digital World Cup. That was fun. We definitely did a lot. I think that Aga Malpa's rank is not suggestive of his skill. So I'm hoping to see some good plays from him and the other Mexican players as well. I'm hoping to see them compete with Switzerland even if they lose. I'm hoping to see a good competition. I'm hoping to see a good reputation and a good reputable match for my homeland.
And I do think we will have a good match. And Switzerland banned Nomad 2, which I predicted would have been a good pick for Mexico if it, well, wasn't banned. So now it won't be a good pick for Mexico. There's lots of other maps left though, don't worry.
Yeah, there's lots of other maps.
Meanwhile, Switzerland starts with Fremont 1, something which is probably a very good pick for Switzerland, considering they used hidden hard rock on their qualified Fremont and Mexico did not.
Yeah, so free mods are always... It's always interesting with free mod because you can look at a country's past performances on it and determine what they may or may not pick, or whether we expect their roster to be over modding or under modding. But like you said, there's actually a bit of an advantage to one team over the other, so, you know, we're just gonna have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think Switzerland has the necessary confidence to be able to pull it off. But that's also important because we do need Switzerland to win 4 points, while Mexico wins 4 points to get that tiebreaker.
And Wolf does not care what teams he's watching, he just wants to see tiebreaker.
Listen, it's the final match of the weekend.
We could be watching Japan versus, like, I don't know, New Zealand, and he's gonna be like, alright, so New Zealand's gonna get 4 points on Japan, just trust.
Okay, but New Zealand last year was also an epic team, everyone's the people's champion. Much
True,
like
so
Turkey
true.
is this year, I think. Or Estonia, but Estonia didn't qualify.
They got close, though. They did get kind of close.
They did. So, next year, people's champion Estonia. 2025. I'm ready.
I don't know if I'm ready, N-Wolf, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Because this is a losers bracket match, so I might have to say goodbye to one of my teams. And, you know, I don't know how I feel about that, buddy. I really don't know.
Don't worry. It will be fine. No matter how much this goes, it will be a banger match. And I have been absolutely bamboozled by past performances. Or they're overmodding. I'm open to anything that happens now. We have 2 hidden hard rocks from Mexico with a hidden, and only 1 hidden hard rock with Switzerland's side. So
Wow, okay,
they
so-
have a mod advantage.
Yeah,
And
the
they
opening
also have a
pick.
massive score advantage at the moment.
Oh boy.
Missile had a struggle. I don't know what their struggle was, but it very clearly shows the score. But hey, it's only the start of a map. There's lots of evil things in this map, especially in the at the round 2/3 mark. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, and Mexico is right now down about 75,000 points, but they do have a mod advantage, so should they be able to stabilize and can just maintain that consistency, they might be able to just continue to chip away at that Switzerland lead, just in case they find any 100s or any drops as well.
We did see that 3 people dropped at the same point. 2 from Mexico, 1 from Switzerland. It wasn't the hidden hardware player, it wasn't Nakarin, who is still holding a 99% accuracy hidden hard rock score, which is Switzerland's biggest advantage they have right now. But Czech's close behind.
Yeah, Max Missile starting to stabilize as Nakarin finds a miss, but not a huge miss. His accuracy is still above 99%.
Yeah, it will probably lessen the gap a little bit, assuming accuracy stabilizes Mexico's side, but it won't swing the lead over just yet.
Oh, Hevon's gonna find a miss though here. We're coming into the last few moments of the map here. Tekka and Hevon both struggling here with that 1-6 burst there. So it looks like a comfortable pick for Switzerland to open up the match.
Taiko World Cup, the only full combo left in the lobby with a hard rock, but a 99% accuracy hard rock, which is a good score to have, alongside Nakarin's solid hidden hard rock performance to keep Switzerland well in the lead, even with Nekotal's miss.
Yeah, so as we come out with the match, Mexico with the mod advantage was struggling a little bit. Something may have happened hardware-wise, software-wise with Max's client, but that is going to cost them the point if so. 135,000 point difference here. But luckily, it is Switzerland's pick, so Mexico does have the chance to respond with a point of their own.
Indeed. And I wonder where they're going. Last week, Mexico, I think lots of people were a little bit surprised, potentially, by the Nomad 1 victory against China. So potentially we could see that type of map. Maybe not this Nomad 1 because it's very different.
Yeah. I will say that I do think I was interested and intrigued by the surprise for the Mexico victory on Nomad 1. Maybe it's because having played with a number of the Mexican players, I would say Nomad is probably tends to be our most comfortable ground, because mods tend to be a little bit different. You just saw us. I'm speaking us like I'm actually part of the Mexican country, but mods did tend to be a little bit more difficult. I'm definitely not surprised. This is what I was leading to. I'm not surprised to see the free man pick here. No mod is definitely probably our best mod bracket, so to speak, even though there's no mod involved in it at all.
Hey, if you excel at Nomad, that's at least 4 maps in your favor. So that brings you to tiebreaker. Just okay, I will stop. I promise I will stop. That was the last time. Instead, let's enjoy this banger of a song.
Yes, it's so great too. And Wolf, you and I have been around in the taiko community for so long now. You a little bit more than I, but Breedman is such a throwback to like 2016, 2015. I mean,
oh, it's even older than that.
Yeah, I know it is. It is, right? It is so much older than that, because when I first joined the OC community, it was 2015. So, and it was already well known before I came along. So,
yeah, like not just
what a nice throwback.
Like the Taiko map, obviously by quote H123. very well-known mapper from those days.
Yes.
As well as the standard map being by Val 0108. Also a name you probably heard of if you're from, well, a few years ago.
If you know from Scarlet Rose, I believe they are the mapper of that as well.
Indeed.
Man, oh man, I miss the old days. I don't know if I miss them. I want to bring them back.
Well, we can bring the songs back.
Yeah, that's as good as we can do.
I had somewhat of a free choice for mapping, and I had a choice between bringing a featured artist, which
Or
we didn't
this.
have this year so far, or this, and I chose this. In either case, it would have been a rate up song, so that was always going to happen.
What was your reaction to me saying I couldn't be sure if this was your map or not because the background was not a furry background?
Lots of people weren't sure if it was actually a custom, but it's very, very much different from how Quote mapped it. Like in that time, you didn't map songs as densely as this.
Yeah,
like,
that's
you
true.
simply didn't. Ooh, some early misses from Nekotal there, giving Mexico quite a neat early advantage.
Yeah, this is their pick, so hopefully they're going to be able to maintain the consistency regardless. As Nekotal finds even more misses, hopefully this is going to be their chance to show their consistency.
And Taiko also finding this, and this is quite an early big lead now. Like, obviously this can still flip over. We've seen that happen in another very close match. But Konamo, it's a free, very full combo for Mexico versus a 3x miss from Switzerland. And with the first Ki section ending, and Switzerland only slowly recovering the score lead. Oh, Hivan finding a miss. That's a first one for Mexico, but Switzerland beats way more misses on Mexico's side. There's some funny patterns.
And
coming
I'm
up
scared,
before
I'm
the final
scared to
Ki.
say anything. I'm scared to say anything about Mexico. I'm scared.
Fear
I'm
not.
gonna let you do the talking here.
Fear not. There is a massive combo and accuracy advantage currently on Mexico's side, so they would need more than random drops on these patterns, and no one finds a miss on the funny DDD KK pattern. However, Nekotal does find multiple misses as we are going through this Ki section. And this is a firm victory for Mexico, almost a 150,000 score lead.
Vamos Mexico! Vamos Mexico! Let's do it!
And that is not a sweep. We have secured the not a sweep.
That
love to
really
see
is the theme of the weekend. Is we're watching every match to see, is this gonna be a sweep or not?
Yes, and I think yesterday's matches were just cursed because there were a good, roughly half the matches yesterday could have so easily not been sweeps, but well, as we know, they were. Except for Canada versus Chile, and that also depends on where you live. For me, that was midnight, so that belongs into Sunday.
All right, Switzerland sparing no time at all. Gonna go jump right into free mod 2. Gonna clear out the free mod bracket ASAP.
And I could definitely understand that after their Fremont 1 performance, which was about as dominant as the Snowboard 3 performance was in Mexico's favor. So it will be interesting to see if Mexico's going with the same strat on their side. I assume Switzerland will do the same thing they just did. Nakara and Hidden Hard Rock, a Hard Rock and a Hidden on their team. But I would be surprised if Mexico goes double Hidden Hard Rock again.
I don't think we're gonna see double Hidden Hard Rock again from Mexico. I think we're gonna see one hidden hard rock at most. Although I'm even hesitant to say we will see a hidden hard rock. This is an interesting pick. You know, we've seen over the weekend. This is the last match, so we've seen people struggle on hard rock. With the SV, we've seen people struggle on hidden with the slow section. So this really is going to be interesting, specifically in who is going to pick what mod, if there's going to be a mod advantage at all. So given that, again, like you said, when Switzerland picked it, it makes sense that Switzerland's going to pick free mod 2 again, but it is quite a bit different than free mod 1.
Indeed. Free mod 1, especially that 1-6 bursty section, a bit after the half mark, very difficult for hard rock, which we have seen with, well, lots of players dropping there. This map is more consistent in its patterns, but the SV is more of a struggle for both mods. I might be wrong on Switzerland's players, by the way. With I might, I mean I am. We also see Agamalpa instead of Taiko on Mexico side.
Yeah, Agamalpa. I've played in a tournament with him, as I said before. He is quite a strong player. Definitely one you don't want to underestimate. So it's nice to see him stepping in. Hivon going no mod at all. So a slight mod advantage to Switzerland as they're running triple hard rock against double hard rock on the Mexican side.
Hidden is gone. Which is weird because both hidden maps are actually open to pick for both teams. But considering we're not seeing hidden on this map at all, that might give you an idea as to what will happen to Mario and Luigi. You might forget about them. Stuck in Luigi's mansion or something.
Whenever we see a no mod in a free mod pick, it begs the question, is the player who's doing this confident enough to maintain that FC? Agamalpa unfortunately dropping here as we head into the first key eye, so it's going to give Switzerland a bit of a lead here, about 30,000 points for now.
Yeah, but Colombo traded, and Colombo and Agamalpa have a similar accuracy at the moment, so not a lot to gain for Switzerland there. Neko Towel and Taiko World Cup are both ahead of Max Basilvo, and Ivan with Inoma just found a miss on Mexico's side.
Statistically, that miss is going to be the one that weighs the least against Mexico, but at the same... Oh, Neko Towel finding a miss as well, though. So Taiko World Cup and Max Mill both fighting each other, but Taiko World Cup has the higher accuracy at about 99%, Max Mill about 97.5%. That's going to get Switzerland a pretty comfortable accuracy lead as we head to the last third of the map.
There's a bit more than a 60,000 score lead at the moment, which 60,000 is the score advantage Switzerland has by default at most, if everyone assumes double S. We are not close to anyone double S-ing. Taiko World Cup being the closest with the only 99% accuracy in the lobby. Mexico needs Switzerland to simply struggle with this final section to be able to take this breakpoint.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only person that's going to find a miss so far is Hivon again. Everyone else hitting that 1-6 transition perfectly well. We're going to head into the last seconds of the map. I don't think Mexico's going to be able to recover the point differential here, especially as Agamalpa finds another miss.
Yeah, it looks unlucky. Colombo did find another drop, but it's still a 100,000 score lead for Switzerland, taking their second point. And it is back to Mexico being able to pick a map. And I do wonder if they're just going to go with double time too, considering how Nomad 3 went.
Uh-huh.
A bit of a different type of speed map, but it's still a speed map.
Yeah, Mexico had an impressive showing there on Freedman, so I would actually expect to see a bit of emphasis towards the double time now. And that could give them an advantage on DT2 for sure, and maybe even DT1. But the accuracy does not seem to be in the favor of the Mexicans as far as, at least as far as based on free mod. So it's very nuanced where Mexico can go with confidence.
They probably need to go where Switzerland is not confident, which definitely was Friedman. That was not a confident performance. While it was from Mexico. And ooh, we got going no mod 1, which I can also see as a sensible pick in this case. Like, that has a lot of speed-ish sections as well. A lot of tech, a lot of speed, and tech was banned by Switzerland, which is basically the first third of the song is tech, then you have speed, then you have no mod 1. But no mod 1 is only the last quarter of the map. The rest is not no mod 1. If that makes sense. And Switzerland commenting, they expected this pick.
Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, it's a mix of... I think that this is probably one of the most variety picks you can get in the definition of variety. Because our expectation of variety is the last part of the map, like you said, but everything before it is like skill sets we pick up from different no mods, or we pick up from different free mods, or even mod picks. So this is truly just like the definition of variety times 2.
This is basically what you could categorize what sometimes or what TWCs had as wildcard map, while keeping no mod 1 as the consistency pick. Consistency has moved to other slots this pool. This is definitely, as you said, pure variety. Variety. Why are words difficult? Who invented them?
Well, English is a dumb language, so...
So true. This is now a German-Mexican stream.
He will only speak Spanish or German from now on.
Imagine if you still managed to hold a conversation.
That would be crazy, just as it's crazy as for Nakarin to find the first miss here. And not only the first miss, but another one now.
And also the other players on the Swiss side, once again, losing more accuracy than the Mexican players. So there's a combo and accuracy advantage, even though that's slowly going away. Let's go back and forth. Nakarin did stabilize now. Finding misses on the doublets. He did find misses earlier. And now so did Tekka, Nekotao, and Nakarin, and everyone's missing except Max Missile and Taiko World Cup with 2 full combos. For one full combo.
Not anymore.
As we enter the speed section. And the speed section only took Tekka out this time. Taiko World Cup.
Tiger World Cup, ...
The final full combo remaining, but it's very close.
Vamos Mexico! Vamos Mexico!
Nekotao finding misses on the DK section here. I'm interested to see if anyone will miss because they're trying to hit the finishes. Coming up in a second. Max Missile finding drops beforehand.
We're nearing the end of the section now. Mexico with about a 30,000 point lead. Looks like we're gonna go back to 2-2. Maintaining probably one of the most competitive matches again. Luckily, I have the privilege of being here.
This is the first match this week where the first 4 maps were won by the team picking them. So we are up in a 2-2 situation. That means Switzerland is at least getting both their remaining picks for the match. If Mexico finds a win, and Switzerland finds a win, Mexico gets also their second pick. Well, that's something else to discuss. But at least, at the very least for Switzerland, their benefit is if they win this pick and the breakpoint, they have a final pick. And they're the higher seed here, so going by seeding, they have better odds. But that doesn't mean anything, because Mexico so far has shown a good normal performance especially. And we have 2 normals open still. One of them is a gimmick. We don't quite know how the teams are going to feel about that. I don't have much to go off to be confident how this is going to go.
Here's what I think. I think that this could be a good idea because the BPM is a little bit higher, so they might feel a little bit more confident, especially on a no mod pick. And then if Mexico is able to secure this pick, they have double time 2, a speed pick that they have definitely shown to be better than the Swiss on. And all they need after that is one more pick. So this is actually, as I said before, this is a ridiculously important point for the Mexicans.
Indeed. They just really have to stay strong and hope Switzerland just finds too many misses, similar to the other Nomad maps. I think that's what their goal is.
Alright, here we go. Otra vez vamos a decir, vamos México, por favor. Tócalo, no sé, abajo, por favor, tócalo abajo. Vamos México, vamos México. Sí se podemos.
I'm hearing that you are cheering on Mexico and you're excited. I think I got the gist. That's about it.
That's all that's important.
That is what's important.
I'm not fluent in Spanish. I do my best, but thank you for being so kind to me.
We're waiting in suspense for the map to start. Is this a long map? 3.5 minutes of pure nerves. We see a switch on the Mexican side. Agamalpa returns. And here we go.
All right, a very important pick for the Mexican team. We're going to see how this fares out. If they win this pick, they definitely have a number of places to go to compete against Switzerland to bring this to tiebreaker. So this is going to be very important for the Mexican team.
This is going to be absolute a nerves check at this point. We see an early job for Neko Tower, but that probably won't matter in the grand scheme of things. We have 3 intense KI sections packed with streams. Not difficult streams, but they're packed with streams, and if you miss on those in an inopportune moment, you might find a lot of misses or a lot of 100s, and that could swing the lead so far to the opposite side that you can't get it back.
I mean, here we go into some of the denser sections. We have these long streams. Mexican players, especially Hiva, oh no, not even picking up 100s, but even a miss. That's going to give the lead to Switzerland. We definitely need to pick that deficit up, but we have 3.5 minutes of a entire map to go here, so there's definitely time for the Mexicans to recover.
Thankfully, that miss wasn't as I just described. It was more singular. So it wasn't a catastrophic miss. They're only slightly behind the other players. Nakarin almost holding the double S, by the way, with Taiko World Cup at 99.5% accuracy. So that is good for Switzerland by Agamalpa misses. So that gives Switzerland... Nakarin's drop there was a bit bigger, but so was Agamalpa, so they traded out. Neko Tower missing?
Agamalpa holding about 96.5% accuracy, finding even more misses now. Nakarin stabilizing after his miss at 99%. We definitely don't want to see a break point here. That's gonna make it a lot harder for the Mexicans to keep this equal. The Switzerland will be in the driver's seat for their match point, but they're up about 30,000 points now.
Yeah, and the issue is Switzerland probably has dominant picks in their hand. Like, Hidden 1 could be the winning map, or Nomad 4. I think that is also something that's going to be comfortable for Switzerland. So what we need to see, if we want Mexico to get that third point, is for Switzerland to have very unfortunate misses on these streams now.
Unfortunately, the only person so far finding a miss is going to be Agamalpa, but it's going to be found out by Nekotal, but he's not going to get a big miss. Just a small one, so he's going to maintain his high accuracy. That's going to give Switzerland a really good chance. Oh!
That is...
That was a big miss from Neko right there. It might not be enough, though, especially as he's stabilizing yet again. Agamalpa's accuracy still underneath Neko's.
And that was probably just too many misses on Mexico's side. Which, yes, Switzerland will take this 4th point. Even though Taiko World Cup plus a full combat at the very end. This is Switzerland's 4th point, and it's Switzerland's pick. They can take the match home now. Tekka did get the best score in the lobby. So
yeah,
it was just
Tekka-
Agamalpa and Hevan struggled too much.
Yeah, Tekka with the only FC of the lobby. Quite a respectable play, but the Swiss are outscoring them accuracy-wise. A 99.25 from Tekka World Cup, 99.17 from Nakarin. Neko struggling a little bit more, but still being able to edge out the Mexican team a little bit. That's really good. That's really what put them over the edge here. And now they're in the driver's seat for their match point. The last match of this weekend, the round of 16. We have 4-2. Favor Switzerland. Switzerland being able to pick. Mexico's going to need a break point here to tie it up and bring this to tiebreaker. We've had no tiebreakers thus far for this round of 16. I've heard amazing things about the tiebreaker from the chat, from mappers, from players. We want to see the tiebreaker. So this is the Mexican's chance to satisfy the Taiko community. Switzerland is gonna go with Hard Rock 2 for it.
That is surprising, if I may say so.
Tell me why, Wolf. Tell me what you thinking, buddy? What's going on in that brain of yours?
Well, I thought Hidden won. After that, I thought Hidden 2 was a very clear win for Switzerland. So if they felt like it and it's an easier map mechanically, they could have probably taken Hidden 1. This map is probably also in Switzerland's favor, but it can be taken by Mexico. That is my thought.
Well, I will say I think that this is definitely a pick that's decent on the side of Switzerland. You know, Mexico does tend to struggle a little bit more with Hard Rock, I think, above all the other picks, or all the other mods per se, based on my experience playing with them. So I think that this is definitely one of the safer, in quotes, picks that the Swiss can pull out. But if the Mexicans have been playing this map, especially at a almost a neutral BPM of 210, despite the SV changes, I do think that this is something that is possible for both teams to struggle with a decent bit, and it might really be a toss-up, but the advantage definitely has to go to the Swiss. Based on not only seeding, but off the fact that they played it, that they picked it, rather.
Yeah, and Mexico did ban Hard Rock 1, after all. So, that, and we've seen in free mod, Switzerland does have more confidence when it comes to Hard Rock. I'm still not confident this was the best pick Switzerland could have made, but... And I hope I'm proven otherwise, because, well, then Switzerland would take their 5th point and finish the match. I also hope that I'm correct, for reasons I've promised not to mention again.
All right, I've gotten requests from the chat, so of course I'm gonna do it. Let's go, otra vez, por favor. Vamos Mexico, vamos Mexico. Si se podemos. I don't know if that's how you say that. If it's not, I'm sorry.
We see a massive accuracy lead for Switzerland right now. There's no other way to put it. Tekka and Junkie track under 95%.
All right, so far, one of the longer maps of our pool. We have 3.5 minutes. So far, the Swiss are off to about a 60,000 point lead. The Mexicans falling behind a little bit. Tekka and Junkie in the 94%. Max finding a miss. Junkie too finding a miss. That's going to give the Swiss a pretty decent score lead. But we have a lot of map to go here.
We do already have almost 140,000 score lead, and I was definitely wrong about doubting Switzerland, and sadly I was right about the fact that if Switzerland is in a 4-2 situation, they can pick something more dominant than Mexico could have. But it is not over until it's over. No matter how dire the situation looks.
Yeah, Tekka finding a miss, so is Junkie Tracks. It's going to extend that Swiss lead to almost 200,000 points now. And we're about halfway through the map. This is going to be a lot for Mexico to overcome. We're really going to have to look for huge Swiss misses, but the only miss so far coming from Tekka yet again.
As with third key ends, Max Missile finding another miss. None of the Mexican players are above the combo cap. Colamo and Taiko World Cup still have a full combo going with 97-98% accuracy. Almost 98 and 99, respectively. 300,000 score difference. This is an incredibly dire situation.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Mexico to come back here, especially as Tekka is finding yet again another miss. But the Swiss players all playing phenomenally well. Taiko World Cup, Colammer, both holding fantastic combos at a very high accuracy. Nakura not holding the full combo, but they're holding a phenomenal accuracy as well. Definitely just seems like they just have the advantage on the Mexicans here.
Colombo does find a drop, but yeah, I think everything has been said. Taiko World Cup dominating the entire lobby. Nakura not far. Never mind, Nakura missed. Nakura still not far behind, but Taiko World Cup definitely highest accuracy, highest combo, only full combo. Securing the win for Switzerland, a 5-2 victory. It was very close to be a longer match. No mod 5 decided that it shouldn't be. And unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Mexico. But what a match that was to close out the round of 16. I think both teams did a good job here.
That was an amazing match. I mean, I'm so proud of all the Mexican players. They did a great job. I'm so proud of them, but the Swiss did a fantastic job. They had so many good plays, such consistency. They were able to outmaneuver the Mexican strategy, but they did put up a good fight. And I gotta say, well played to Switzerland, and I'm hoping to see great things from them going forward. They're moving on to the quarterfinals. That's a huge feat for Switzerland. So congratulations for Switzerland here. But como siempre, te amo a México y muchas gracias a todas las personas que me apreciaron.
I agree.
I didn't say that last word correctly, but I'm sure they understood what I'm trying to say.
I hope so. I imagine they did. I can't judge that. But this does mean we know all the matches for quarterfinals. which also features 2 matches if you're a lower bracket team. Beginning with this match, Philippines is the team that Switzerland has to face. Just to finish that up, Switzerland's next opponent are the Philippines, which I think is going to be another close match like this one was, and like last week's Switzerland match. Switzerland is not being left alone when it comes to incredibly tight matchups.
Well, that wraps up our round of 16 weekend. We're done now, and we're gonna head into the quarterfinals map pool showcase in about 12 minutes, I believe, just so that we can start on a good note. But that was an exciting weekend. Yeah, we had a lot of 5-0s, but we also, especially today, we had a lot of more exciting matches, a lot more contentious face-offs between two countries that actually could compete against each other, and that only is going to get even more exciting as we get into the quarterfinals. We have a lot of matchups in the quarterfinals that are definitely destined to be contentious. So we will join you again in about 10, maybe 8 to 9 to 10 minutes, and I'll be back yet again. I'll be joined by one of our professional casters that you will meet. Not for the first time, but you will see him in just a few seconds. But thank you everyone so much for watching our round of 16 showcase. Our round of 16 matches. Thank you for your support. I hope you've bought banners for the countries you support, because you can buy multiple banners at once now. So if you have your heart dedicated to a number of countries other than just one, please do feel free to show that country pride, show that mixed heritage pride. We'll be back in a few minutes for the quarterfinal showcase, and until then, thank you, Envol, for joining me for this last match of the round of 16.
Thank you. It was a great match, and yeah, see you in 10 minutes.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Osotec World Cup 2024 at round of 16. We have a bit of a wider gap match this time with South Korea versus the Netherlands. The Netherlands actually making it through to this match in the winners bracket by upsetting Russia last weekend. So probably the biggest seat difference you'll see this weekend. Number 3 versus 19. Both both really, really strong rosters for each respective country. Like South Korea having Peaceful back, Alone, Pokeri, Levy, Joda, like those are just all really strong players at Ion as well. But Netherlands has an incredible roster this year. They've really managed to pull together the best of the best that they have in the country, and they're paying it off so far. So maybe they can be a team to, on kind of like the easier pool, maybe they'll have a good opportunity against South Korea. Now, if they've put in enough practice, they have pretty much all perfect scores. It should be okay. So I guess we'll just get into it. I'm gonna take a quick look ahead, actually. I wonder if there was any maps last weekend that the Netherlands actually beat South Korea on. One thing I can note immediately, though, is purely based off of the performance scores. Cookie Tree from the Netherlands actually beat out Peaceful from South Korea, getting 2nd place and 3rd place respectively overall, which, you know, this is kind of like your two kind of main captains, very, very fitting coming into this match this weekend. Alright, let's see. Alright, South Korea going to be winning that role. Alright, and the bans will come in. Honestly, not too sure what we'll see banned. Maybe the Netherlands will ban something like Hard Rock. They're very much more a hidden-oriented team than Hard Rock, as they got 4th seed on hidden in the qualifiers despite being 19th overall. So they're absolutely going to want to keep both of those open. And they're going to get rid of No Mod 2. This is our tech No Mod of the pool. Seems like a decent ban here. South Korea have done very, very well in those styles of maps, even in previous years, going all the way up to the grand finals level. So makes sense for a good ban for the Netherlands and for South Korea. I'm not sure what they'll ban, because I was going to say, well, they probably want to keep hidden open themselves, because they are also really, really good at it. But they're deciding to go for the No Mod 1 ban. Which, honestly, I think is kind of interesting, because No Mod 1 actually has quite a lot to trip players up, and I feel like the Netherlands is more likely to find those mistakes in South Korea. I'd have expected them to ban maybe something more like a No Mod 5. It's a very, very simplistic map overall, but, you know, this is what they've done now, so they're going to have to deal with it. And it will be South Korea for the first pick. Oh, and how rude of me, I still haven't introduced my fellow caster yet. I'm Teasel, and Yugs is here to join in on this one with me.
I'm Budget Teasel, hello. Yeah, jumping in as a slight emergency drop in. Happy to be cast with you. I was afraid I was not gonna, seeing as Norway has forfeited their match, but I'm happy to spend this next half an hour up to an hour with you and with South Korea, Netherlands, and all of our viewers out here in chat. We're going into the first pick, hidden 1 by South Korea.
Can't think of a better way to spend my Sunday afternoon.
Ah, you're too sweet.
But yeah, this map I was 100% expecting to come out this match. The slow hidden, both a skill set that both of these teams are very confident in. So, as with this map being, the difficulty is purely kind of in the reading. The mechanic skill is not very demanding at all. Like 4.7 star for all these players, that's nothing. It all kind of comes down to their reading. So, you know, depending on which team just kind of practice this one more, it could go either way, I think.
Yeah, Netherlands has some very competent hidden players of their own, especially Cookie Tree and Right on their side. Not sure about Streikeiser. We'll see about that. because I mostly know Strike as a like Gunga speed player overall. We'll see how it goes. First pick for South Korea, but I'm pretty sure South Korea will just outact Netherlands on this one pretty confidently.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that South Korea decided to pick this one first. Valkyrie Sweat with the immediate misses. Those first notes catching them out. But yeah, I think it's really interesting that South Korea picked this one. Because I feel like this was just an absolute must pick that the Netherlands would make. South Korea could just wait for the Netherlands to pick it later on in the match. This might have even been their planned first pick. Oh, misses from Cookie Tree. A bit more of a vital point in the map. Olo matching them, right trading them. It looks like Netherlands because coming out on top, never mind. Strike finding extra misses there. The score is flipping back and forth. Peaceful still in the double S.
Now it's looking pretty good for South Korea for the time being, especially with the SS from Peaceful. I mean, what do you expect from arguably one of the best hidden players in this game mode? Like, even so much as a single 100 from Peaceful would be very unexpected, as I would say.
Yeah, the great thing is though, even though the Netherlands are losing, they're only behind by around 15,000 points. They can make up that loss if South Korea finds some more misses. However, it's generally regarded that the next sections of the map are easier than the first.
There's one funny section that I'm very much looking forward to, although it's just like alternating KD. It will probably look funny for people who have never seen Taiko plus Hidden before. But trust me, that's all there is to it. Really
You're
not
not
that
supposed to
hard.
spoil the joke, the trick of it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my god, how are they doing
There
this?
it is.
They're actually
Oh my
insane.
Wow, how is he holding SS still? Peaceful, you're insane!
Oh, there we go. Misses from Olo. Pretty clean misses, but it's a good start from Netherlands to make a comeback here.
Actually
Is slowly
super
going
tight.
over in their favor, but extra 100 pickups from Strike is making it a bit more difficult.
The Netherlands, if they
This
keep
would
these
come down to the
accuracies
wire.
up, this is looking good. South Korea is bleeding score. Can the Netherlands hold on to these accuracies until the end? 2,000 score difference. I'd be down to, not quite. There are a couple too many 100s there at the end, but that was a lot tighter than I would have expected. Wow. Great performance from the Netherlands and the SS from Peaceful. I mean, what do you expect, really? I'm gonna take my leave. I did my part. I'm gonna hand on over to Jai, who is now coming in from the other side of the world to do his part. So, wishing all of you most of the utmost fun watching this one, and I'm gonna hand it over to you, Jai.
All right,
Thanks,
thanks.
Jugs. All Jugs enjoyers in the chat. You'll see him in an hour.
No,
You won't because the
You
match
won't.
has been forfeited.
No, I am the new Jugs.
You're the
Awesome.
new Jugs.
Am I just getting a new sidecaster like every match, map rather? Just bring
I just have
someone
to Okay, Hard Rock 1, relatively tame, I think.
Yeah, looking to mostly play on the accuracy, I think.
Ooh, players switching out very quickly. Jonah and Olo coming in for South Korea. Tyronix coming in for the Netherlands. I hate Hard Rock, bro. I feel you there, mate. Hard Rock is a terrible mod. It's
Just
not even a
is,
real
yeah.
mod. You can just edit the map in the editor and you have Hard Rock now. Like, that's not a mod.
Yeah, Netherlands struggling a bit more in this one in the qualifiers, getting 24th in overall. South Korea, on the other hand, getting 3rd place. The Hard Rock was quite a bit different to this one overall, though, just as the nature of there only being one map rather than two. But I think it'll probably still act as a decent indicator for what we may expect the result of this one to be.
The Netherlands actually had very good AC on that. That was OD 6.5. This one's a bit higher, so I'm curious to see how they go on this, but I think they'll do well. Although a little bit of a shaky start there.
Yeah, I believe it
Hopefully
comes
not
up
going to matter too much.
OD 9.24, something like that.
That's 6.5, so that's 9.1, I think.
Ah, never mind.
It's times 1.4, and I can't be bothered doing that.
I think it's very silly that the game doesn't just actually show you what the value becomes.
See, like, when you're actually in-game, you have to, like, hover over it, and then it tells you what it is, but in milliseconds.
Yeah,
and
as
that's
if
the-
I can translate that.
I'm sure there's some beast out there who's absolutely memorized the OD to millisecond translation chart, and
More
he's just
likely.
like, yeah, I know what 18.75 milliseconds translates to.
Yeah, taking a look at this one so far, it looks like Tyronix is struggling with this one a wee bit, picking up a couple of misses. Everyone else still holding onto the full combo though. I believe Jonah has also dropped a decent bit in accuracies as well, but still well above Tyronix in the score for it to kind of not be too problematic.
Yeah, Peaceful, Olo, and Right are actually holding very high axe over 99.5. Cookie Tree's very close up there as well. Just a little bit of a stutter from Tyronix. Netherlands is going to have to hope that South Korea is going to find something tricky. It is going to get more difficult. Jonah's going to find a little bit of axe there, but it's still 40k gap. They're really going to need a miss from this South Korean side, but they're looking very strong right now.
Yeah, just coming towards the edge of the map. Those misses need to come in now. And ideally with a big accuracy drop as well to make up 50,000 score difference. But South Korea are just not willing to give this one up at all.
No, all the hard patterns are gone. There's not much left. And they even gained even more accuracy lead on that going into the ending. Peaceful, 2 100s on this. It's very impressive. Actually, a lot of good accuracies all around the
Yeah.
board. 3 players with a single-digit 100 count. Very impressive on this OD9.
Yeah, and you know, the only player to miss only got 2 misses. That's still an incredibly strong score, 970k.
Netherlands definitely weren't out of the running there. One tricky 1-6 or one random quad catching a player off guard, and it could have been neck and neck right there till the end.
Yeah,
And
they
what
definitely
for,
had a
you
score
mentioned
there
it.
that could
Mentioned it, they
easily
left the gimmick.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a score that could easily contend with pretty much any other team seeded within the teams. But sadly, they're against South Korea. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, Netherlands, they like their gimmick maps. So South Korea left it open, they're going to take the opportunity.
I'm seeing some roster changes here. Jonah and Olo have moved. Labby is in, who is switching into the third player for South Korea. The Netherlands is looking to keep the same roster. That was a very quick pick from them as well. There was no deliberation on that one.
Now, well, when you're against like such a team like so much highly seen than you, it's just we're good at hidden, gotta go for hidden. We're good at gimmick, gotta go
Netherlands,
for gimmick.
they're smurfing right now. This is not a 19th seed team. This is like a
Yeah, I do
14th
agree
seed
with
team.
I do absolutely agree with you. Let's see, who does the winner of this match go against?
Oh, well, it would
The
be
winner would go
yes.
against... No, the winner would go against either China or Malaysia.
Yes, that's correct.
Funnily enough, that would be, if the Netherlands managed to kind of make a comeback from this, that would be an easier match for them as well. But they've got quite a wall standing in their way.
Actually, China and Malaysia. I know that's not this match, but that's also going to be an interesting one because I feel like Malaysia's a bit of a smurf as well.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, unfortunate early misses from Kumpy Tree.
No Tyronics on the low SV.
Olo picking up a miss of their own.
So it's really just one false start, and it's not even a super big one either, so Korea is going to start to gain a little bit of a leeway. No, this is going to increase the lead.
Yeah, it's mostly coming down to the accuracy right now. South Korea has Labby and Peaceful still holding on to the perfect.
Although another miss. They really need a second. They need a different play on South Korea to miss. If it's just only Olo, they're not going to catch up.
Yeah, Netherlands with only one full combo remaining from right.
Right is actually holding the country on their shoulders right now. They need Peaceful or Labby to miss, but they're both holding very strong. Peaceful's only 1/100. Labby's not too far behind on the accuracy either. Alright, will these finishes trip up anyone? They get through the first set. They get through the second set.
They do it.
Although the rest of the map is pretty normal.
Yeah, it's still doable, but I just don't see it happening, unfortunately.
Just nothing extreme left.
Over 3 million team score for South Korea. What a crazy performance. 2 full combos, 7-100.
They definitely had it as well. Yeah, the two players on the Netherlands side that had misses had a higher score than the miss on the South Korean side. But the two FCs, and with very strong acts, 7 and 2 100s. Very hard to contest with that when you've got misses on your side.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's already match point, and it's South Korea's pick as well.
Just a purely surface level guess. If I was South Korea, I'd probably be going for something like Hard Rock 2 right now. Like South Korea can really confidently win that one, I feel.
I feel like there's a lot here they can confidently win. Free Mod 2 is a very interesting one.
Yeah.
I definitely know we're gonna see a couple of HDHRs on this one.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think now that it's been picked, South Korea can probably just bring out more mods overall than the Netherlands and get advantage that way.
Oh, Strike has joined the Korean team. I see we have a trader in our midst. Oh no, he's reformed. Return of the King. Man of
really short
iron.
arc.
Hey man, it's like if you have to write a 1,000 word essay, but you can make your point well and concise in 250 words, there's no need to drag out the essay.
Exactly.
Right? His story had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it was satisfying like all the best stories.
I feel like a lot of the character building probably needs to be interpreted, but it'll be fine. I feel like South Korea are probably going to go with a triple hit hard rock here.
I would not be surprised. I would not put it past them either.
I'm not sure if the Netherlands will even have won, because this is kind of the anti.
No. I
well.
believe someone will do it. It's Right. Right is going to do it, and Korea is a stacked mod lobby right now. They have
South
12
Korea-
mod. They have 12 mods on their side right now.
Where's the remaining 3?
Score V2.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Man thought I was doing some British maths, but no, I can count.
Is that just a term for being bad?
British maths is like. How do I give an example of this? I'll think of one later.
Okay. Yeah, this means that South Korea is going to have an extra 120,000 score potential, so we see a really early lead from them just naturally due to that. This map.
Okay, here's my example. It's like a 77 plus 33 is equal to 100.
Oh, okay. I mean, briefly, it sounds believable.
Peaceful, you are not still holding double S.
Oh, right. Finding a miss. Olo matching it, though. Cookie Tree picking up a miss of their own. Right, getting a couple more. That score lead is changing really quickly. It was only like 40,000, now it's 110. And grown as well.
Yeah, they've got those 2 extra hard rocks on their side. That's an additional 120k score, just potential advantage, and we can see that in the results right now. And the second half is not too dissimilar from the first half. It's a little trickier, but I mean, these players have been holding so well.
Yeah, Strike finding the misses, dropping the full combo. South Korea still with 2.
Yeah, when you've got a 2-mod advantage, the opponent missing is hugely beneficial to you more than otherwise. Is gonna find another miss, but it's not gonna matter. The lead is... it's just constantly growing. Strike is gonna find a miss. And that's there are no FCs on the side of the Netherlands, and there's still 2 on South Korea.
Oh.
Peaceful's still on 100.
Olo.
Oh no, Olo. Please
Up.
finish. I think even if he drops now, it's way too late.
Oh yeah, like it's impossible for the Netherlands to like win this one, but based on the rules, I don't quite know how that works.
He's still just sitting there. They're
Let's
saying
get the-
GG's.
Yeah, the score did submit on the MP link. It's just the stream being a bit silly. Olo
Yeah, he
did
did finish.
submit a score of 1,038,151, meaning that South Korea won that by 170,006 points, making that 5-0 in favor of South Korea.
Yeah, even with Olo's score, he would have topped the Netherlands team.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, the extra mods was just too much for the Netherlands. But GG, well played. Definitely some close calls there on the hiddens. No mod 4, definitely the Netherlands could have had it. I mean, 19th seed, they smurfed. And I mean, look, South Korea is looking for #1 this year, as they do every year. Very strong competitors. They definitely put on an excellent show.
Yeah, for sure. Even in the early stages, they're not taking this too lightly. Clearly practicing very, very hard. And they're gonna just advance that even more as they advance on to the winner's bracket of the quarterfinals, where they will be going against the aforementioned winner of China versus Malaysia, which I believe is a match still to happen. And for all you Netherlands fans, they're not out of the tournament. They're dropping down to the losers bracket, and they will be facing someone. Okay, they'll be going against the winner of Colombia versus Indonesia, which is also a match still to happen, I believe. Then they will be their secondary match, if they win that one, will be the winner of Australia versus the loser of China Malaysia. So quite the lineup there, but very exciting matches coming up for them. But we still have plenty more for this weekend, as you can see. We have Taiwan and France coming up in half an hour. And that will be streamed, of course, but plenty other matches as well. China, Malaysia, the UK versus Argentina, Colombia and Indonesia, the US versus Turkey, and Mexico versus Switzerland to close out the weekend. So stick around, go buy your banners for your favourite team, and we'll see you in the later matches.
Gotcha.
Time traveler, you live to go backwards. You're like a time traveler, running from the future.
What's up, party people? Welcome back to TWC 2024 round of 16. Continuing on with Taiwan versus France. Number 7 versus number 10 seed. That's gonna be just a little bit exciting. I say that, but the seeds don't. Oh, Janitori is here. Oh, you came in at the last second. I'll hand on over to you in a second.
Hello, sorry, I was waking up.
Sorry. It's the exact situation from the previous stream where I was like, oh yeah, I'll cover for them until they're there. I get kicked out in like the first 5 minutes.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate it.
Look, I was not meant to cast this weekend, and I'm not feeling welcome in the caster booth. But yeah, I'm gonna hand it over to you two now. I'm gonna take my leave and instead take a back seat and just keep on watching this match, so have fun.
Thank you, Jukes.
Thank you.
Alright, so Taiwan versus France, 7 versus 10 seed. I'm very excited for this match, especially after looking at the scores from the qualifiers and last week. How about you, Janitor?
Yeah, I think Taiwan did pretty well last week, and France obviously being a very different team than they were last year, so I think Taiwan is definitely at the advantage, but France could pull something off, I think.
Yeah, I agree. There's some really close scores when you directly compare them. One of them was on a frame mod, and we are starting with a frame mod.
Alright.
The anti-mod.
There's been a few top teams that have gone like 2 or 3 hidden hard rocks on this. I'm not sure if Taiwan is going to be one of them. I would expect there to be significantly less modding. Maybe even France having the advantage.
What I can say is that both teams No, Taiwan did triple hidden hard rock on the qualifiers map, which I think is of comparable difficulty as SV-wise. France didn't.
Oh, okay.
And they also didn't on their party night.
Alright, yeah, so...
We
Yeah.
might see a mod advantage in Taiwan's favor, but it can backfire.
Oh, full
Oh.
hidden hard rock on this. No one has the advantage.
It's only about being able to reach all the SV ups and downs of this map with hidden and hard rock. So if you wanted to see the map, I'm sorry, you will not be able to.
Well, you can see like a few seconds of it on the right side of the screen.
Eh. As someone who cannot hidden hard rock, that's fast. We've seen early accuracy lead for Taiwan here. Quite massive actually.
Yeah, both the Yanni and Echo both being below 99%.
Polymorph holding the double S on Taiwan's side, but Yu Miao slowly lose accuracy, but Echu finding a miss. And France probably picked this in the hopes that Taiwan would find some unlucky misses instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a terrible strategy, but you do need, I think, much better accuracy, but Yoga is finding a few breaks here.
Also, I seem to have missed it. Yanni also missed at the same time as Echu, roughly. So they need Taiwan to drop a little bit more.
Yanni is also single tapping, which is interesting.
It's a speed map after all.
Well, it is if you play it like that. Yeah, Echo currently below 97%. Wei Miao is roughly 0.7% above.
It's Polymorph's accuracy mostly that is a bit further ahead of Francis, which is giving Taiwan a good accuracy lead, but Ranchi isn't too far behind.
Score's still relatively close. 25k is like one combo's worth.
And Yumiao did find a lot of 100s leading into the kite, didn't find misses unlike Echu.
Yeah, missing on the 1/6 in the speed up, which could be pretty tricky, and Taiwan is probably taking this. Yeah.
Was a solid effort, but it wasn't enough. Look at accuracies, it really... The 100 counts are basically even, except Polymorph has 9 less than Ranchi, and that's it.
Yeah, the only one above the... shoot, what is it? 110k threshold?
I think this map, solely the misses made the difference.
Yeah, just both Echu and Yanni, unfortunately breaking, with Echu having comparable accuracy to Yuemia actually, but just a little bit too much.
I think this is a good sign that we might see 3-mod-1 as well. Maybe it just swings in the other direction.
Yeah, I think Taiwan just has stronger accuracy overall. France has always historically been more of a skill cap team than an accuracy team. 3-mod-1 is a much easier map, so maybe it would be more even, but I could definitely see like... Oh, okay, we have no 1-2.
Yeah, No Mod 2 I think is a very good pick for Taiwan. You can't really use last week's tech map to compare because it was maybe different, but I feel this map is sort of similar to 7's code, in which case Taiwan had a massive lead over France in the qualifiers.
Yeah, when you're getting into harder tech, it starts becoming a really different ballgame from just easier tech, where it's more or less just an accuracy and not missing randomly test.
Yeah, and that was like last week's was just rhythm control. And this is, especially the second half of this map, is survive.
That's one way to put it. And I think Taiwan has historically been a pretty good tech team.
Would make sense given it's their opening pick.
Yeah, France has generally had a lot of DDKK players, so they haven't been slouches on tech, but having a lot of DDKK players usually means their accuracy is not super good.
They doubled S'd the first node. They did not double S the second node, third node.
Unfortunately. Or the third node, apparently.
This is where you really just want to gate combo, have your accuracy really high, because right now the tech section didn't really start yet. Like, there's some bursts, but that's about it.
Yeah, I've been actually dropping quite a bit of accuracy on the normal 1-4 before any of the tech has even started, which is not where you want to be dropping accuracy.
Everyone holding on to the combo at least. Very good.
Alright, no one dropping on that sort of weirdish mono, but Method is noticeably behind the rest of the players. Yanni and Ranshi are keeping up with Harry and High Grease, respectively.
They've actually got 2 double S's in the lobby still.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Everyone's still full comboing though, even through some of those weirder 1-8 and oh wait, never mind. France has lost their WS.
And now the lead is growing massive for Taiwan now.
Yeah, 5 full combos is still pretty insane for this. Alright, never mind. 4 full combos. I should just stop talking.
Very good opening pick for Taiwan here.
What? He missed at the end. Reggie, no.
No! Oh, I didn't see. Oh, 8 notes before the end.
Alright, somehow we ended up with Taiwan full FCing it. France not having an FC, but it was pretty close.
1/100 for Harryada.
That is a crazy score on this sort of map.
That's a very dominant team performance. And there's Raymond 1.
Alright.
France tries again. I assume that we're going to see full him hard work again. Simply because this map is easier.
Yeah, if they could full hit Hard Rock Fremont 2, there's no reason they can't do it for this one too.
What they need is to not miss, that's it. Just don't miss a hidden hard rock.
That's true. Why don't more teams just not miss?
It's so simple, it's just one trick. Instead
Yeah.
of missing,
Just
play the color that you can't see.
Or if you're going to miss, just miss on the first node of the map and get it over with.
And that's also a good idea.
If you can't choose which of these 2 fantastic teams to support, you can always buy banners for both of the teams, which is now possible for $2.50 USD per banner.
Indeed. You can also buy multiple. As have I, for example, because I bought a math equation.
A math equation.
A math equation. Equating the colors of flags.
Oh, that's interesting. And
Yes.
how much USD did that cost?
It required 7 banners, so 1750. I've
Only
listed this as
1750.
the only. I didn't. I could buy the other 25, but if I break the math equations, I can't.
That's unfortunate. Oh, okay. I
Speaking
didn't
of
expect
breaking
this.
things,
Weird misses at the start from Wayne and Ranchi.
yeah, we are already 3 full combos down.
Wait, half the lobby missed in like the first 200 notes.
And I wanted to say Yanni was the last one to hold a full double S, but they have found a few 100s. Everyone's stabilizing right now as we head to a slower section.
This is the closest this match has been in terms of accuracy, I think. Pretty much even. Actually, is slightly behind me now. A little bit more behind now.
This is unfortunately looking more decisive than 3-2 at this point.
Yeah, now the accuracy is just getting even worse. Actually missing again, and Taiwan has been pretty consistent ever since the early miss.
The score is almost growing up to 100k, which is requiring quite a lot for France to take back the lead, because it's not in their control anymore.
Yeah, the problem has really been that Ranchi has comparable accuracy to Taiwan's second best player. But Taiwan's best player has always just seemed to be out of reach. Maybe slightly less out of reach now that Haigis has found that miss.
We see it did shrink the lead quite a lot. There was a lot of misses there, but it needs to happen at least 2 more times from both other players on the Taiwanese side, and the map is very close to its end. We are almost at the score cap. I don't think there's anything they can do anymore.
Yeah, actually finding that miss to go with hybrids really hampered their expectations there, but 89k is a very strong lead for a female.
There we have it. A 3rd point for Taiwan, the 2nd break point.
9 100s, 1 miss at the beginning is a really funny score.
The beginning got a lot of players, and then they just full combo the rest.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate, but France just has to kind of deal with the fact that they're at a pretty noticeable accuracy disadvantage.
It's time for Waluigi.
Waluigi. Everyone loves this map, and I can see why. It's a very fun map.
It's not been banned a lot, it's been picked a lot. I think, compared to the qualifiers gimmick and last week's, this is very approachable. Like, last week's was, well, slider velocity gimmick, so it was entirely different from this map and the qualifiers map. So I think people were a bit scared of that one.
People only like gimmick maps when they can play it in like 3 tries.
And this map kind of falls into the territory. It's not easy by any means, but I've seen teams that did not so well with other gimmick maps do quite decently on this one.
Yeah, from what I remember, there's mostly like the visual noise for the slider ends, which doesn't really do anything other than look cool. And then there's the bar line gimmick, with the thin bar lines being a D, the thicker bar lines being a K.
And if you've just had the section where you have to pray that you have the correct rhythm.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also some. I forget if there are BBM changes in this. I don't think there are.
I don't think there are, no.
I just assume that any Rishu song has BPM changes, which half the time is probably right.
And the other time it's just weird changes, but it's still the same BPM.
Yeah. I did think Taiwan would pick this, but France could win on this, I think. Like, the OD is relatively low at 6.3, and France is, I assume, the sort of team that would practice this sort of map. So accuracy difference is not as relevant.
Yeah. I think this map, the qualifier, the statistics for round of 16 will show that when it's done. I think this map had the most close results. Like, it's mostly just hinging on one player missing or not missing, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's just what happens for gimmick maps that are popular. Yeah, you see a lot of slider notes that are mostly just filler, and accuracy is currently on Taiwan's side, not them finding some hundreds on the sort of 1/3 mark.
Everyone is holding on, and now these bar lines. They are not really difficult, but they are easy to trip up on.
Yeah, you have to be prepared for them, especially when the rhythm changes. Everyone is still holding on though, it's just Deathan's accuracy is a bit lower than everyone else's. Harry's still with the double lines.
I don't think we've seen a match so far that had a full combo in the entire lobby until this point. Which says a lot about both teams. They were prepared.
Yeah. Yeah, France's team score is not bad at all, it's just Taiwan is currently sitting at maybe like 4 team hundreds, which is pretty insane.
There's the first drop on France's side, and we're entering the final section of this map, which is not difficult. It's very tame.
Yeah, missing right before the slider spin is pretty unfortunate.
And we did see him miss on high Greeks at the end there, but
a double
it was
Esther
enough.
Harry.
Ooh, 4 100s from Raji, 2 100s from Yu Miao. Lots of good scores in this lobby. I think they probably would have beaten any other team.
Yeah, not Taiwan though.
Exactly.
Yeah, an SS and a 2 100 full combo. A 3 miss right at the end for whatever reason.
Now, France has one pick to make this a hashtag not a sweep, which I'm really hoping because I put that in my pick'ems. And also, I think these teams are close enough skill-wise that it could happen.
It could. This week is looking to be not the kindest towards the lower seed teams. France, I think, could do it. They have to be careful, though. They can't really... Like, usually if you're the weaker team, you just pick the Nomad and hope they miss. Don't think that works against Taiwan. They love Nomad so much.
I think Hidden 2's out. I'm mostly looking at double time.
Yeah, I could see that, but Taiwan has historically been a really good double time team. They don't have Stu, so maybe a bit less so now. But also, I don't think France wants to go double time, because the accuracy is not the greatest compared to Taiwan.
That's good news though, because in double time 2, everyone feels that way.
That's true.
Oh, it's Nomad 5! I don't know about this one.
I think it's the best option they have left. Hard Rock and Double Time is risky because their accuracy is just not as good. And 2, they probably don't have the players for it, so Nomad 5 is really the easiest remaining of the Nomads.
Yeah, it's just but it's easier than last week's tree map. It's way longer and stamina heavy. Taiwan had a triple double S on the Nomad 5 last week.
A triple double S.
Yes.
Well, they could do it again, because this is not the most difficult map in the world.
In the end, that's why I am worried about this map. Obviously, they could go the same idea, I think, like with Fremont, where they just hope for misses on Taiwan's side.
I mean, in abstract, that has kind of worked. It's just that France finds even more misses. So if they can clean up their play a little bit, I think this could be a good break point.
We can only hope for the hashtag another sweep.
But so far there has been, like, Canada and Chile wasn't.
That's the only match that wasn't. There were quite a lot of matches that were really close to be more competitive. We've just had South Korea versus Netherlands, where there was a 3,000 score difference on Hidden 1. But they all matches that could have been closer, always ended with one map being ridiculously close, but in favor of the winning team.
Yeah, it's really just the curse of round of 16. Sometimes that's just what happens.
It really is. Maybe this is the revenge of the tournament gods, that last week we had 2 tiebreakers and quite a few of matches that went to 5-3 and 5-2.
Well, we could still very well have a tiebreaker. You have to believe in France.
Yeah. And the other teams following this match.
Yeah, lots of opportunities there.
Because I think all players especially will agree, we need to see the tiebreaker. It's just really good.
Alright, not off to a great start for France, but mostly that's just a really good start for Taiwan.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, they are starting with a double S and still holding it. Starting now. Ooh, that was a lot of misses.
That is a great opportunity for France. One of the first times in this match they've actually taken the lead.
Alright, now the only thing they have to do is hold for 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes on the stream map.
We believe.
Alright, France did kind of grow this score lead. Well, actually I guess it's growing slower than they might want because they keep dropping accuracy as well, but it is still growing because Gamia has only just reached the combo count of 400.
And Echu and Brownchi are ahead of High Greeks and Yumyao accuracy-wise, and it's only left with Priestmass versus Harriada. And there's not a lot of 100s either between those.
The score lead is dropping though, because even for a long map, a combo break doesn't really give you that much score.
Speaking of combo drop, there's the Taiwanese lead back again.
That's really unfortunate.
There's one more Ki left with streams.
Yeah, I guess in a map with so many notes, a combo break is like a 10k difference in score?
Probably something like that. And I'm not sure how many nodes are left after the last Ki if someone were to drop there, and if it's even within 400 nodes range, or if that miss will matter less. Because if it matters less, France might need to see 2 drops from Taiwan.
Yeah, the problem is that Priestmas is now quite a bit behind in accuracy. Harrieta's still with a double S. And that means that they need a miss and then a little bit more.
So node lock.
Always possible. Always someone 1 year that ends up having that happen.
But everyone is holding on as we're approaching the end of the Ki section.
Yeah, Harrieta's still on the double S. Jay Meow recovering really well from earlier in this. Probably on like 100, 1 miss or something.
And I think this is it.
Everyone holding on pretty well aside from that. They have like 4 full combos. Oh, well, that probably didn't matter. I think the score lead is still showing his score.
Yeah, but according to the appealing, they did leave before the match was done, but they would have needed a 997k score, and that's impossible with a miss. So
Yeah, I have to get negative 100s for that. Harry getting a double S. Jimmy Meow not really that far behind. What a score from Taiwan.
indeed, this is why I was scared about this pick specifically. I think all maps would have been equally scary as this one. This was my personal fear, just that double S score and the 101 miss from Yumiao.
Yeah,
Solid effort.
it was a good score from France, but Taiwan is just the reigning Nomad champions of TWC 2024.
Right, this concludes another sweet match for this weekend. I'm a huge believer that the next couple matches will be a bit closer.
Yeah, Harry Ada, really surprising performances there. I don't think they played last year, but they've had a really great debut. Interestingly enough, I don't think Sevco was present, which is interesting because he's one of their really strong players.
We also didn't see Monkey, but we also didn't see Hard Rock.
Yeah, that's true. He was there in the lobby picking maps.
That's it for this match. We have another match in 30 minutes, which is China versus Malaysia.
I'm optimistic for this one, at least. Surely this one can't be a sweep.
We just have to believe.
Yeah, in this round 0-5 16. But China is historically... They've done pretty well for themselves, actually, but usually they're more vulnerable in early stages. Malaysia having a shaken up roster, but they're still looking pretty good this year.
They had a really interesting match with Switzerland last week, and both teams are ridiculously strong for their seedings, I thought. So maybe that's a good sign for the match in 30 minutes. But it means we're also going to take a short break until then. You can buy banners for the time. Like, you can buy 7 banners and also make a math equation, like I did.
Yeah, or buy Canada banner, because they're the only non-sweep match this week.
You could also buy Chile in that case.
That's true. But they did end up breaking the symmetry.
True. Buy Canada.
Yeah, always the spoiler. But we will see you in 29 minutes then.
Alright, hello everyone, welcome back to the Taiko World Cup 2024 round of 16. I'm Adriad X and I'm joined by Teasel for the UK versus Argentina. How are you doing today, Teasel?
I'm doing great. I'm pretty excited to watch the UK get to play this one. It's no secret that I'm a big fan, a big supporter of them. But Argentina are doing really well this year so far. They've actually come from an upset in the first stage. So looking to see how they handle this pool and see if they can manage to take a few points off the UK, maybe even win the match. It is quite a big seed difference at number 2 and number 18, but anything can happen.
Yeah, I know UK always in the past has been a very scary team to go against. Some very, very insane players coming from that region. And so having to beat them in TWC is stressful to say the least. Though with such a high-seeded team,
I thought I'd take a break
wonder.
this year just to you know, UK can't be getting seed 1, you know.
Yeah. I almost wonder if some of these higher-seeded teams that aren't Japan, maybe, if it's better to get them early, because then maybe you can actually try to beat them in the act battle, rather than them outskilling you on 7 to 8 star maps.
Absolutely. Quick bans, we have the UK banning Hidden 1 and Argentina banning Hard Rock 2. Those bans make sense for many reasons, but Argentina are going to go with Nomad 4 as the first pick. Getting off with the gimmick.
Dread it or run from it, Nomad 4 arrives all the same. Until it gets hard and everybody avoids it like the plague, but, you know, we're just getting in all of our tournament Nomad 4 picks right now.
Absolutely. The good old Astonished Raised Hand, Space Invader, Robot, Person Doing Cartwheel, Japanese Goblin, Stars, Palms Up Together, Ghost, Hand Splayed, Flying Saucer, Grinning.
Insane.
My favorite.
So, coming into the match, it appears that so far we have Over the Hedge 2014, Horizon, and Gohiki for the side of the UK, while Zellink, Gordon, and Illustrious are on the side of Argentina. So I do see an invite link in the log, so we may be getting a swap out for one of those players.
Eventually, yeah. Yeah, not too sure how these teams are going to do. I'm going to assume since Argentina is picking it first map, they probably feel pretty good on it. The UK, I feel like they do like okay generally on the gimmicks, but it's definitely not their strong suit. Sometimes you kind of focus their energy elsewhere.
At least whenever I've been practicing for tournaments, generally I'll play the gimmick pick once or twice, and if I still don't like have a rough idea, I just won't. There's just no
Honestly,
point.
that's fair enough. It requires a lot of time and dedication.
Yeah. Especially once it starts getting harder. It's just, if you don't think you can do it, there's no point. Just focus on getting good at the other stuff.
Alright, and here we go. We have Over the Hedge 2014, Horizon and Gohigi for the UK, and Zellink, Gordon, and Illustrious for Argentina.
We've had 2 non-sweeps so far in the round of 16, and we've had 1-5-1 and 1-5-2.
Are you alright? Oh, okay, yeah. They're gone. I was within the first sort of 30 seconds, but I'm pretty sure that should be a restart.
Yeah, the 30
But
seconds
it is up
being
to the ref's
roughly a quarter.
discretion. Okay, yeah. I think we've restarted.
We'll see what's going on.
It's so confusing seeing Horizon's name kind of like around in the red, because you can actually read his name very clearly.
Yeah. Someone joking about the MP close. I don't remember what tournament that was and that happened, but I do remember someone meaning to like exit out of a song because someone like DC'd or had an issue, and they did the MP close command by accident.
Oh yeah, that happened on Argentina versus Germany last weekend.
That's not even the example that I'm thinking about, but it's funny that happened to Argentina.
Yeah. Yeah, we only got like 2 or 3 maps in. Close the lobby.
全ての宇宙の絵文字たちよ、遥かなる時空を超えて私に力を与えたまえ。変身スーパーエモよ。
But Jordan is back. Yeah, for people
Hopefully it's
unfamiliar with
really
the rules, I believe the rules are just if you disconnect in the first 30 seconds of a map, you are allowed to request like a restart.
I don't know if that's like infinite amount, so
Yeah,
I don't know if you can
also
like
don't
see
know.
if you could hit
At
the
least
hard bit in the
once,
first 20
probably
seconds and just
twice
quit out.
because we're not rude. Emphasis on probably. Actually, I think it might be up to ref discretion after the first one. I'm not,
Probably,
but
yeah.
I'm not the person to ask about rules. But here we go, take two.
Yeah, this looks more like it. We're not missing pretty much every note. UK does take an early lead in the intro gimmicks. Gordon finds some misses.
Slightly better starts for most players. They saw a lot more misses coming across the board last time. It does appear that it is up to the ref for future restarts, so I'm actually just insane at remembering the rules.
Maybe you should be a ref.
No, too much effort. It's a hard job.
Alright,
I like sitting here just talking.
Yeah, fair. We have the gimmick of the finishers and the coded bar lines. No one getting caught out by it so far. These are the harder, more dense ones. And everyone holding on. Gohigi still with the double S. Over the hedge, I think just 100. Horizon, probably 2. All players in Argentina a bit behind in the accuracy.
Gohigi missed on the finisher.
Gohigi!
Still
Oh, no.
58k points in the lead for the UK, so one miss is not the end of the world.
Yeah, it looks like it was just a single miss with no 100s.
Yeah.
So we will need to see more drops from the UK for Argentina to be taking their first pick.
I don't even know if Gohigi dropped the 100. It might have just been the one miss.
I think it was just the miss, yeah, looking at the accuracy. But the misses are coming in from the side of Argentina. It's going to expand the UK story even further.
I believe this was Argentina's pick, was it not?
Yes, it was. So losing your first pick as a break point is pretty devastating. But the UK are going to steal that one. And there it is. Oh no, never mind. Gohigi did get a single 100 on a finisher somewhere. But over the hedge with a 3 100 full combo Horizon with only 6 100s.
Zelink only with 9.
Zelink as well.
And
9 100 and 12 100.
Yeah, just mostly just the unfortunate misses from Gordon.
Yeah. But it's still very good plays overall though.
Yeah. And Hard Rock 1 is appearing to be the selection from the UK.
Yeah. Hard Rock 1 seems pretty good. We just saw them have very, very strong accuracy on that map, so might as well go for an accuracy map. I think Argentina probably have good potential in this one as well. Let's see if I can... Oh, I didn't open it up. Oh, the round of 32 statistics. Let's see what they did. Okay. Yeah, they did very well on Hard Rock 2. It doesn't look like they played Hard Rock 1. But it's still Hard Rock in general. They got 4th out of 10 teams, which is really good. They had 2 full combos and Illustrious with a choke, but still over 1 million score.
Yeah, it's always what you like to see when it comes to these.
So they can clearly read the higher SV. They can maintain good accuracy on the higher OD.
But it's a question of, can they do it better than the UK?
That's the thing.
Because I'm not gonna lie, when I'm thinking of players that I don't want to face against in a Hard Rock match, the 3 players currently on the United Kingdom's team are 3 of the people that are the lowest on that list.
Absolutely. Even if Horizon isn't necessarily a kind of specialist hard rock player, they play a lot of converts. And what do converts have? High SV and high OD. If anything, it's like hard rock on crack. But I think Argentina, as I say, have really, really good potential in this one as well.
We do have Doodle coming in place of Gordon for Argentina, but here we go into Hard Rock 1. Doodle repping the early 100 gang.
Little known
Strong
fact,
supporter.
Yuke actually stands for hard rock. It's true. And they're showing that off with an absolutely flawless intro to the map. All 3 players holding onto that double S. And only 1 double S remaining on the side of Argentina, which has now been lost. Rising picking up
This is not
100s.
definitely not easy map to hold SS on.
No, definitely not. Oh, and a miss from Illustrious is going to be pretty devastating there for Argentina.
Yeah. With how scary the UK is on charts like this. Another miss from
Oh,
Doodle.
and Doodle as well. dropped.
Every single miss is devastating to the side of Argentina.
Over the hedge, losing the double S, leaving Gohigi with the only one in the lobby. I have a bit more of a chill section. Halfway through the map, 45,000 score lead in favour of the UK. That's going to be really difficult for Argentina to make up.
Only about a quarter of the map left. And with a score lead this big, it's pretty much impossible to overcome. I've seen it happen, but it's difficult.
Misses coming in from Argentina though. And everyone on the side of the UK is just still holding so strong. Barely any 100s coming out from all the players in the hardest section of the map.
And that will be
There's-
an SS coming
Did
in from
Zellink, did
Gohigi.
Zellink drop the full combo in the final pattern?
Yes, yes
Yeah.
they did.
Oh no.
But some insane scores coming from all 3 players of the United Kingdom. 16 100s combined among all 3 players.
Yeah, it's just incredibly difficult to compete with something like that. But that was the UK's own pick, and it was their first one, so
Yeah.
we'd expect to see a really, really strong score from their first pick. And we're back over to Argentina for their second pick. They did very well on their No Mod 4. Just unfortunately the UK did slightly better than them. But they have the opportunity to hopefully get a point on the board for themselves now.
The UK did ban Hidden 1. You have to wonder what's Argentina's position on Hidden 2. I know Hidden 2 is definitely a much easier chart than Hidden 1, but still have to wonder.
Absolutely. You can't
As
pick Hidden
Because they
1.
try to pick Hidden 1, but it is banned. Mario is missing, one might say.
Maybe if you try really
Hidden 2.
hard.
Instead, we will be going to Argentina taking their pick from the UK.
There we go.
6 100s
Zellink.
from Zellink.
What?
And
Doodle
1
100
Doodle.
miss. It really was just that miss at the very beginning and perfect the rest of the map.
Yeah, this like when the entire UK just missed like on the same note, it just tanked their score and was unable to recover.
Yeah,
But we
when
do
you've
have
got more
free mod
when
too.
you've got more misses than 100s, so you know something just kind of went wrong.
Yeah.
But not to worry, that was Argentina's own pick. UK still have the upper hand as they go into free mod 2.
It's not a sweep. Which honestly, out of a lot of the matches that have happened so far, if you were to ask me which one wouldn't be a sweep, this is not one of the ones I would have guessed.
Yeah, for sure. But I've seen sweeps in places where I wasn't expecting to see sweeps, and
That's true.
this is the one I thought would be a pretty clear sweep, but Argentina have really got it in them. They're gonna do everything they can to try to stay in the winner's bracket.
It is one nice thing to know that no matter which one of these teams wins or loses, it's not the end of the world for the loser, as this is a winner's bracket match, so they still have the loser's bracket that they can advance through.
Yeah, when it comes down to mods for this one, I feel like we'll probably see 6 mods on the UK. Zellink will absolutely be 2 mod in this. Don't know about Doodle and Illustrious though. Alright, only a 1 mod advantage in favor of the UK. We have 3 hidden hard rocks for the UK, and Argentina has 2 hidden hard rocks and Illustrious on the hidden only.
Yeah.
UK has an extra 60,000 score. But if we see something similar to Hidden 2, where all 3 players pick up a significant miss in the middle of the map, that's all Argentina needs to take a win. And especially when they're looking for a break point, there's no need to overmod and reduce the chances of that.
Slight lead over to UK right now. Just off the back of the accuracy of the mod advantage mostly.
Yeah, Illustrious clearing the early slow hidden section. There is another part later on in the map, and that'll be really, really important for
And
Argentina.
over to Hedge finding a miss.
Yeah, it looks fairly clean, but it's gonna stunt the growth of that lead for the UK with the extra mod advantage.
Zellink got a lot of 100s through that section, is still getting some. Keeping the lead in favor of UK despite over the Hedge's miss.
We still see Gohigi on the double S once again. We have the bit more of a start-stop section here. But does be catching anyone out.
Doodle does find a
Doodle
miss.
finding the miss. Yeah, score lead of 70,000 points in favour of the UK. Third of the map left to go. Gonna be kind of difficult for Argentina to come back on this one. But there's still a lot of opportunity for the UK to pick up big mistakes like they did in Hidden 2. Alright, everyone has built up a good combo for the final section. 100,000 score lead for the UK.
Yeah,
I don't know if there's enough time for Argentina to be able to come back for this.
Yeah, we would need huge drops from the UK. And Doodle with a miss making that near impossible now. This is some very scary scores coming in from the UK side. Only
Like
one
3
miss.
100s. from Gohigi overall in the hidden hard rock. Yeah, 1 missed total on over the hedge, but still a really, really strong accuracy to keep that score high.
Yeah.
Now, Zealot and Illustrious as well with very nice full combos.
It was another one of the UK's pick. So UK still only at 1 breakpoint right now.
Yeah, Argentina are really gonna need to win that on the UK's next pick though, as well as winning their current pick.
I wonder what we'll be seeing next. I still have not seen a single DT pick.
Yeah, it's weird. DT doesn't seem to be as commonly gone for as it has in previous years, I feel.
Both
I mean-
DTs and Nomad 2, I have just simply have not seen a single time.
We're going to go for Nomad 3 though, which is the next best thing. This is the speed map of the pool, yeah.
DT but fun.
Yeah, exactly. DT without the awful OD.
It is really silly that the way DT works is you just speed up the climb by 1.5. It's a simple way of doing it, but man, does it make accuracy impossible.
For sure. I mean, talking about rate changes, this song itself is rate changed by
True.
1.15. So this is faster than the normal Friedman that everyone is kind of used to. But they're struggling to find a good map or song for this stage, and why not use an old classic? Rate it up, take a Mania approach, and there we go. Maybe we'll see. Yeah, maybe we'll see this map later on in the tournament, Grand Finals DT.
I feel like I was in a tournament that did something like that once.
Yeah, I think there has been something similar where, like, I think there was one year where a map was used as a no mod, and then later on it was used as a hidden.
I mean, I think I almost did something like that once in a tournament. In a tournament I pooled. I think I almost used like a Nomad as a later DT. I might have just had it in as a suggestion for both.
Yeah, I mean, normally you don't see it in tournaments, especially in the modern day. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's always a bad thing, because like when you play a map in a different slot, it transforms the map into something different. So, you know, I think it can work out. But plenty of people will say like, "Oh no, I played this map in a tournament 5 years ago. What are you doing? This is terrible."
Horizon does pick up some early misses.
Yeah, not a great start, but UK still in the lead due to accuracy alone.
Yeah,
Illustrious
Illustrious.
really struggling with this one. Does have the combo though, which is important. But the accuracy in Taiko is the biggest factor in scoring too.
Yeah. The patterns in this chart aren't necessarily that difficult. It's just the speed. The patterns themselves are mostly pretty comfy.
Yeah, it's just how fast can you go? And it seems like for pretty much all these players, this isn't really any problem for them. Illustrious is building up the accuracy as well, sitting around 98 now. But Gohigi still on the double S once again.
It is still fairly close to about 26,000 points.
Yeah, this one's a short one. Only just over 2 minutes. UK does have the lead, but I think if we see a big drop here, which can very easily happen, you just start a pattern on the wrong key or something, you can drop the whole thing. That could pass the lead back over to Argentina as long as they just keep holding on. With the map really quickly coming to a close. And the score lead growing just a bit more. Looks like the UK are going to be taking this one.
And indeed they will.
And Argentina losing another break point. means that the UK have reached 4 points, which is a match point for this match.
Another SS from Gohigi.
Yeah. 6-100 to Daniel, 6-100 to Horizon with the 3 misses. Zelink on the 21. Doodle with only 600s as well, with an unfortunate miss right at the end. And Illustrious with a nice full combo as well.
Yeah,
But
good scores from Argentina, but just not enough to compete with the behemoth of the UK.
yeah, unfortunately for Argentina, they need to win the next 3 maps in a row in order to take this to a tiebreaker. And even worse, 2 of those picks are the UK's, starting off with Fremont 1. This map is the easier of the 2 free mods and very accessible to Hidden Hard Rock, but a bit more difficult than it can let Salty.
It's definitely very technical.
Yeah, like I played it with just Hidden myself and I got like a 9-100 full combo first try. And I was like, oh,
Could not be
great,
me.
I can Hidden Hard Rock this. No, I got a 96 with a bunch of misses everywhere. So it's not as easy as it looks.
Knowing me, I'd be lucky to 98 this with Hard Rock. This chart's just so technical, and there are just some really random high and low SV.
Yeah, generally it's alright though. Yeah, it has some sneaky 1-6 patterns in there as well. Some of them aren't super conventional, but yeah, nothing that these players won't be able to handle.
So, just judging by the chat, I imagine we're probably going to be seeing another 3 HDHR from the side of the UK.
Oh no.
We saw how they dealt with that in the last free mod, so considering they picked both of them, I wouldn't be surprised.
And we have Gordon back in for this one for Argentina instead of Illustrious. And we have Over the Hedge coming back in place of Daniel.
Yeah. And just with one player on the Argentinian side playing with just Hidden, while everybody else is on HJHR.
Alright, same scenario as Fremont 2. Gordon choosing to play it safe, play with something they're more comfortable with. Fortunate misses early with Doodle and Zelink as well, picking up loads of early 100s.
Yeah, the beginning of this map is very difficult, I would say.
Yeah, Horizon picked up
So I think it's just a DK, like spam stream.
Yeah, it's the type of pattern that you don't see all too often.
Gordon finding a miss just after one of the 1-6, I believe.
Yeah, this is a really great start for the UK. Doodle with misses as well. That score is already 90,000, and there's still more than 3/4 of the map left to go. We're pretty much already at the stage where this is the UK's point to lose.
Yeah, 100k this early is a massive barrier to overcome.
Alright, everyone kind of getting through that PI section without too much trouble. I swear I just heard a miss. I don't see one.
I mean, I don't think we can hear misses unless they happen on the top left screen. In this case, Over the Hedge.
Nah, fair. Yeah, everyone's holding on pretty well, but the UK are just continuing to expand that lead.
Yeah.
Maintaining the accuracy. Argentina just struggling a wee bit more.
At this
180,000
point.
score leads, it's almost impossible to come back from at this stage.
Yeah, at this point, it's not Argentina's point to win, it's the UK's point to lose.
Yeah.
Nearly
I think a
200k in
disconnect
the
could be
lead.
the only thing to stop the UK. Up the wires! Sky Internet will go down.
We're coming to the very end. There is still one more stream, I believe, but 200,000 is a lot of points.
There it is. The UK winning that final point very confidently with a score lead of 222,000 and an overall team score of 3.3 million.
6 100s coming in from Gohigi. That's crazy.
Argentina doing really good as well as a team overall. Still well over 3 million points. But unfortunately, they just couldn't quite match the UK. And they will be winning this match 5-1. Argentina put up a really valiant effort. And it's not all for waste, as they're still in the tournament, just down in the losers bracket. And they're going to be doing pretty well down there, I think. Let's see. Loser of 29. So they will be having their first match against, I believe, Slovakia, and then they will move on to face the winner of France versus Poland. And I think they're a pretty favoured team to win in all of those scenarios, I feel. And the UK are going to advance on through the winners bracket and be facing Taiwan in the quarter-finals. So that should be a really fun match.
It will be a great one to see, so make sure you don't miss that next week. But at least for what's in the near future, we do have Colombia versus Indonesia in just about 24 minutes. So 3 matches left for this week, then the quarterfinals map pool showcase.
Yeah, it feels like we're just completely flying through these matches today.
Yeah.
And of course, we'll have the quarterfinals map pool showcase right after the Mexico-Switzerland match. So stick around for that one as well, because you know, we've always got really exciting things to show during that. And, you know, it's always good to get a sneak peek at what the players are going to be playing before the actual matches on the weekend. So, yeah, hope we see you for the upcoming matches and that map pool showcase as well. See you then.
See ya.
All right, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, and not in that order, to people all around the world. Welcome back to the finale, pretty much. Not the last match, but the last two matches of the weekend of the round of 16. We have a winners bracket match here. The United States versus Turkey. Seed number 4 versus seed number 13. Turkey coming off of quite a win against their opponents last weekend. My name is Luminite. I've been joined by Yongin today. How are you, sir?
Yeah, hello. It's midnight here, but I'm still down against USA versus Turkey. A little bit more one-sided match on paper compared to last one, at least. So, and we have quite a bit of sweeps this weekend, and I hope we don't see more sweeps. So I'm definitely hoping for at least a singular point for at least 1 point for both teams. But honestly, on paper, I definitely benefit USA in general. But Turkey does have some really nice scores on Hard Rock, DT, and Speed in general. So maybe able to take a point or so.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're definitely... I would say I don't do pick'ems because I always forget to do them. But if I were to do one, I would have put this at a 5-1. I do think Turkey's going to be able to get a point off the United States, and I do think that the United States is probably going to have an easier time. Although it's worth noting they're actually down a player this weekend. They're down Silver Tyrant. So they're going to be playing with a 5-man roster against Turkey, and that might have something to do with the fact that they're deciding to ban Hard Rock 2. Turkey deciding to ban Hidden 1. But I think that this is going to be one of those matches where you look at the score and see 5-1, and it's not going to do justice to how close the potential it could be from point to point. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these two teams compete against each other, and for maybe the 10th time this weekend, We're starting it off with No Mod 4.
That news that Silver Tyrant is actually not playing actually gives me a lot more hope for Turkey, at least to take a few more points, or only just one. Especially, I think Turkey's attack points will be mostly on the picks that Silver Tyrant has to play. So that might be a good news for Turkey. But we'll see. No Mod 4 though is definitely not their cup of tea compared to the last 3 weeks. And however, this week's one is a lot more accessible in my opinion compared to the last 2 weeks one. This one is the gimmicks are a lot more clean and a lot more separate compared to last few weeks where they just came in together or just transitions extremely quickly. This one it's a lot more doable, and the higher BPM also makes it a lot better for players. And we're gonna see starting off very quickly on this pick, and we see Turkey with their unusual roster on number 4.
Yeah, not a surprise to me that the United States is starting off with a gimmick pick, especially with, again, everyone has been picking the gimmick first for a long time. It seems to be a very, very popular map for good reason. But the United States does have a really strong gimmick roster. They've had a very strong gimmick roster for years now. So this is definitely something you would expect the United States to comfortably get a point on. And so far the numbers are going to show that with about a 25,000 point lead for the US.
Usually Turkey has Sokolo playing for their gimmick picks or so, but seems like not going to be the case today. Fruko with a very early drop in the start parts, which this map to me it's actually easier to drop on the non-gimmick cards, especially the first 100 notes. The SP are kind of tricky to read, and that gives quite a bit of a lead to USA, and the accuracy for the rest of the players very nice. 99% from USA, the highest combo count, 100 counts actually on 4 from Aurora. So really dominant first pick from USA.
Yeah, we're about halfway through the map, 50,000 points of a difference here. Fruko, the only person not holding that FC. So there's still something to come back as we head into the last half of the map. But as I've said before, the United States, the Aurora finding a miss. I was about to say the US having a very strong gimmick roster. Neural's going to trade that miss though with a few more, so is Magav, so that's actually going to give it away back to the US.
Yeah, that's basically it. I don't think we're going to see more than 3 mistakes from USA, so let Turkey take this back. Especially NeuroG's miss is a lot bigger than both Magav and Aurora, so that's going to be a very clean first point. We only have the non-gimmick cards left. There's a flashy notes, but apart from that, it's mostly long gimmick. I don't think the results can be changing that much. Yes, they're gonna take a very safe point, 100,000 points difference on the first pick. Really nice job from them, and a very clean pick, and I would say one of the best pick in the board.
We got wonderful scores from RJ and G Salad. RJ 3 100s, G Salad 6 100s. Aurora also with 3 100s, but finding that those 4 misses. Turkey struggling a little bit more, but still solid accuracies from Fruko and Magav. Neural G struggling a little bit with the 10 miss count though.
Yeah, Neural G is also usually not known as a player who plays gimmick, so I'm kind of surprised he's in for this one. Honestly, usually it's Sokolo who played as a third player for Turkey. So a little bit of an unexpected roster from Turkey so far on this pick, but I don't think they expect to win. I don't think they expect to win that pick anyway. So they're gonna go for something that's more raw mechanics and finger strength, and on to Mod 3 Raidman and Luminites. I'm very certain that you are very familiar with this song.
I actually am. You know, the original. I mean, Freeman. That one person. I can't believe I'm forgetting their name right now. Man, what an old map. I mean, this is an old map. I'm so glad to see it brought back though. Freedman is probably one of my favorite songs.
very hype zones. 276 BPM. This is the times 1.15, so it's not your usual 240 BPM. It's not usual 243 BPM. A lot quicker than that. And this one, mostly focused on raw speed. However, there's definitely some bit of like tricky offhand patterns that have been making players to misread left and right. So you're not seeing way too many full combos for a normal free pick compared to other normal free picks in the previous edition of Taiko World Cup. So due to that, we might see this pick being similar to the last one, decided by who missed less. And the rest of the pick is actually quite rollable, and I would say that benefits Turkey for sure, as they do have some players who are really good at that. Rico with a very early brick though, unexpected miss, but after that I don't think he will miss anymore.
Yeah, I spent a second playing this map on my own because it not being a furry background, I was like suspicious of whether N-Wolf actually mapped this or not. So I thought it was possibly just the original turned up 15%, but no, this is actually a really fun map. And I'm actually a single tapper. I've been a single tapper from day one, so I also look out for those people who are single tapping because it's a dying play style.
Oh, Furuko finding another chain of misses though. So the opting it's not working out well for him so far. But you see some cross tap or single tap players such as Moji, who's still cross tapping this map. And talking about skill depth that fits the player, this is definitely the type of map that fits him. Look at his accuracy so far, really nice with a 99.8. But he's being cancelled by the rest of the United States player, everyone above 99.8. Well, Aurora drops the sting for one more 100, now down to 99.7, but he's the lowest so far in the USA team. A really strong score from them so far.
Yeah, no, the United States performing ridiculously consistent, the lowest of a 99.8%. And Turkey also doing fantastic. Neural G matching G South, actually matching the entirety of the United States now. Magav above 99. Furco the only one struggling on the side of Turkey, and that's actually giving them that entire 47,000 point difference.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh no.
Actually, Mr. Neural G over there, it's probably gonna be giving USA basically this point. We only have the last course so far. I was gonna say Furuko have a little bit of uncharacteristic miss so far throughout this match. Missing kind of on nothing on both maps, especially Furuko literally missed the first 30 notes. So I would say kind of unlucky situations, and maybe the nerves get to him a little bit. Haven't played the World Cup for 2 years, I do believe. Last time Turkey has a team was 2022, but yeah, giving them quite a bit of unfortunate miss early, even on easy parts, gives the win to USA. Very nice scores once again. Everyone with an FC.
Yeah, Aurora 6-100s, RJ 7, Cheese 8, sort of ordering themselves 6, 7, 8 100s each, and they're gonna go straight. The US is gonna go straight